are watching the Vodka stream.
Whoa, what's happening, guys? How we doing? I always forget about the reflection. Hold on. Yep, do it right there. Yeah. Make sure the light is not messing things up. It's too distracting. Yeah, it's fine right there. What's happening, guys? Woo, man. I had some spicy poke. A little spicier than I thought it was going to be. So I was a little... Oh, man. I was like struggling through that. It was delicious, but I was like, oh, man. And I guess when you get the spicy tuna, don't add spicy sauce to the spicy tuna. Kind of, fuck some shit up there. So anyways, what's happening? Who's out there? How we doing? And 2-minute warning. Hey, cheers. What's up there, Mr. Fear Jason? How you doing? What's going on, Alaksu? How you doing? 2-minute happy that the Vodka stream doesn't have a guest today. Yeah. I mean, that's what I think when I talked about that, when at first Eric Davis was trying to like rearrange things where he could come on the normal time, but I told him, I was like, hey, if you want to come on 3 hours earlier, perfectly fine. And he was, of course, down for that because he's East Coast, New York. Really enjoyed talking to that guy, though, man. Let's get nuts. You want to get nuts? How's it going, Music Man? Doing pretty good. We got Tashi right here. What's going? Bradley, what's going on, sir? How you doing? How's it going, Mr. Hummingbird? All right. So let's see. We got that. Ram, how you doing, bud? First place Giants. Whoa! And they're currently winning right now. I was just watching the game, and Posey just hit a 2-run shot. And I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. Justin. Fans vs. Warner Brothers. Dawn of Cinema. I like it. Why block me in the chat last? Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't do that. I have people, Torres. So I'm not sure exactly why. Not sure. So it was, it's Jose. He gets all crazy. Henry wasn't even following whenever he stopped being. Oh, is that what happened? Okay, so I didn't even look into that. Okay, I didn't even look into that. So thank you for like bringing some light to it, if that's the case, because I know that was happening. And I was seeing some stuff, but I was, of course, working. And then right after work, it was like, all right, time to prepare for the shows and, get ready and stuff like that. So I didn't really see all the, because I heard he unfollowed the DC stuff and Warner Brothers. And I went, all right, that's interesting. Okay, we could talk about that, but but it just seemed a little odd. A lot of people were going crazy. Love you too. Accuracy. So what's going on, JD? How you doing? That's right. Okay. And then we got Mama Film Junkie. She's here. Go Dodgers. Of course, she says, geez. That's just not nice. I understand. Yeah. Montreal time. Yeah. Exactly. So that's why I was just like, all right, let's just do like the early pre-show. I actually don't mind. I like doing the double show. I mean, it's a little tiring. It is a little tiring because it's like right after I usually get off work at 4, and then it's like, all right, then I got an hour to prepare. So that's the only bad part. But at the same time, it's just nice to accommodate, because I know, because that's what happens when you got people on the East Coast, when they're like, there's been a few times where it's like, well, we're trying to, I'm telling the time, and they think that's Eastern time. And I'm like, no, that's actually Pacific time. I'm like, oh, so that's 11 o'clock my time? Oh, shit. So it does get a little, crazy. Probably new. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Jason, you're so awesome. You're my all-star. Thank you, sir. Cheers, man. As always, to see the article of what Zach said about fans. Where'd that come out? I know there's been a lot of little articles that came out. Was that just recently? Would that recently just come out, or what happened? Because that's pretty interesting right there. What's going on, Snyder Step? Saw Scott Pilgrim and oh, that's got to be awesome. I would love to see Scott Pilgrim in the movie theater. See, not sure, but this was just posted earlier today. Oh, Henry Cavill, don't worry. Oh, yeah, can't really grab that. Yeah, I thought, see, that's the thing. This whole Cavill thing, I was going to, look into everything that people were talking about, and then, just do like a video tomorrow or something. Or, well, of course, we're going to discuss about all this stuff tonight. So I'm just like kind of, I don't know. Seems a little odd. So, but then I looked, did he post that on Instagram or did he post that on YouTube or something like that? I don't know. We'll bring it up. We'll, discuss it tonight, of course. Yeah, like I said, everybody's getting an invite. If Garza wants to come on, he'll come on. I'll send him an invite. I hope he does. I know Steven right now, he got invited. Mr. Fancy Pants got invited to a virtual event for Love, what is it? Death, Love, Robots for season 2. So he's over there watching season 2 of Love, Death, Robots. Is it Love, Death, Robots or Death, Love, Robots? I can't remember. Anyways, it's still a great show and you should watch it. Yes. It's just, yeah. I mean, I tell you what, and you people that like to partake, yeah, just do yourself a favor. Smoke a bowl or eat an edible right before you put that on. Holy crap. That'll bring you something. Let's see. Matt Jarbo made a video completely overreacting to Zach's comments in last Sunday's Times article. It was taken out of context. And what can you do? He's been pretty antagonizing when it comes to, telling people. That's why if you've seen, we've had some interactions on Twitter because he's like, he cannot stop talking about how the Snyderverse is over. And I'm like, and then he'll say like, all right, I'm going to stop talking about it. And then he'll talk about it again. It's just like, dude, you said you were going to stop talking about it. Stop talking about it. But no, I mean, it's like, just don't say you're going to stop talking about it when we all know you're going to talk about it. And it's perfectly fine. Talk about it. It is a subject. He does talk about movies. He talks about the nerdy shit. Just don't say you're going to stop talking about it. Don't say you're going to stop talking about it and then continue to talk about it. But nothing against Matt. I still, we're still cool. We're still cool. It's just like, yeah, sometimes it's like, dude, let's relax here, man. It's all good. It's all good. DJ, I think Zach's comments of fans being easy to pick on was likely referring to MCU fans, Warner Brothers, others picking on them, not him doing it. Nah, dude, he's totally. Come on, I mean, I'll have to read it, and I'm sure it was. If people are taking it out of context, it's just what people do. But it's when it comes to Zach, he loves his fans. He appreciates the fans. I mean, but we also got to realize that if one of the things when it comes to all this, and this is what I love about talking with guys like Mark Burnett. I always want to call him Mark. Why do I always say Mark? Robert. Jeez, Robert Burnett. Damn it! I don't know why that always happens. I always call him that, but no. When Robert Burnett was on that last week, he kind of talked about we don't know what's going on. It could be there's like a long these guys that have been within the world, like Eric Davis was talking about earlier. For all we know, there's a long game being played. Who knows? I mean, like I said, what I would love is if Netflix kind of goes, hey, look at this. Look at Army of the Dead over here. It's one of our biggest movies or maybe it is our biggest movie. I don't know. But Eric, he brought up a good point that he probably doesn't think it's going to be their biggest movie. You never know. You never know nowadays because it is a zombie heist hard R movie. So, if Netflix is going to have like their biggest movie, it's going to probably have to be in the PG-13 range or something like that. I don't know. It's all just it's all crazy. But yeah, don't worry about it. Let's not get too crazy. I think with the articles that came out, I think we all just kind of went because we're all just going restore the Snyderverse, and then all of a sudden we get these articles that just kind of are like trying to squash things, and then people and blah blah blah, and it's like, but the only thing is, guys, that hopefully that we all are going to be supporting Army of the Dead. That's the big thing. Yeah, we're still going to be talking about all this. Still use the hashtag Restore the Snyderverse. Still do all that stuff, but just make sure that we are supporting Army of the Dead. Like I said, I'm seeing it next week, right around the corner at my movie theater right over here, and I'm so excited about it. It's kind of cool because when I went to the when I went to the movies last night and I was walking down, the main hallway, the main where you see, just everything. It's like going to Disneyland for me. Smelling that stale popcorn, and just walking down, seeing all the lit up movie posters. Guess what poster I saw? Army of the Dead, right there. Oh, that's right. So it was kind of cool to see Army of the Dead poster. Actually, it was in two spots, because where my theater was like off to the left. And when I came out of the movie last night, saw the Army of the Dead poster right there, right outside my my theater. So it's cool. So we got to definitely support that. So then we can actually, we can actually show that we, that we're right behind Zack Snyder. We're going to make Warner Brothers look like fucking morons, as per usual. Army of the Dead is cooler than ever. That's right. Yeah, buy Safe Moon. Yeah, I heard Safe Moon's a good one to get into. Also, driving 40 minutes. Yeah, I was so glad because it's not even a Cinemark, but I guess Harkins and Cinemark are kind of like a little bit of the same. I don't know. All I know is I was so glad that I could just go around the corner to watch it. So really good stuff. We should let go. Yeah. It would be better. Yeah. We don't need to be. Yeah, we just talked about it a little bit. Don't worry. No big deal. I still like talking to the guy. Nothing against Mr. Jarbo, guys. It's just it's all gonna be good. It's all gonna be good. But anyways, appreciate you guys clicking in. Yeah, like I said, like I was telling people on the first vodka stream. Didn't turn that on. There we go. Turn that light on. No, but I got a couple new Funko Pops right there. That's right. Got your boy Kong right here. That's right. Team Hairy Nipples. You know me. Team Hairy Nipples. So when I saw that, I was like, oh, I got to get the one with the battle axe. Battle axe. It's good stuff. And then, of course, I got Homelander. When I saw him, I was like, I got to have him. And then I got the Penguin right here. Also got the Penguin. So he's also a new addition because I gotta keep on at it with the Rogues Gallery. It's good stuff. But yeah, that's about it. And then of course, if you guys recognize who that is, right? That's Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. That's ski suit, Rich Lloyd, right there. By the way, this little fucker. Earlier today, when I was tearing things down over there and then bring my computer and stuff all over here, I was barefoot and I bumped this guy because I usually have him over there on my desk, and the freaking like goggles first right on my bare foot, just bump. It hit the bone, man. Jeez, hurt. I was like, it was just one of those like where you just go, and then you just lift up your foot and you shake it and you just go, ha, ha. Yeah. So you got to watch these Funkos, man. They could be pretty top heavy, probably gonna have a bruise on there tomorrow. Watch. They could be pretty top heavy. And then when they got like extra stuff to them, man, it lands on your bare foot, hits that bone. Ow. Freaking sucks, man. So that was my day. How was yours? Oops. This little light of mine. All right, let's see here. Start inviting some people in here. No fun and peace. It'd be really funny if execs Warner Brothers got COVID, the new super deadly strain. Jeez. I don't know if we want to wish death on people. We don't want to go that far. Let's not do that now. All right. So let's go ahead and start sending out links. All right. Got that. Boop. All right. But yeah, let's see. around. Boop. All right. So that's crossing the line. A little bit. Jeez. It's all right. It's all right. I know we're all upset with these guys, but I don't know if we want to wish death onto them. That could be a little bit much. A little bit much. All right. I'm gonna start sending out these invites. But I don't know. We'll see. They're acting like idiots as per usual. It's just the way it is. It sucks because, when HBO Max and Warner Media, when all that came to be, it seemed like, okay, because there were so many times before where I would say, no, I don't want Zack Snyder or Ben Affleck to come back because such a toxic environment. They struggled with their movies. Why would we want them to come back? And then now we were kind of hoping like, okay, it's different over at Warner Media because, they got AT&T and it's HBO Max and Jason Kyler and blah, blah, blah. But then it's just like, well, didn't seem like anything really changed when it comes to and with the plan. You know how it is. Fucking phone's going off. Oh, look at that. Another no-hitter, man. There's a lot of pitchers pitching no-hitters this year. So congratulations to Mr. Wade Miley. Speaking of Miley Cyrus is going to be the musical guest of Saturday Night Live tomorrow. And, we all know that Elon Musk is going to be the host of it. It's going to be such a disaster, but it's going to be a pleasurable disaster, I think. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. And then, if you got some Doge, whatever, doggy, I never know how to say it. I would say get your money in now on some Doge. It's already, after Elon Musk tweeted it like a little meme thing, it started going up. So it might go up again tomorrow. Just saying. This Lil has joined the stream. All right, let's get the first person in here. Hold on. Copy bird. There we go. All right. So first who's going to be joining the panel is Miss Wonder Meg. Hello.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going?
I just want to say that you wouldn't have hurt yourself with the pop if you would have kept it in the box.
Yeah, but I don't know. But then the corner of the box might have hit my foot, and it could have been even worse.
I don't think so.
Yeah, that could have drew blood.
No, you took it out of the box, so it was just like if you wouldn't have taken it out of the box, that probably would have never even happened.
But then at the same time, I wouldn't be able to have them up there on my desk because it'd be in a box.
Yeah, but you could have like a whole wall of them.
Yeah, I don't want that. That's your thing.
True.
It's not my thing, but you're still proud. You better still be proud because look, Mr. Black Adam is still in the box.
So proud
because of stickers.
As you can tell, that I didn't. The one thing I was supposed to do today, I didn't do.
What'd you do?
I didn't send you that pop. That's behind me.
That's right.
Sorry.
That's right. I figured that was going to be the case.
How long did it take me to send those ones? Like a month?
Something like that. I totally forgot. Which ones you were sending.
The Superman one.
That's right.
Like all those ones that were destroyed.
Oh yeah, the boxes. Yeah, they were destroyed. Or I just made it seem like it was so I can take them out of the box. Just kidding.
How dare you?
Nah, it was not that. No, but thank you for joining, Meg. You're the first one here. Doesn't that feel good to be the first one here? Yeah. I know. Usually it's like Scott. Boom.
I know. I can't believe I beat Scott.
I know. Usually is. I know. I'm like, oh man, maybe Scott's not coming tonight because I know like Steven's got a virtual premiere, Mr. Fancy Pants.
Wow, what a cool guy!
Right? Your audio is tripping out a little bit.
It always does that. It takes a minute for it to like go back to normal. I don't understand what the problem is.
You have really weird issues when it comes.
I know. It's only with StreamYard though. That's the only time it messes up like that.
I don't know why StreamYard is not kind to
anything.
Certain things. It turns things into caterpillars. And all that stuff. Okay, God.
Yeah, it just takes it a minute to adjust, unfortunately.
That's
So
all right.
sometimes I sound like I'm yelling, and I'm really not.
Yeah, no. It's like, stop yelling, man. God, please. All right. Well, I mean, he was only just he was being fashionably late because I mean, look at what's on his head right now. Look at that. What's going on, Scott?
Meg has issues. I mean, tell me something I don't know. I mean, seriously.
Burn. Got me.
Something MCU. Did you think after success of that threw me, dude? That is such a long acronym. I'm like, was what? Falcon and Winter Soldier.
You might as well just type it out. You know?
I know, right? I know it is a little. It's interesting because I would be like, if I was trying to type out that, I would be like, wait, F.
Yeah, I've done it before. I'm just going to type the whole thing.
I mean, that's an entire line of an eye chart right there. Jeez. Yeah, I mean, I really hope that he comes to his senses and like, yeah, let's make that R-rated Blade. I mean, he's supposed to be killing vampires who kill people. Let's hope.
Well, you know, some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill. I mean, it's just...
Good line. That's such a good line.
It's a great line.
I love that line.
I'm sorry. The first one is still my favorite.
Oh, yeah. First one's, I mean, the second one's good too. Del Toro did a great job. The third one only works because Ryan Reynolds was basically doing an audition for Deadpool right there. Yeah. I thought like that was like, all right, if we're going to do a Deadpool, that's the guy right there. I mean, that was 100% Hannibal. I mean, of course, Jessica Biel was pretty awesome.
Yeah, did that. I was kind of going more
in that movie.
Yeah,
yes, she was.
Oh God.
Well, they both got pretty freaking. I mean, yeah, she had some shoulders on her, man. Jeez.
And then, I still love that scene where Ryan Reynolds is like, I ate garlic and I just farted. Deadly.
That whole scene was great. And I remember I listened to the commentary for that. It was David Goyer, Jessica Biel, and Ryan Reynolds, just the three of them. Because, you know, apparently Wesley Snipes, it was so funny because apparently they joked about how Wesley Snipes was not having any of it. He was very serious. And Ryan would always talk about like how, you know, like, you see his reaction right there? That was real. Yeah, he's like, he didn't really take to me. It was actually pretty funny. But yeah, if you listen to that, where was I going with that? Damn it.
Totally I don't know, Dave. You're chasing some squirrels.
I know, a little bit. Squirrel. No, but yeah, damn, where was I going? Oh yeah, that whole scene. Where he's like in captive and he's just, I guess like him and Goyer got drunk like a couple of nights. They would just get drunk and they just came up with like the most horrific things to say to Parker Posey. You know, that's all that was. It was like a lot of just like, yeah, there was dialogue that was in the script, but they didn't use any of it. They just came up with worse shit that he would say. And yeah, that's one of the best lines. He's like, I'll tell you two things. That whole line is just great. And I just farted. Silent but deadly. Yeah.
Actually, the only Blade movie I saw in theaters was that one.
I actually saw the second one in the theaters. I didn't see the first one. Remember, I saw the first one when I was visiting my dad, who was living in Alabama at the time. He like rented it, when I was during one summer, and I think I watched it like 2 or 3 times. Man, yeah, the first one's fantastic. You know, like I said, the second one is good too. It's got that Del Toro sense to it. And I love the fact that it's like, you know, they upgraded it from not just vampires, but I forgot what they called those vampires that kill other vampires. I forgot what they called them. You know, those guys.
I don't remember.
Yeah. I
but then actually, I'm one of those people that the second one has never really done it for me.
Really?
Yeah. I just, of course, I didn't know who Del Toro was at the time.
Yeah, I don't think
so. It's not like it doesn't really have that, or it didn't have that aura around it of, ooh, Del Toro did it. It was just like I went from the first one to the second one. I was just like, I like the vibe of the first one better. And
no, it totally is.
Yeah. So
it got a little wonky too with some of the visual effects. Like they were just when they were getting into territory of, hey, we got to make these superheroes actually do some crazy superhero shit, and it got very rubbery. There's like a couple of times where, holy crap! I mean, Wesley Snipes looks like just like a, just boing, 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 boing. He might as well just when he stopped. It was very rubbery. I mean, this was pre. I think it was pre Spider-Man, right? That it came out. Or was it?
It's close.
It's
actually.
close, right?
It's close because Spider-Man is 2002, and Blade 2 is that like 2001? I'm trying to remember when Blade 2 is.
Exactly.
See, he's just trying to get on your good graces, Mike.
Same year.
Oh, same year. Wow.
Both of them were 2002.
Wow. I mean, that just shows you right there. I mean, it's not even really about. I mean, you could get bad special effects nowadays. I mean, it's really about the company and
and the money they want to throw at the effects budget and all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, and you could watch Spider-Man, and he could look a little rubbery at times too, but for the most part,
overall, it's still really nice. Yeah.
Oh,
the only time that it really stands out to me in the first one is Peter crawling up the wall for the first time. Yeah. That transition of when he's like going that, because Peter looks rubbery. When he's in the costume kind of forgives some of the rubberiness, but when you're trying to make the CG character look like Tobey Maguire, that's when it's a little less forgiving. Now with a 2021 eye.
True. I mean, and then even it's funny because when you watch when I was talking about Love, Death, Robots, and they literally have full on like short episodes that are full on CGI, and some of that, like I think it's the second episode, or I'm not sure which episode it is, but it's where they're traveling. It's kind of like they're traveling out in deep space, and they get awakened somewhere, and like all of a sudden it's like a big mind F. I don't know if you guys remember that episode.
Oh, I know.
Yes,
I know the exact episode you're talking about.
Yeah, good episode. I think it was my favorite one, to be honest. Not just because there's a sex scene and nudity, not just because of that, guys. It's good CGI. No, but it was just a cool, interesting story. And then when you actually see like a reveal, it creeped me out, and I just love shit like a Matrix almost vibe to it. So that's what was cool about it. And but anyways, what was I gonna say? Sorry, you were just
Squirrel.
I know, right? Yeah. No, I saw you were on Dawson's stream, right?
Yes, we were actually discussing. I have it right here because everything's within arm's reach.
Of course.
But we were discussing the Black Mirror, first Scott Snyder Batman ever.
Yeah.
So
I have not read that yet. I need to grab that copy.
Enjoy. Don't listen to the discussion. We go full on spoilers.
I'm sure.
But a couple of things to go. It's like it's pre-Flashpoint. It's Dick as Batman.
Oh, sick.
And it's proto Scott Snyder. Like I've read. Except for anything that's solo Batman, I've read everything just flat out Batman Scott Snyder has written, except for that. I finally read. I still need to read Gates of Gotham that he co-wrote with Kyle Higgins. But Scott Snyder as our Batman writer has a voice, and this is like proto. Like he hasn't quite gotten there yet, but you see the seeds of as you get through the book, you start going, oh, there's the Scott Snyder that I eventually get to know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick one up.
And Meg's on there tomorrow night.
I am. We're gonna talk Wonder Woman: Dead Earth.
Oh, that's right. I just bought that.
Yeah.
Recommendation from Meg. Yeah, that's where because I went to the comic book shop, obviously, and then I saw it right there on the shelf. Last copy too, by the way. So
it was meant to be.
Yeah, it was meant to be. So I haven't read it yet, and I definitely will. I still have to finish the Judas Coin. I started reading that. Scott, your recommendation that you brought up a while back.
Yeah, Walter Simonson. Yes.
Yeah, I think I did read Son of Bane, the first one, and that was really good. Did you read Son of Bane, Scott?
I have not read Son of Bane.
City.
Yeah.
Sorry,
City of Bane.
Son of
No,
Bane.
because I haven't read City of Bane yet because I'm still catching up on Tom King's run.
Okay.
City of Bane, I think, is volumes 13 and 14 or 14 and 15. I just finished volume 10, Nightmares. So I'm working my way up because I can't wait to read his Batman Catwoman book that he's writing right now, because that finally brings the Phantasm in as continuity.
Right. He was teasing that. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
teasing that, and that got everybody excited there.
Oh
Hell
God,
yeah.
you said Phantasm. I just went.
Yeah.
So, but I'm catching up. He did a lot of crossover with the Flash during that run, so I've been having to bounce. The reason it slowed me on reading the Batman run is that I've been having to alternate between that and Josh Williamson's Flash run, so that when the crossovers hit, I could read them at the same time.
Cool. Yeah.
But all of that thanks to DC Universe Infinite, because
that's what helps, right?
oh my God,
It does.
it is.
Yeah.
I will argue, for someone who used to be a collector, and I've kind of stopped being a collector of single issues, especially as my comic book shop closed down.
Yep.
I'm already like 3 years behind anyway. So but now that DC Universe Infinite's only 6 months behind, it's like there's no reason for me to ever buy a floppy ever again.
Unless it's a special variant cover. That's the only way you do it.
Special variant cover, or something that has some sort of like sentimental, like a Scott Snyder book. Screw it. I'm gonna buy a Scott Snyder book. A Tom Taylor book. I'm gonna buy a Tom Taylor book. Like they're just certain authors that's like, shut up, take my money. You have
certain authors. Yeah.
You've earned my dollar
money. Yeah.
Yes.
Makes sense. What is Infinity saying? Do we get our Dark Side on the Throne pops?
Yeah, you can pre-order it right now.
Yeah, those aren't limited. Those are
those are common ones. Yeah.
Those are common ones.
Okay, yeah. So make sure you
I don't know if you guys got the email. I got a price reduction because
on the Walmart
metallic Dark Side.
Yeah, it's like $2 and like 59 cents or something like that.
Yes,
I did.
Nice.
Cool.
Yeah, weren't they even like I thought the Black Suit Superman, weren't they like throwing that out there at a discount price? I thought I saw the other day. I don't know.
Well, I didn't order my Black Suit Superman through Walmart, so that I haven't gotten any kind of price reduction on that I'm aware of. But Walmart was being very good about anything.
They always do that. They did that with the 10-inch Superman too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So like if the price drops, because you don't pay for it until like they ship it. So
that's cool.
Well, and I'm used to that with Amazon with their pre-order guarantees, because that's what I always do is that like the minute something goes up for pre-order, I block it, because at any point that the price drops, even if it's a goof on their part, the best example I have is the Supergirl Silver Age omnibus started off as a paperback that eventually became a hardcover omnibus. So I got a $75 omnibus for $17 because it was a paperback when I pre-ordered it, and it turned into a hardcover.
That's awesome.
And the pre-order guarantee had to honor the original price of my pre-order.
That's sick.
Gotta love that.
I play these games. I play these games all the time because people wonder how I afford stuff. It's because I Meg has her thrifting powers that are just second to none. I just know how to shop around. I just know how to shop around online. And now that I have you guys as friends, it's like now we just like with our powers combined.
Oh, I know. I mean, we literally have like a pop little group chat, and it's just like, it'll be funny because I'll wake up and I'll see a message from Meg that goes, "Guys!" in big capital letters, and then I open it up, and it's that beautiful White Knight, Batman, and Joker. I think Scott, you actually put that out.
No, that was Meg.
Oh, was that Meg? I can't remember.
Meg,
and it was immediately. I think immediately all our responses was, "Got it."
And we all have it pre-ordered. We should do an unboxing video.
And then I'm like, all right, let me throw it on the timeline. Here you go, guys. Get this. I still haven't read White Knight, and I need to do that. Yeah, Dude. On my list.
I haven't read Curse of the White Knight yet. I have all the issues because I have all the singles and variants for White Knight, Curse of the White Knight, and White Knight Presents Harley Quinn.
Okay.
And I've only read White Knight. White Knight is
I know. I hear that.
fabulous.
It's on my list. Trust me. It's on my list. I'll get it for sure. And then D-Ball. Well, okay. Hi, Dakota. Hello. You guys can say hi too if you want.
Hi, Dakota.
Hi, Dakota.
I really wanted to say hi.
Not just us, but hey, hopefully you're having a good evening. So with your dad. So thank you for that. Thank you for watching. DC Universe is pretty dope. It's my favorite Batman series, Shadow the Bat. Yes, Shadow the Bat.
Oh, that's a classic series there. There's so much. Like, I just finished reading the Great Darkness Saga on it. What I love is that, like, I have, like, you've seen my shelves. I have trades and hardcovers out the wazoo. But there is something very convenient just going, I'll just use the app and read it on my iPad. So
like that's how I reread Wonder Woman Dead Earth, because it's like it's somewhere in here and I cannot find it. So I use the app, and it's like I read it just so quick, just because you can tap and it just goes right to the next page. It's awesome.
What I also love are the collections where if it's a storyline, they already have all the issues in. Like you tap on it, and even if it crosses over multiple titles, they have all the issues in the correct reading order, and you just tap on one issue and it automatically moves you to the next issue in the storyline. I'm just like, dude, you just won my heart. And
the app before was like I could not. I hated it before it was DC Infinite. I hated it.
But it's amazing how
great now.
As soon as it became comics only, it's like somebody got the memo and
probably
fixed it.
Yeah,
it's crazy. And then I'm thinking about the fact that, like, here are the two people that I got like streams with this weekend. It's like I'm looking at my weekend right here.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's a Saturday and Sunday.
That's right. Yep, be doing the Fanimated. Definitely, we'll be doing what's it called again?
Nothing to Fear.
Nothing to Fear. You know what's funny about that? I actually watched it with my mom last weekend. Oh no, it was the 2 weekends before. It was a Sunday. Yeah, that's right. Because she just wanted to. She was like, "Which episode are you doing?" And then she just put it on. I was like, "All right, well, I'm gonna have to watch it again."
This is why I love Mama Film Junkee.
Yeah, exactly. That's why. I mean, she just put it on and we just watched it. And
by the way, with all the stuff, I didn't realize, because I know it's going to shock you that I got shit stacked on top of shit, and occasionally I go, "Oh yeah, I've got this." So I will be busting this out tomorrow night. On this is a coffee table book of the Mondo posters that have been done for individual episodes. So now a new feature of the Fanimated stream is, as we hit an episode that has a Mondo poster, I will so we have a poster tomorrow night. So I will be showing that off.
I am excited. I'm excited for that. I got to show this right here. Somebody just made a cool picture of you, Scott.
Ryan. I saw it. It popped up. It popped up on my watch.
Let's see. It's right there. Boop. I like it. It's a good look for you, man. Get some gold chains.
I wish it was true.
So what's this whole thing about?
A public school teacher, come on.
Right? You rolled into class like that. Oh man, that'd be interesting. So what's up with this Henry Cavill thing that's been happening? I didn't really look into it. Did you guys really look into it?
I guess he unfollowed Warner Brothers and DC on Instagram, but then I saw that people were saying that he never even followed them to begin with. So I have no idea.
See, that's.
But okay, just imagine stalking someone's profile that much to see that.
Oh yeah. Well, that's just what people do. Did you hear that Zachary Levi is a white supremacist because he follows PragerU? Yeah. I saw that today too. I'm like, Jesus Christ, here we go, trying to cancel Zachary Levi again.
He's a libertarian.
I know,
of course he'd follow PragerU.
I mean, that's just the way people are. It sucks. But yeah, apparently, that was the whole big thing. But I was working because I had to get a lot of work done today. So I was occasionally when I look, I'm like, what? Okay, so everybody's talking about how Cavill, and there was I guess people made videos and stuff that that he unfollowed Warner Brothers, and I think even people were saying that he used to follow something DC, and then
like the
following.
DC Instagram.
Yeah, and then when I started, Jose, he's my guy, my moderator. He goes, he wasn't even following in the first place. I'm like, okay, so it's one of those things. So I'm not too sure. That's pretty much the update right there, Scott.
And that just goes back to why I love it when I don't pay attention to social media, because I have, what did I have today? I worked, and then I had a soccer game with one of my kids, and it's like I don't have time for the drama, because by the time I catch up with the drama, it turns out it's already gone, because all it was someone trying to cook up a controversy, and it's why I don't get involved in it, because one, I don't give a shit. I really don't. I just don't. And there's all these little brouhahas that it's like they come and go on a almost hourly basis that I just don't have the bandwidth for.
Yeah, I know. It's, I mean, this is what happened too, like earlier this week too, when it comes to the whole Black Superman thing. It was like, okay, when I read it, I was going, okay, yeah, what it was making it seem to be was, okay, are they actually replacing Clark Kent Superman, or is it the Calvin Superman? It was like, which one is it? Like, is it Kal-El with a hyphen or Kal-El with no hyphen? I mean, it's just a lot of people are kind of like questioning that, and it's just been like a whole thing.
Written yet?
No, like, that's the thing.
It is really fucked up to do it on his birthday, though.
That was
no.
Like, that's like the only opinion I really have about it is that like they couldn't have waited like a day,
Well, and then you get the idea that they probably had to know that Kim Masters' article was coming out about Emmerich. So what they did was they tried to get ahead of, because obviously that they're just like, they know what's coming.
They do.
So
of course. They all do.
They dropped that because they know the Kim Masters thing about Emmerich, which is also kind of a nothing article, because it's really just sort of speculation. But once again, it's the critical reading of the internet where everyone takes everything as if it is gospel because it has been published, and too many people don't actually go and read the article. They just
that's what you're supposed to do.
No, you're supposed to just read the headline and that's it. What are you talking about?
Or you don't even read the headline. You just hear other people talking about it, and then you regurgitate what.
It's like a bad game of telephone.
It's a bad game of telephone.
It's perfect.
And
no, like even when it came out, like I brushed through it real quick, and I'm like, all right, it sounds like they're almost trying to pawn him off. But does this mean like something? I took it as, is there a shakeup happening? Some kind of shakeup? Because are they not happy with what the results of what's been happening, with the dual releases? I don't know. It just seemed like maybe there's a bit of a shakeup, and maybe that was the reason. And they're like, hey, maybe you should go over to Netflix. But it didn't even seem like that was even it too. Like you read in there, and it didn't even seem like Netflix was like, no, it's probably just not gonna. I don't know. It's just after the emotions kind of all came down with everybody, it just kind of went to like a nothing article almost, I
don't know. I'm getting to that point where I don't care anymore.
Me too. I just don't care. I just
don't care. It's like, I want to find other things. Like last week doing a Squadcast movies on Warrior. It's like, let's not talk about DC.
Different.
Yeah.
Let's just talk about a movie. It's like, Tim and I both got tickets next week for Army of the Dead. Yes. So we're going to be able to review that on the podcast, because we're going to do a Squadcast movies episode instead of doing a DC Film Squadcast episode. So it's just like, I just want to avoid, or I just don't want to talk about this stuff, because it doesn't, what happens in the end? It doesn't matter. Because it's going to come, it's going to go. It doesn't affect anything, because when you read it, it's like the next day someone's gonna be talking about something else.
Pretty much.
I just don't.
It's a double whammy of like, it was a weird it was a weird day, and we're gonna bring in Brandon from Cape Cast. What's up, sir?
What's up, guys?
Hey, man.
I love your
How's everybody doing?
We're doing pretty good.
I was laying in the bed and saw your link come through, and I was like, yeah, I guess I'll get up.
You're like, I'm not tired. Just join the conversation. Now we're just talking about, of course, the articles that came out. Thank you for joining, of course, too.
Yeah, man.
And thank you for the shirts or the shirt.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And the koozies. I got those today, so that was awesome.
Cool.
Obviously, I posted the image, and I appreciate that. And good quality shirt, man. That's the first. Anytime I get a shirt, the first thing I do is just I give it a good feel before I when I pull it out, because sometimes it can be a little rough. Like this shirt, not as soft as I wish it was. Still okay, but when I grabbed your guys' shirt, I mean, it felt just so soft.
That's good.
So you molest the shirt.
Yeah, I was going to say.
What I do, man. That's what I do. I have a little intimate moment with whatever shirt, because I always hope for Scott, you've said that too. It's like you always want to get the higher quality stock shirts.
Yeah, it's like this one right here. Like this is like one of the most comfortable shirts that, of course, my wife designed.
I was going to say Daddy on it.
Nice.
No, Daddy Shark.
Yeah, Daddy Shark. All I could see for a second was Daddy, and I'm like,
Everyone in the family we have Daddy Shark, Mommy Shark, Liam Shark, Declan Shark, because we went to the beach one year and we all had, and that was also the summer that we all like the baby shark.
And it's stuck in my head.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
You're
Don't
welcome.
do it.
It's in my head right now. It is now in yours.
Thank you. Damn it. No, but I know that's just one of the things. It's like, I always worry about that when I order a shirt. Like, what's the quality going to be like? And sometimes, man, those shirts that you go order somewhere, they could just fucking feel like sandpaper. It's just like,
yeah, it's true.
Full on sandpaper.
Yeah, I've been pretty happy with. We use Teespring, which I think you do as well. And the tri-blend versions on there have been pretty good. Yeah, so, especially for something that's like print on demand. So it's been pretty nice to see. Yeah,
I was always when I do a new shirt for Teespring, I always go to the third one up, which is like they got like regular tee, comfort tee, and then premium tee, and I'm like, give me the premium, because that's the one that feels good on my skin. I have sensitive skin. That's what it is. No, I like kind of
lotion on its skin.
Yes, lotion in Nebraska.
Yeah, that movie was on my list of shame up until this year. I'd never watched it, and
you never watched Silence of the Lambs?
Yep, I know.
Oh, we all have like
we all have them. No, don't get me wrong. I still have some movies on my list. I'm just like, I don't want to admit that I haven't seen these movies.
It really doesn't.
Yeah, I've got plenty of those.
Yeah, and so like you see
like
one of
so
those,
many Blu-rays that are just left unwrapped that I'm just like, I got to get to this at some point, and then just haven't yet.
It's only
what's the worst one? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
What's the worst one? I think the most egregious one on my list is the Indiana Jones trilogy. Like I've seen the fourth one, but I've never seen the good ones.
So offended.
Ow!
Oh man!
Ow!
Get the fuck out!
Oh no!
Trust me, I get it all the time. It's a running joke on our podcast.
Oh, you need you need to just
listen,
sit down and watch that entire trilogy.
I know.
I've
had the Blu-ray trilogy for years. Like right when it got released on Blu-ray, I bought it. I was like, yep, I need to watch this. And I've been like, it's been one of those things where I'm afraid to watch it. Like I'm afraid that it's been so long since it came out. I'm going to be a little desensitized and it's not going to hold up. And
I get that.
So
you know what I'm doing is I'm upgrading to the 4K. I'm upgrading to the 4K steel books that are coming out in a couple of months.
Yeah,
so,
nice.
Yeah,
because I'll tell you this. Where it falls down for me is I think Raiders is the best, but Last Crusade is my favorite.
There's something about I think it should Junior. You know what I mean? It's just that chemistry that Connery and Ford have. It's just so good.
It's the first one that I owned.
Yeah,
and it really is that. Well, I should have sent it to the Marx brothers. We named the dog Diana.
Yeah.
It's where I learned to do my Connery impersonation. Like the crappy Connery impersonation that I do. It's always
not that bad. It's
actually pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good.
But it comes from Last Crusade lines, because I just love it. And it is actually, I think, the most quotable of the Indiana Jones movies. And it's that banter between Ford and Connery. Like they just nail it. It's great. But I cannot believe that you've only seen. Did you see Crystal Skull in theaters? Was that
I
how
did.
it happened? Okay.
Yeah. So I was like,
Oof.
and it definitely wasn't the one to start
it was
that.
not. Well, let's just say, you know
what?
what? Let's just say it's all uphill from here. Okay.
Hope so.
Yes.
Even Temple of Doom.
Yeah.
Temple of Doom.
Hey, I like Shorty. You know, Indy. I mean, he's
Dr. Jones.
Yes, Dr. Jones. That's right, Dr. Jones. Yeah, he's great. I mean, yeah, there's some moments where you kind of go, oh, you know, but you know, there's like a couple of moments. Yeah.
All these references. I'll get them one day.
Yeah, you'll get them. Yeah, and then you know you're gonna see Indiana Jones do a fucking boss move at the end of that thing. He just goes, "Fuck it." I'm not gonna say what it is. You guys know what it is in Temple.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It's okay. Yeah. You can spoil it, man. It's my fault for not having seen it by now.
But there are so many. There's so many lines. Like I've seen a shit ton of movies in my life. I really have. It's funny to me when I quote movies, especially with people like my geek friends that I've met through doing the podcast and YouTube and stuff. And it's amazing even when I quote movies and they go, "I'm sorry, I don't get that," and I'm just like, what the hell, man? I was in a group chat the other day where I literally went, "It's people. Soylent Green is people." And literally there's only one other person in the chat who knew what I was talking about. And I just went, what the? I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. I make a Charlton Heston
don't know. Yeah.
You don't understand. And literally my response was, watch some damn movies.
Yeah. It's pretty much what.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I mean, you don't know what it's like too. Sometimes with me, like just hanging out with regular. It's funny too because you know, I mean, one of the I guess you could say one of the origin stories of Film Junkee is the reason why that stuck is because anytime that people were like needed to know, like, oh wait, so and so was in that one movie, I'd be like, boom, you know, and I would just say it, you know, and I'd be like, it would even be movies that I'm like, I barely remember that, but I remember who's in it. Or like I didn't even seen that, but I know who's in it. You know, it's just there's that just never ending of I know who's in that. I even might know who directed that, or blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
you know, there's a lot of
college. 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon was a great game because I can do this. I can play this game.
There was like a stretch where my friends were challenging me to. They would say hey, try to fucking Oprah and Chuck Norris, go. And I would just go, and I would just be sitting there. Everybody's talking. I'm like, and I'm just like I'm like Charlie Day with all the, I got it. And then I would say it and be like, how the fuck? I mean, you're still thinking about that? Yeah. It's like, yeah, I was. You put a challenge. I connected with 6 Degrees. I connected Chuck Norris and Oprah. I think I did, and I can't remember exactly how I did it, but I did somehow. I'll have to see now. I'm going to think about that and be like, oh, it was this.
Probably, you know, you could do color purple because that way you get Oprah. It's got to be color purple because you can get Oprah to Danny Glover.
Yes, that's.
And I'm sure that's the path.
That was the path I took with Oprah. So
yes, the dodgeball connection, the cameo in dodgeball, like that opens the door to a lot of people. So.
I think it was. I either went to dodgeball connection or I went. And then maybe I was even trying to connect it to. I don't remember if you guys remember a movie called Sidekicks with Jonathan Brandis.
Yeah. Yes.
That's a great little 80s or not 80s, early 90s movies. I think I was trying to connect something with that because I think the girl in that was like in the second Rambo. There's like something like that. The girl the woman that's in that plays like the Brandon's teacher, who's like part of the competition. She was like in the second Rambo movie, and I think I connected it. So I was starting to try to connect it with that or something. I don't know.
Another good one that's 90s is Wild Things.
Oh yeah,
because you can get it with Matt Dillon, Denise Richards, and Nev Campbell.
Yep.
Like that's a Meg. Do you know this movie I'm talking about?
You haven't seen? Oh, you haven't heard?
Oh, you need to see Wild Things.
It's a good movie. I mean, there's reason
of our
I would
adolescence.
probably like it more, but I mean, it's but it's actually a really good movie. It's got
actually, it's like you think it's going to be this trashy movie, but then you watch it and you're like, oh no, you're smart. People didn't actually watch it and give it credit for like it's a really good thriller.
Yeah, it's a good thriller because everybody was talking about the sex scene, and it's like
exactly, yeah.
Everybody talks about that, and Nev Campbell and Denise Richards making out and stuff like that.
Kevin Bacon hanging dong.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
there's a Don. You know what? That man is. You know, I respect that man. He does not. He's not afraid to just like show it off. Even in Hollow Man, he was like, you know, you didn't see it full on, but I mean, he was like walking around bare assed, and it was like the heat vision part, and it's just like he didn't care. He was totally okay with his situation. Got to respect Kevin.
Hollow Man is one of those that I think is I don't know. It's one that I always loved, but I don't feel like it's widely accepted.
It's not, and it should be. I think it's, you know, when it came to the new Invisible Man, I thought that was great. You know, what Lee Winnell did, you know, to update that. But then I always go, but you know what? Hollow Man was a really good, you know, interpret. Have you seen it, Meg? Have you seen Hollow Man? Yeah, you should. It's another one. Put it on your list.
Write them down.
Yeah,
So,
it's really good. I mean, that was
Verhoeven?
they were using some pretty good technology. What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I think isn't it Paul Verhoeven?
I'm double checking on that.
Might be. Sounds like it would be. It sounds like
it
it
is.
sounds familiar to me. But yeah, it's got a good cast too. Elizabeth Shue and Josh Brolin are in that.
Yes.
What was that other one you said?
Wild Things.
Yeah, there you go.
There you
Sorry.
go.
Hmm.
See,
Don't bother with the sequels. Those were cheap.
Oh,
made
Jesus
for
Christ! I know.
Those are
It's the same
terrible.
thing with the American Psycho sequel.
Oh my God, I
Jesus
know.
Christ. I hate it. And now they're going to supposedly do a TV show, and I'm going,
Yeah.
well, I mean, do you guys realize what?
Just leave it alone.
The
Just
scene,
leave it
like
alone.
what, you know, the end of American Psycho, you get what was going on there, right? That he was just fucking crazy, and he didn't really do. Okay. Yeah.
By the way, you were right, Paul Verhoeven for
There you
Hollow
go.
Man.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, there's some good stuff in there. Some good CGI in there. That's for damn
It was, man. It was really impressive,
and for
especially for the time.
2000, not bad. And of course,
I just remember
Elizabeth
that camera move when the girl's like getting dressed, and it was like one of the first instances where the camera like goes in front of the mirror, and it was like impressive because they were able to, you know, do it without having the camera in the mirror, and so it was like a big like, oh man, how did they do that?
I was
yeah.
thinking Elizabeth Shue, and I always think about The Saint.
Oh,
Val
yeah.
Kilmer.
Val Kilmer. Love
That's
that movie.
Oh,
Simon?
Meg, write that down.
Write that one down too, because all you're gonna do is you're gonna swoon over those two. You're gonna swoon over Val Kilmer because
What was
Val
it called?
Kilmer.
The Saint. It's a American film adaptation of a British TV show that starred Roger Moore, the third James Bond.
Mhm.
Fun trivia: Roger Moore has a cameo in the movie.
Nice.
Yeah, that was a movie that was when you know, before we had all this streaming technology and everything at our fingertips. That was almost appointment viewing when it came. You know, remember that term, appointment viewing. For any time that The Saint was on HBO, I was like, oh, I love that movie, and I would always watch it anytime.
I saw it in theaters.
Oh,
That was a
yeah, I did.
that was a movie I went to the theater to see, and it's another one of those that you just go, Val Kilmer was a good actor,
Dude.
and
Because
that's one of those movies that I feel like no one appreciated. It's a cool mid-90s spy movie.
so good. Like,
But-
yeah, because he has to play all these different characters, and all his characters are named after saints. That's the whole.
That's
you know,
that's the MacGuffin of it.
Yeah, that's
is-
the whole thing. And then, you know, he gets involved with this woman who creates this cold fusion technology, and of course, those silly Russians.
The Russians.
Yeah, the Russians, they want to, you know, destroy it and destroy her, or kill them. And yeah, so he's like in these different characters, and you know, and there's some elaborate makeup too. There's one in particular where he's like this old man with a comb over and buck teeth, and it's pretty good.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Batman Begins. Do you remember the hobo that goes the?
Yes.
That's a nice quote. You know, the one that Bruce Wayne gives his coat to. He plays. He's the bad guy in The Saint. Like,
Oh, wow.
that's what I know him from. The first time I ever saw him was in The Saint as the head antagonist. There's even a scene where Val Kilmer disguises himself to
what's
look
his
like him, and they're on screen at the same time. It's fabulous. It's really good. It's good mid-90s spy thrill. I mean, it's just there to be a popcorn good time.
Mhm.
Just do yourself a favor and watch it.
I wrote
one
it down.
night.
I literally.
It's a good
And
movie.
you feel all the cool like old school 90s technology, you know, the internet the way it was back then, you know, when it came to spy
It's
stuff.
like watching the first Mission Impossible movie. with
Yes,
Tom Cruise.
I was just about to say that, Scott. Thank you.
Yes.
Because there's just something about like that kind of technology where it's like the internet wasn't exactly the internet yet, but yet they were using it, spy stuff, and there was just like, yeah, because like in Mission Impossible, when he's going to those threads or those blogs to try to find Job.
Well, the chat rooms, yes.
Chat rooms. It was just like, you watch that now, you're going, holy shit, that's the way it was. Wow.
I still argue. I think Fallout is the best made Mission Impossible movie, but I will die on the hill that first Brian De Palma Mission Impossible movie is my favorite.
Well, because
it was old school espionage. Yes. It felt like a post Cold War thriller, while from Mission Impossible 3 on, they became action movies, while the first one felt like a spy movie.
Yes. Well, it felt like a Mission Impossible movie because you had the Phelps, you had all the, you had everything going for it. I mean, it really felt, when you see them actually perform, like, it all ends up going where, like, Ethan Hunt's like, oh, is he this mole or whatnot? But there's so many good, that scene in the CIA, room where he's, Jesus Christ, how do you do that? First off, it's so quiet. You're just on the edge going, huh, what the fuck? It's so quiet. Somebody make a noise, and it's just, my God. It's so tense, and you got to love those Brian De Palma Dutch tilts, man.
God.
That's the one that I've seen the least out of that franchise. It's the first one.
Really?
Unfortunately.
Okay. The one that I have seen the least.
Everybody's shocked. I know.
Including Anthony, who just showed up right now.
Anthony!
Hey.
It's time for me to go, guys. See ya.
I know that shirt. That shirt has a special place in my heart. You know why, Anthony?
Why?
Dude.
It's okay. He's old, you guys.
He interviewed the man.
I was wearing that shirt when I interviewed the man.
Yes. That is one of the best shirts, I think, out of the whole collection. That was my favorite.
It's great.
And it's so cool.
Yeah, it is. I love it. What's going on, guys?
How you doing? Look at everybody lights up, when you're the live chat with all the fire.
Oh, shit.
Every time you show up, look at that.
It's almost like that's his catchphrase.
It's almost like that's connected to you somehow.
Yeah. I don't know why.
All I know is the last time I was on Anthony's show and we talked to Transformers, there was a lot of fire going on.
A lot of fire.
God, that was so much fun.
I was listening to you guys backstage just now, and the actor that we were talking about who had the nice coat and shit. He was also in like Mission Impossible 2. He played that doctor.
Yes.
Yes, Mission Impossible 2. He was in Snatch. I forgot his name, but his nickname was the Bullet Dodger. I'm like, somebody the Bullet Dodger. I cannot. It was like right there, and then it left my brain because I love that fucking movie, but I cannot remember what his name is. But I am
going to have to get this actor's name because
he shows up anytime they need a Russian. He's just
Okay, here I can't even pronounce his name. It's Lada Serbejina.
Oh yeah, that guy.
That dude.
But he's that dude. He's that Russian, and anything that needs a Russian, he's the guy. And I don't know. It's like, and wow.
Was he in one of the John Wick movies?
I think he might have been in the first one.
Was he in the first one? He might have been.
I think he was the main villain in the first one.
Yeah.
I'm looking this up because I think you are. I think you're right. I gotta double check this though.
Unless I'm mistaking him.
The main villain in the first. I don't know if he was the main villain. You talking about the kid's dad? That
was he? No, that was a different dude.
Maybe not.
Yeah, was a different dude.
Similar.
Different
they
Russian.
have a similar kind of cadence. And but
he was in Taken 2.
There. Okay, so there you go.
There you go.
Okay.
But yeah. Somebody finally, I was like, his name is Boris, not Boris. 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 That made sense. Boris the Bullet Dodger. Yeah. That sneaky fucking Russian. Yeah. You guys haven't seen Snatch. Have you seen Snatch? Have you?
Yes.
I know that's on my list of movies. This is the Guy Ritchie movie,
oh my
right?
gosh, I'm gonna need another piece of paper.
Yeah. That's my favorite Guy Ritchie movie right there.
Yeah.
When it comes to Guy Ritchie movies, I still need to see Snatch, and I still need to see Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels.
Yeah, you definitely did. See, there's your bad.
There you go.
That's all right.
Those are those two movies. Like, look. Brad Pitt is so good in Snatch.
Oh my God.
They have to give him subtitles for when he talks because he's a pikey. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Yes, it's
and then it's Jason Statham not kicking anyone's ass. I mean,
no,
he's literally he's not boring. He's funny as hell. Yeah. But like, but he's not fighting anybody. Like he's just a dude that's going around trying to find a bare knuckle boxer to be in this fight, and it's pretty much it. I mean, he's got his buddy with him and that's it. But I mean, he's got some of the best lines, because that sarcasm, that sarcastic British humor, it's just like, when somebody approaches him, it's like, hey, what's in the car? And he's just like, seats and a steering wheel. It's just like that. It's so instant, so quick, and I'm like, yes, love that sarcasm.
Yeah. And the other thing that another movie kind of in the thing is Matthew Vaughn's Layer Cake. Have you seen that
with Daniel
Craig and Sienna Miller and Colm Meaney and Michael Gambon? I mean, that's a good one. Meg,
write it down, Meg.
Write it down, Meg.
That's another one that I own, but I've never watched.
We're just joking with you. You don't have to.
No.
I
really watch those movies.
Yeah, no, I want to. What's it called again? Sorry.
Layer Cake.
It's a good one too. You would almost think that that was a Guy Ritchie. It almost feels like a Guy Ritchie.
That's the incredible thing about it is that it's like one of Matthew Vaughn's first movies, but it feels like you're watching a Guy Ritchie movie.
100% does, yeah. And that was when everybody's going, wait. Oh yeah, Daniel Craig could play Bond. I mean, he kind of carries.
No, dude, that's like his audition.
Oh yeah, that was his audition.
Bond is that movie?
Oh yeah, totally, 100. Yeah. Big time. So yeah, you got a nice. I mean, your list is going to probably even increase. Hopefully, when we go off on these tangents, when we we talk about WB and then go, hey, remember this movie?
I know. I literally bought this notepad, so like when I'm on streams with people and they mention something that I have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, I can write it down.
Wow, that you're going to be. Man, you're gonna need a notebook that's like just me, Meg. I mean,
I know. I'm just gonna name. I'll get like ones that'll say like Dave, Scott, Anthony, everyone. Just everyone will have their own
suggestions. No, but back to the whole Warner Brothers thing. I mean, like I said, I don't know about the whole Cavill thing, and it doesn't seem like that. I think it's just people are just kind of going, looking way too into it. Like I said, I didn't really look into it. Yeah, and it's kind of, and then when it came to those, those two articles, they're stupid. I mean, first off, like I said, it was shitty. Like, what are you doing? You're going to put it, on Cavill's birthday. It's like, what?
Yeah, like you couldn't have waited. Like you do it the day before, like the day after. Like that would still be shitty to do, but at least it's not on his birthday, man.
Yeah. Well, Legendary does that great tweet where it's like, hey, Batman. Superman's also the world's greatest detective, and it's like him as Superman and as Sherlock Holmes.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
Which,
that
by the
really
way,
cute.
if you haven't seen Enola Holmes on Netflix,
I still have it.
Oh, it's really good.
It's adorable.
It's really cute.
It's really cute, and
that's what
I like Millie Bobby Brown. Like I enjoy her, and I'm a huge shock to no one that I'm a huge Sherlock Holmes fan. But he does a great job. He's not your.
He's really funny.
He is really funny because he's got that dry Holmes to him. Yeah.
I mean, you see that in Man from U.N.C.L.E. Like I remember going to watch that, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I remember going out, coming out of that movie, and I was telling my female friends and my mom who loves Henry Cavill. I'm like, "You need to watch this movie.
You're great taste."
Yeah. I'm like, you'll see it. I mean, it's kind of hard to get past like, oh yeah, that's Superman because he does look like Superman in a suit, but he doesn't sound like him. He's like witty and quick and just like quippy and stuff like that.
I think you replied to someone today, and I saw it about how like they're saying that he's like not a good actor or something like that.
Yeah.
He's a great actor.
Some fucking asshole. Well, no, I responded because somebody was talking about like, Henry Cavill should go to the MCU. And I'm like, no, he doesn't need to go to the MCU. He can handle his own. He's got his own franchise right now. He was, and then somebody was like, no, only Snyder made him famous. He needs Zack Snyder or something like that. And I'm like, show some fucking respect, dude. He can handle his own.
Dude, I watched him on how many seasons of The Tudors before
my
he
God.
ever cast as Superman?
It's my favorite Henry Cavill thing.
Whoa, even more than Superman?
When I was really young, like The Tudors was like my jam, dude.
Yeah.
See, The Tudors, I discovered the Tudors was coming on, like my wife, when we were dating, introduced me to The Tudors, and it became the thing that we would watch together. Of course, it has Natalie Dormer in it, which is, no skin off my nose. So
she's all right, I guess. I mean, there's something about those very, very seductive eyes that she has. Oh my God.
They're smart.
Jeez. Yeah. So then, there's a trade-off. You got, she's got Cavill to look at, you got her to look at. So it's a good trade-off. But yeah, my mom,
he's great in that show.
Yeah, my mom knew who Cavill was before I did. She was like, "Oh yeah, I watched him on Tudors." I'm like, "What's Tudors?" And I was like, "What?" I didn't know what it was, but yeah, she was. See, my mom's always been like about Cavill, even pre-Superman. I'm like, oh, there you go. When I was calling him Henry Cavill when he got Cavill.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, you can go back and watch that episode, and I'll be like, "Yeah, Henry Cavill." I have no idea who that guy is, but
I guess the point for me, Dave, is that when we talk about these articles and we just talk about the Twitter drama, it's like, listen, Warner Brothers just screwed the pooch more times than I can even keep up with at this point. My point though is that the fans or the Twitter warriors, it's like, guys, we know.
Yeah,
we know, like you don't, it doesn't have to be a daily production about what's going on, because if anyone cares to know what's going on, it is known, like it, and the people who don't want to accept it are not going to accept it just because you're making a production. In many cases, the problem is that you making a production of it, it's what's making people more hard-lined about not wanting to accept it because they just don't like you.
Yeah.
So they want to push back against the idea or the story simply because you're right, Mama Film Junkie.
Heck yeah.
Simply because they don't like you.
Yeah.
And it becomes you're not being the ambassador that you think you're being.
Yeah.
And I'm just tired of it. I'm just like,
I agree.
I don't have the bandwidth for it anymore.
Yeah. But you know who loves it? Absolutely loves it? Stephen Colbert. He loves the shit. He loves the drama.
All about it.
Yes. That's why he showed up. He's they're talking about it. Yeah.
All day, every day. Actually, no, the reason I showed up is because I wanted to tell everyone in the chat to hit the like button and give you a thumbs up. You're under 100 thumbs ups on the likes on this video.
Oh, how
unacceptable.
And there's over 200 people watching. Like, what are you doing, guys? Like, you're sitting in the chat and like not clicking on the upvote or the thumbs up or whatever button, like down in the balls area. Go do it. All at the same time right now.
Wow, it's been so long since I've heard that. Oh man.
I know. I don't say that enough anymore. I don't like in the balls area. Yeah, I need to do that.
That's how you know I'm an OG.
Exactly. That's how I know. That's how I know. I used to say that all the time.
And hey, I was OG enough to get him to bring the slamming into the door drop back.
Oh, I know, right? We brought that back. I mean, if it wasn't for Scott, I would not have brought that
Broughton. Really?
I know. I said that. I'm sorry, teacher. I mean, it totally warranted that.
Yes, it did.
Yes.
Remember
I said Broughton, I was like, shit.
Remember I was talking a while back about the squirt drop or whatever, and you're like, what are you talking about? I think that I went back and I found a video with it. I think it was Magic Mike. Is that what it was?
Yeah. That's right. I did. Oh, I should. Could you imagine if I fucking brought that to JusticeCon with Joe?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh God.
No, because there was one video.
A caterpillar. I'm sorry.
There was one video where I actually had that where like I cut to it and I added the as he launches the.
Oh, I feel like I once saw
water out of the bottle.
I feel like I once saw you hit it like 10 times in a row, and it's just like.
Oh, I think I did. Yeah, in some video I freaking just like that. Oh man. Now, see, I need it. That's right. I need to bring that. Yeah.
And
That's
Steven just ducked out. He's
Then
like,
he's
my
gone.
work here
He's
is
like,
done.
that's all I needed to hear.
He did. He's
And I'm
like,
gone.
good night, you all. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
It's like Edward R. Murrow. Good night and good luck.
I realized how
Yeah.
over here.
Trust me, like there was like I mean when it came to things that I wanted to talk to Joe about, and one of the things I was going, okay, got to bring up Metallica, and the fact of the matter is, in that scene in Magic Mike, he's wearing a Metallica shirt.
Yeah, he is.
But I didn't want to bring up that scene. Where he's like, trying to taunt the girl behind the counter and stuff like that. Steven, I don't know if your mic was meant to still be on.
Yeah. Are you wrestling? Are you wrestling?
All right. I was just worried. I was like, you got a hot mic, Steven. Don't say anything.
Oh yeah, no, I left it on purpose.
Yeah. Oh man. No, but yeah, okay. So welcome, Steven. Now you can get your input.
Thanks.
You can put your input in about for about 6 seconds about what you think about Warner Brothers, and then go off and talk about some movie you like. That's basically the
Timer
thing.
starts now.
Yeah, sure. Well, we only got like 20, 26, 26.
No.
Likes.
Refresh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
for
saying
some
26
reason-
more than there were before.
Okay, when I refresh, I see 87. So we're
Yeah,
good.
it was 113 now. There was 87 before. So I'm
Okay,
just wondering.
No,
like-
like for some reason, sometimes it doesn't update. Yeah, fully. Like it's
You guys, those are amateur numbers. Pump it up.
It's my hype man right here.
I liked it.
Thanks.
No, I think I was in the lobby hearing Scott talk about most of what he was saying, and I think that's kind of like the nails right on the head. And of course the spin that is going there. There's a number of people who have like made it their brand to like fight for this now because they either want credit or because that's what gives them an audience or attention or likes and retweets or whatever. And like that's fine, whatever. But there's going to be a narrative now of like, oh well, you're giving up, or you're like, imagine if we had listened to you, we never would have gotten the Snyder cut in the first place because all you want to do is move on. It's like, no, like this is an entirely different territory, and the point, like the fans have done a lot.
I think I got that today too. Somebody was saying, why are you like giving up on more films? I'm like, what?
No, nobody's.
Go ahead,
I mean,
Steven.
yeah, well, it's like there's, and so that's what's going to be like frustrating about even having this conversation, is that is going to be a part of it, and it's like I'm not even going to engage in it. I think because I have nothing to like.
Well, it's like you see it now with like people, like they're literally calling people out for not like hashtagging, or like if they're like excited for one movie out of the entire Warner Brothers slate. It's like ridiculous. They're like calling you like a fake fan or corporate shill. That's my favorite.
Well, right. Well, and that's where I think that you're going to see there is a I hate using the term like split in the fandom or like whatever. But there is a contingent
schism and sound really fancy.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah, but I think part of the reason I don't like any of those words is because it implies a like 50-50 thing or like a civil war or something, when really we're talking about like a splintering, maybe
a
like
fracturing.
Yeah, where there are elements of the fandom who they joined because of the attention they were getting because of it, or they built their following because of it or whatever. And it's funny because like people accuse like me and Dave of this all the time, when like this is something we've been doing this for more than a decade, I think, at this point, or a decade ish, and we're going to continue doing that with we're going to continue covering movies and stuff we like, and there's a lot of other people that are going to do that too. Scott, like literally you have to like what are you going to do? Be like, I'm not talking about any future DC movies until they release Justice League 2 and 3, like no, and you want, I mean, like there's stuff that maybe you're less excited about it than you would be, but like there's legitimately stuff in there that's kind of interesting to talk about.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I feel like when it comes to this, and Tim and I have had these conversations because we're wrestling with it, man. I mean, it's like it's hard because it's like it's amazing how like May 2020. Our hype was back. Our energy was back. We've talked about how the show almost went away, and the May 20, like, and then fandom and like everything like got our juices flowing. And then damn, that Sarnoff article came and just like, well, screw you too. Like,
Yeah.
it's like I'm getting sick and tired of getting flicked off for
Yeah.
being a fan. And right now, of all the things, of the things that are actually happening, let alone the things that like are just theoretically happening, because we've seen how that works in this franchise, is I got Robert Pattinson's Batman that I'm sorry, you're gonna have to work really hard to come with hype for that.
Don't apologize for that.
Because I'm not apologizing.
Like
I'm just like,
no, but like legitimately, the fact that you're talking about this and you feel like you need to apologize for being hyped for a Matt Reeves directed, Robert Pattinson starring Batman movie that is like separate from the DCEU in a way, like the Joker, where he's got like the closest thing we've had to like outside of Snyder and Nolan is going to be the Matt Reeves Batman movie, and
go back and watch that trailer. That
exactly
there are elements about that movie that
I do that twice a week at least.
Yep.
But the thing is that, like, you watch that trailer, I'm going to get a Batman movie in a way that I have never had a live action Batman. To this day, I am a broken record. But dude, if I can finally get a noir detective Batman, I will be so happy.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of hyped for Black Adam just because.
Yes, me too.
The Rock. I'm sorry. Dwayne Johnson entertains me.
Well, like the entire cast too, right? Like it's such a big, diverse
Pierce
cast.
Brosnan is Dr. Fate.
Yeah.
How do you not?
If you're going to talk about it in the context also of like I'd say I think like the one that's hardest to be excited for is like the Flash.
Yeah.
Right? Because of the problems with Ray Fisher, the nature of like there's the
what are they doing with
over
it?
how cynical or like how petty are they going to be with like the multiverse time travel, because like what they're doing with the multiverse feels like endless possibilities except for Snyder. And so if that is their philosophy of what the multiverse is, then what is the Flash movie going to be? But also like you've got a bunch of Snyder guys working. I mean, he obviously Ezra is involved in it. He fought
DJ is doing
DJ special effects.
And these aren't just like people who have credits on Snyder's movies. These are like Snyder's like inner circle. And so like if they're working on it, like screw anybody that's gonna like come at you for being excited about it. Like
like you shouldn't have to say I'm excited, but like, just be excited.
Like some of Zach's best friends are doing work on the movie. It is possible, I think, to be critical without like being scorched earth about everything.
Well, it's not fair to the Muschietis, man.
No, and the Muschietis, and I'm sorry, I love there it is. There's that sorry thing that I got to shut up and stop saying, because the It movies, those things are fantastic.
They are.
And it doesn't mean you need to, like, for anybody who's like just can't swallow it. Like, I get it. Like, it's very hard for me to like look at the Flash and outside of like some elements that I'm really curious about and some, maybe that could be cool. There's things about it that hypothetically could work, but it's really hard because of the nature of it. I understand that some people can't get past that, and that's fine. This is like nobody's like there will be some people, but like I don't think anyone here today or tonight is like trying to shame anyone about like if you don't support these other movies, you're not a like. I guess it all comes back to like who is trying to decide who is the true fan of anything.
I have no problems. I have no problems with anyone who is hyped or has no interest whatsoever. Dude, you do you. Like, I get it because I don't even know where I land. Like, I am literally taking this on a movie by movie basis of Robert Pattinson's Batman. Dude, I'm all in for that one.
Yeah,
Black Adam. That sounds fun.
And you look at the nature of those two also compared to something like The Flash, is that those exist not in opposition to maybe the Batman a little bit more, but they exist in against the grain of the rest of the DCEU in a way that I think is key in terms of who has creative control and who's been pushing for creative control, and like questions about why they took so long to develop and etc. And it's because Matt Reeves wouldn't just do what Warner Brothers wanted, and he wanted to carve out his own thing that I think in and of itself separates it from the rest of this. Yeah, sure, it's uncomfortable that this at one point was going to be a Ben Affleck movie, But I don't think Matt Reeves, Robert Pattinson, or most of the people involved in the movie have anything to do with that. That was a botched deal by Warner Brothers. Affleck wanted to leave like during the production of Justice League. It's not like Matt Reeves came in and forced him out. Ben was done, and they needed a new Batman director, not even for the same movie. Like, and I think people's refusal to admit that Affleck was as gone as he was is part of that reason that they believed for so long that it was like a younger Batman movie until eventually Affleck finally says he's gone, and it's like now they're changing. It's like no, this is what it was the whole time.
And I think that goes back to the reading comprehension concept of we found out on this date. That's not when the decision was made. Right. The decision was made months and months prior. That's only when they decided to go public with it. Too many people still operate under the guise that the moment we hear about it is the moment that it happened. No, that's not how this works at all.
How many times have you heard somebody was cast in a movie that's going to be out in 3 weeks? That's happened many times. Like, so-and-so is going to be in Black Widow. It's like, well, and then people go like, well, wait a minute. And like, yeah, that's
well, like, for example, this is going to be the hard one. Look at the Cavill news today, or not today, but recently. Yeah. Now go back 2 years, how long? 3 years, where the like, what was the Cavill's future uncertain or whatever that original article was?
Yes.
Like, now he's the only thing he's been in since then is Justice League, which he didn't shoot anything new for, or is Zack Snyder's Justice League, which he didn't shoot anything new for. He didn't participate in reshoots. He didn't do the Shazam cameo. Like, he has done no work for Warner Brothers since the Joss Whedon reshoots, and now it looks more than ever like they're pushing him out. And that's not to say like just swallow it and get over it. Like, I think fans. It's very clear that fans, and I would argue even that like the whole Snyder Cut movement is comprised of way more like Cavill stands than people will realize. And that if Warner Brothers had just greenlit a soft reboot Man of Steel 2 with Henry Cavill in 2018, it would have destroyed the Snyder Cut movement, because all the Cavill stands would have been like, okay, cool, I got what I want. And then it would have bought into this new franchise or whatever. So, but anyway, you look back at like how hard fans have fought back against, it's not official, he's not gone, he's not whatever. And it's like, well, it's looking like, we're not that far away from it kind of being a done deal, at which point now you've been harassing journalists for 3 years, the same way you did with Affleck, about how they were wrong about Cavill being out. And it looks like Cavill has been out the whole time. And that's just one of those things that I don't know if fans will ever learn from that.
And to Cavill's credit, he's continued to go get work.
Yeah.
He's gone. He did Mission Impossible. He did The Witcher. I don't really know when Enola Holmes filmed, but once again, the point was, sure, he wants to keep playing Superman, but until that day, if it ever arrives, he's going to go off and keep getting paid doing other stuff.
And that doesn't change the fact that how the whole thing was handled was not cool, and that like there shouldn't be some level of accountability for that. I don't think and people, I think, our whole like the news, I'm sure you guys were talking about it before I came on, about like the Black Superman stuff, that the studio has not and will not escape the optics that they are using this to whitewash. For, I guess, I don't know if there's lack of a better term or if that is the perfect term, using that as a shield against everything with Ray Fisher. And ironically, Black Superman has always, I was joked, it's always been there like, oh, bad PR, let's put out a Black Superman story. How many times was it rumored that Michael B. Jordan was going to be Superman over the past few years? And so now this movie, they're like, oh, there's going to be a first draft of the script due in December. So we're talking like this is a 2024 movie at the earliest, probably, if they get the script right and they greenlight it and they shoot it right away and have like a short production cycle. Like, we could get this movie in 2025 if everything goes smoothly. And like, since when did anything go smoothly with any of these productions?
Right.
And like, we're assuming like we know who Coates is, and are we expecting him to? Are we expecting the studio to give him everything he wants in the script? Or is he
No,
gonna,
that's the thing. It's like, have you read the man's work?
he's gonna
Like-
push for some things they don't want, and he's gonna push, and like who know, like this very well could blow back in their faces if he's like, I see what Ray Fisher was talking about now. Like who knows? Maybe they're too far up a river without a paddle, and they're just gonna have to swallow whatever, like their pride with that movie. But like, I don't know. I'm this whole thing started with I think Dave said Steven will talk on this for 6 seconds.
And then we're going to talk about the movies that you love.
Yeah.
We're gonna,
Yeah. Just veer off and talk about a movie you love. No.
But
something Meg has to put on her list.
Yeah.
I've got it right here. So.
But I think that the whole thing started though because there's a number of fans who I think, like Scott was mentioning, are just like campaign all day, every day, and we're at a point where, like, the Snyder Cut is out, and the Snyder Cut. I mean, look at it this way: the numbers that we have that are the closest to accurate are that like 3.7 million people.
3.7, yeah.
In the US, I believe on HBO Max.
Yeah.
Have seen the movie, and obviously there's like China where you've got like we're over like 200 million now, or 300 million, something like that, I think, which is insane. But I don't know anything about those numbers, and it's China, so who knows? But you've got at least in the US, you've got 3.7 million people. The highest trend event was 1.5 million, and that was with, you know, fans never seem to include the fact that there's people who are tweeting the hashtag
Multiple
50 times,
yeah.
100 times in a day, and there's a ton of those people. That's not to say that 1.5 million isn't impressive. It's super impressive, but you compare that to like the reach of the movie, and at this point the volume that is the movie itself is the biggest argument for it. And you can campaign if you want to, but I think fans, because of the fact that the Snyder Cut happened, have this like, this is on our backs and we have to carry it over the finish line sort of thing. And we're talking a longer timeline than we were with the Snyder Cut. We're talking a way bigger ask than we were with the Snyder Cut. And the biggest weapon is not the hashtag. Like, the hashtag is important to like keep it in the conversation. Like, this is something that, you know, Warner Brothers isn't going to be able to escape even if it never comes out. I mean, I'm talking 30 years from now, I'm gonna have to explain to my grandkids why there's not a sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League, right? Like, this is going to be a legend no matter what.
Oh yeah. Sitting around the campfire being like
it's going to be a blight.
Let me
like,
tell you something.
Yeah, like it's just going to be one of those Hollywood stories of, let me tell you the reason that there's no sequel to one of, you know, and we know it's going to age well. All of his movies do, right? Mm-hmm. And so when people are one day like, man, I wish we would have got a sequel to that, it's like, oh, funny story. Like, there's nobody that's going to escape unscathed. But
let Papa tell you.
Yeah.
I was there.
You know who's going to help bring it
back
home?
in
You know who's going to help bring it
2021.
home? I think Uche is going to help bring it. Like, right? What's up, buddy? Get the shades on, looking like, hey, do your best Stevie Wonder, please. Yeah. There you go. What's going on, sir?
We can't.
Oh,
hear
your audio.
audio.
See, yeah.
At least he looks cool.
You look cool. That's for sure.
Nope.
But-
Still no audio.
Well, he's fixing that. I think the final point on that would be that what Scott said about the campaigning at a certain point turns people off is, and that's the thing that sort of happened with the Snyder Cut too, is there's a lot of people who would have just been like, take it or leave it, like, I'll be whatever, who became like anti-Snyder Cut in opposition to the just how loud and constant the push for it was. And it's also a polarizing thing, like within the Snyder fandom, where you ended up getting a whole bunch of people who are like, I love all of Snyder's movies, I even love BVS, but I don't want to spend I want to enjoy his movies and focus on other stuff that I enjoy, and not spend every single day campaigning for the Snyder Cut or the Snyderverse or whatever it happens to be. But as a result, then they're branded as this like lesser Snyder fan. And all of that, any kind of, I just encourage everybody to, like, anything that involves true fan or better fan or bigger fan and who's like, just disengage with if someone starts talking with that kind of language, it's masturbation. Like,
it's just like a non-argument. It
just
doesn't
disengage
matter.
with it entirely. That nobody cares, doesn't matter. You like what you like, and you spend your energy where you want to spend it. And there's people who out of an attempt to make themselves feel more important or feel better are going to say like, well, I'm still hashtagging even if you quit or whatever. Like, the fact of the matter is, Army of the Dead is going to come out in a week. And I'm hearing good things. And Army of Thieves is on its way, and I'm also hearing really good things about that. That's another I think if you've seen, you look at 300 and then 300 Rise of the Empire, how it's like, oh, even when Snyder produces it, or like Wonder Woman, it's like it still fits. Army of Thieves is very much in that vein compared to Army of the Dead. Then we're gonna have 2 Snyder anime series, and then there's got to be a sequel to Army of the Dead. I imagine they're gonna announce it right before or right after the movie comes out. Snyder even said in an interview that it ends on a cliffhanger. We're about to be in the middle of non-Snyderverse Snyder news dropping all the time, and Snyder new Stone, not just Snyder content, Stone Quarry content dropping all the time. New shows being greenlit, new shows to watch, new movies to watch, new movie news to follow. Snyder's going to go off in the woods to shoot, or in the forest in South America to shoot horse latitudes, and I got a hunch he's going to like take that to festivals and stuff. Like Restore the Snyderverse is great and awesome, but like as a Snyder fan, like where the party is at is gonna be in the future.
Hard fact.
Like starting in like 6 days.
Right.
That's kind of exciting, though. I mean, we haven't had
so
a non-DC Snyder directed movie in over a decade.
It's been a bit.
Exactly. Or an original. We haven't. The only original Snyder movie is Sucker Punch, and we're about to get a bunch more of those instead of IP that other people are trying to compare to. And like you want to talk about quote unquote real Snyder fans. I think if we're going to engage with that language, the real Snyder fans are the ones that are going to be celebrating all of the stuff that he's doing now and working on now and has coming out now, and the stuff that he is putting his energy into. What he told us on the set of Army of the Dead was like, I'm never going to tell people to move on. And like, I'm happy and proud of all these people doing this. And literally what he's like, so like, I'm supportive of it. And yeah, it feels like a black hole in my filmography. And so like, I'd love to see it. And who knows, stuff happens every day. Twinkle in his eye. And then like the day,
can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, we can hear you now. What's up?
This whole time I was wondering, I'm like, when do I talk? Because
Sorry,
you can hear me.
This is Steven. You just have to jump in.
Yeah, you just have to jump in.
No, I was listening to him.
Steven was on a good one. He was on a good one. That was a good,
Yeah, he was on a good roll there. I was gonna let him roll. I was just like, as soon as I get a little break in there, I just need to see if y'all can hear me.
No. You played your cards right, because that's what happens when he takes a breath.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How y'all doing? It's been a hell of a week, huh?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Like I said, it's an open party tonight. We're just bringing everybody in, and we even got one more person too. We got Mr. Enosh, Point Production.
What's up, Enosh?
What's up?
Joining the fun, joining the party.
So Uche, since you actually, we can hear you.
Yeah. Now I can actually contribute.
And you got a word in edgewise.
Yeah,
I mean, exactly. So speak.
Oh man. Oh my God. Where do I start? First off, I don't want a fucking black Superman movie. I'm sorry. I just don't. I mean, I didn't ask for that. I don't think any black folks are asking for a black Clark Kent. I mean, there's other black heroes you can look at. I mean, Jon Stewart is the quintessential black Superman for me.
He was there.
And we had that. And we had an opportunity to at least, get a preview, get a taste of that, and then maybe think about playing with it later on down the road. But I mean, this company continues to do things that just befuddle me in the most bizarre ways. I mean, how can you possibly think that of all of the moves that there are to make, I mean, if you're looking at it from a business standpoint, just purely like, hey, if we got $1 billion we can spend right now, how are we going to spend it? Well, we just dropped 3 major movies on our streaming platform. Arguably, one of them was actually a quality film. I mean, Mortal Kombat I liked, but I will never watch it again. And when I watch it, I will only watch the fights, and then I will stop watching it. Godzilla versus Kong, I only watched it once. I didn't have a desire to see it again. It was a great monster spectacle. I can understand people who love that kaiju shit, but for me, I need a little bit more, and I don't like humans in those movies, so I need it to be all about the fucking monsters. And
I think they tried their best to make that movie. I think they cut out a lot of the human stuff, which was good. I was like okay with it. Yeah,
which I'm fine with that. I don't have a problem with it. But those have always been one watch movies for me. I mean, I'm a comic book fan. Like my my true, like my essence of my attention to grab my attention span is all based in like comics and then that culture, you know, the geek culture. Like if you want me to watch, you got to give me something that I can vibe with. So of all those movies they dropped, we know that Zack Snyder's Justice League was probably the most, I would say, the most anticipated. We don't know the numbers, so we can't really judge it on a true, honest basis. Even if they, even if they said 1.8 million, 3.7 million, it doesn't matter to me because HBO Max won't come out and say what the numbers are, so it doesn't matter. It does not matter. We're just guessing. They're not accounting for international. International could put it above 10, 15, 20 million easily. Could do that, especially with it dropping in China. I mean, these are things that create a snowball effect of huge buzz. And what do I want to do if I'm a company that looks like we literally have no direction whatsoever? Like people are making fun of us now. We're floundering in the wind when there's an obvious option right in front of us. Well, if I'm a business person, I'm saying, hey, how can I monetize this stuff to the extreme? Even if I'm not going to bring back Justice League 1 or Justice League 2 and 3 right now, I got Deathstroke, I got Green Lantern, I got, I can go in different directions. Martian Manhunter, I can go with a litany of different avenues to try and create or try and capitalize a movie that a movie that has a lot of name recognition with characters that now kind of have more name recognition amongst, this comic book era that we're in, even though these are characters that are fucking like the gods of characters, like the characters of characters. How did it even get to the point where we got to make a comeback with Superman and Batman and like Wonder Woman? We got to have a comeback. Like they're an underdog right now.
Seriously, they are.
Like, how are they underdogs? How?
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. That's this.
If you're looking at it like that, what's the bigger risk? To go with what people like right now, or to think that, okay, you know what? We've got to be edgy. We've got to be daring. Clark Kent, but black.
No, I don't even think it was like edgy or trying to be like. I think they were just trying to be like, hey, we gotta be as woke as possible. We gotta let's really.
I mean, that's like some 1990s like black sitcom type shit. Like, what are you doing? No,
I've been rewatching Family Matters like crazy right now.
That's exactly what I was thinking of. Family Matters. I'm like, that's like some Family Matters.
You know what I want? Is where's my Blu-ray of the Meteor Man? Because
right,
you know what I mean? Like,
fucking A, man.
We made fun of this. We made fun of the notion that there was that you could. We made fun of that before we actually started, looking for our own like black heroes. We made fun of that.
Look at the movie that they're talking about making too.
Blank Man too. Sorry,
Blank Man. Like,
it's gonna be a black Superman written by Ta-Nehisi Coates. And
I hear, by the way, I don't know. I've never read a damn thing from him because honestly, people who think too hard on that type of shit, I'm like, yeah. You're going to turn everything I talk about into some type of overly intellectual like struggle that I didn't. Yeah. It's not that to me, but
I've heard it both ways. And so I think without like casting judgment on whether or not his philosophies or paradigms are right or wrong, I think the fact that it's polarizing is enough on its own.
It doesn't change where you just came from. You just came from polarizing.
Well, what happens? You're making a black Superman movie, and it's not just a black Superman, but it's a black Clark Kent, is what it sounds like they're going to do. And so, and they're talking about possibly making it a period piece,
which is like the worst case scenario.
Think about a period piece.
You know what? Yeah, Steven, your joke, like where it was going to take place, I thought was great. You said it's going to take place in 1978.
There's nothing that would cause me to walk out of a movie theater quicker than if I have to watch a black Superman, black Clark Kent fight the KKK. I'm literally going to get up and leave. Because now you're just playing with my intelligence. Like, what did you think this was going to be about? Of course, if you bring Superman back into a period piece, which, I mean, if it's not the 70s, it's got to be like in the look. They said they're going to make a black Clark Kent. Don't put it past them that they're going to put this shit in the middle of the civil rights movement. Don't put it past them.
Oh no, exactly. But that's what's so crazy.
But I mean, what's Superman going to do during the civil rights movement? Is he just going to go through and like Like kill everybody? Is it?
Man,
You know, I mean,
he's gonna be
he's
rolling
gonna
them
just
fucking
pick on
German
everybody,
shepherds out of there, boy.
throwing people apart. You know,
He's
I mean,
gonna
like
be swooping in, uppercutting German shepherds, and
why do you
throwing
need?
water
That's what I'm
hose
saying. Like, why do you need
over
Superman to
buildings
do
and
that? Is he
shit,
going to be
like,
wrapping the cops in the hoses
what are
and
they
stuff?
doing?
I mean, like, what the heck is he going to
in
do?
the hoses. In the hoses.
You know, seriously. I mean, like seriously. Do you need Superman to fight that battle? Wasn't that battle about like people rising up and being
Humans. It was
leaders?
about
That's why
humans.
Humans. That's a
the nature
human
of
story.
Well, and
That's
you
a
look at-
human story.
you add a black Superman into that time, and there's I'll
all
admit,
kinds of problems.
I think there is some very fascinating social commentary you could get from that angle. So I'm not
But I
going to
don't
say
want to hear that shit in the Superman movie. I don't want
Maybe
that
not.
in the
Well,
Superman
but
movie.
let's engage with it and say that like there's a fascinating story that you could tell there, though. Like for the sake of argument, what version of Superman have people been begging for forever? Like since Snyder took over Superman, they've been saying that what you need to make Superman is XYZ. It's hopeful and he needs to be smiling and he needs to be doing all these things. He needs to be
like all-star Superman.
So now imagine you have a period piece with a black Superman. Frankly, it doesn't matter if it's during the civil rights movement or in the 80s or in the 70s. There'll be different degrees of it, but you are still inciting some major racial implications.
Yeah, you're making that real heavy.
Having a black Superman and the society that is going to be inspired by him and how he is going to be interpreted socially in those movies. And you look at you go back to Man of Steel, and it's all about how he doesn't fit in society, and that's where that kind of tone comes from. And the people being resistant to being inspired by him or believing him to be a god, like going like both ways. And so I think that there is something interesting about having a black superhero character like that. Maybe it would be better as Calvin Ellis or someone else, or even Clark Kent for like the sake of a Brightburn level like social experiment. However, that's not Superman. People
That's
are begging.
not
Look.
I don't
Even if
need
you
my
do that,
Superman
even
movie
if
to
you
be
do that,
fucking
like every
heavy.
single person that says like that shows like these pictures of Superman smiling that are like, this is what Superman should be. Imagine how tone deaf it would be to make this Superman movie with that version of Superman.
That's
like
the point, though. Because I hear what you're saying.
Nazis.
I agree with you. There could be like an absolute fire story there, and I'm actually fine with hearing that. I mean, I love Elseworlds books. I love these multiverse stories and everything like that. But is that what you're really going to lead with? To launch your universe is an Elseworld story that you're saying doesn't exist in the greater scheme of things. Like that's what makes no sense about it. You're not elevating your characters that are already there that people can look up to that have these amazing stories already. It shows that WB doesn't have faith in the characters that are already established. They're throwing some other things at the wall to see if something sticks. And like I said, I'm fine with hearing that story, Stephen. I've talked about that this week. I think that there could be a story there. But like that's an Elseworld story. That's not a story that is going to be your main story going forward. So why launch with that? That's just weird.
I think that's an interesting point. However, I will add that I think there is an element of like reverse engineering the perspective a little bit with that argument.
Y'all are trying to make sense out of something that doesn't make any fucking sense.
Well, but also
listen,
like,
there's already two black Supermen.
Then
you have the milestone characters, which are black made, black paid. Why don't you use one of them? Icon is Superman for black people, like the literal version.
He is the milestone Superman. Like
yes,
that's why
his origin is has parallels with Clark Kent.
Also, you would hope that people, when they get inspired by these characters, then like for example, you introduce a John Stewart, you're going to get people going back and reading Hard Traveling Heroes, which is like such a great talk about like a great story about
Cosmic Odyssey
superheroes.
Well, that was my point. If you introduce Calvin Ellis. If you introduce Calvin Ellis or Val Zod or John Henry, if you introduce the actual black Supermen that have been in the comics, isn't that a plus for you? Because then people are going to see that and they're going to say, wait a second, I want to know more about that character.
Like, wait,
so now I have stories.
Existed.
I have stories that I can read about those characters. You mean they can put together books and they can put together graphic novels of those characters of their stories. Now I can go back and read that and watch that and spend my money.
It's kind of like Michael B. Jordan producing the Static movie.
It's going to be an original story. Like I would say in that respect, with the black Superman who has a what is it, Earth 23? He has like a vague backstory, like not vague, but he has a limited amount of backstory and storylines to go through. That's where you get a Ryan Coogler type director, or somebody who can write a story that they can adapt from some of the elements of his origins or his backstories and adapt a new story to fit along with it. Yeah. That's a more tailored story for this generation. That to me makes sense. That's where you get more unique returns in your investment, the way the Black Panther did. They brought a story that was unique to Black Panther, even though it still had its stitchings into the greater MCU. It was a more centralized story around the Black Panther.
It was actually quite a
himself.
It was actually quite a standalone story when you look at, except for having Bucky, Bucky
that was pretty
there.
much what connected it was Bucky, and
a couple of mentions that tied it to Civil War. It really was it blew up because it was actually a Marvel movie you didn't have to do homework for. You just could go watch.
You could just go watch
that movie.
I wasn't even a big fan of Black Panther. I thought it was okay. I thought it was a 7. Like in my head, it was a 7. Because there were some things they were a little lazy with, but
the final act was a little wonky.
You
want to talk about rubbery characters like we did at the beginning.
Or the CGI Rhino is my favorite.
For real. The simple fact that they created a little universe with it, though, like a little universe within the movie itself, I thought that was enough to give it, to be legit, for it to be legit. And that's the same way I would expect them to do a Black hero who isn't like Jon Stewart, who does have a ton of stories you can go through and find a way to make those work in the DCEU. But I mean, these motherfuckers, they don't even, it's like they took the poker out of the fire and just fucking mushed their eyes in with it and then sat down and started reading Shakespeare. Why is this so hard?
It's especially weird that in 2021 you would be developing a movie about Black Superman and not choose the version of the character that's inspired by Obama.
Right.
Like obviously that's going to be controversial also, but
at least you can say, hey, it's in the comic.
Anyone that's going to be down with this version of that's going to be really interested in the concept of a Black Superman, I feel like would resonate most with that version.
And also the Black Wonder Woman of that Earth that's based on Beyonce.
Yeah. You make a movie with them and imagine how that would like an Elseworlds movie with that. Oh, that would people go crazy for that.
There's an audience for that though. You know what I mean?
But the thing is like this stuff doesn't have any history. This thing that they're talking about doing has no history. So you can't go read the inspiration for this character.
They talk about
you can't read a comic, you can't watch it, but that's WB. They literally put all of their characters to the side, right? So Superman 3 comes out. Instead of putting Brainiac in that position, it's like, here's some unnamed computer thing, and we're gonna take Lex Luthor of it and put like this other guy, this Webster guy in there, and we're gonna make it all up as we go along. Superman 4 comes out. Instead of putting Bizarro in there, no, we're gonna make this Nuclear Man guy.
We need a big spider. We need a huge spider.
Huge spider. Yes, it needs a huge spider. Put the huge spider. Forget the characters. Forget the history.
I don't give a damn about Brainiac. Give me the spider. Put him in a cave with Superman.
And that spider ended up in Wild Wild West.
Wild Wild West.
Yes, it did.
Ended up
isn't that the fucking isn't that just how it is? Is that they're trying to do this old school Hollywood magic? Like the executive sitting in the big leather chair with the cigar, just pointing his finger saying, we're going to do it like this, and we're going to do it like this. And he has no idea what the fuck what they're even doing in the studio, filming by themselves. Like just those kind of executive decisions that they've been making for 80 years, where nobody, they knew the industry at a certain point where they could do that and it worked. But the industry's changed and somebody beat you to the punch and now you got to react. But you can't react by just like going back to things that are so are ancient in thought that it doesn't really like fit to where what the sensibilities of people are now. Like, come on, man.
They also confuse the difference between like iconic and popular.
Yes, they have iconic where MCU has popular.
Yeah, exactly. And you look like why is Black Panther outgrossing Superman? and Superman is more iconic of a character, but Marvel was more interested in making, like, they leaned on the popularity of what they had, whereas WB I think is very much like, oh well, Superman is iconic,
So
therefore
we should just make a movie and it should just be a billion.
Someone made a TikTok
Billion!
where they were like, they were like, WB, I want you to make my favorite, make movies about my favorite black hero. They're like, awesome, we're listening to our fans, we're gonna do exactly that. Here's a black Superman movie. And they're like, no, I said my favorite black hero. And they're like, yeah, we made it about your favorite hero.
Yeah, he's black Superman.
Like, no, I'm talking about Jon Stewart. Like, Jon Stewart is my favorite black superhero.
Nobody knows who Jon Stewart is. They know who Superman is. He's black now. Come on.
Like a Jon Stewart Green Lantern movie, man, that would kill. And the fact that they don't understand that is
who's this black guy in the green suit? Who is that? My daughter doesn't know who that is. She knows who Superman is, though. And if I tell her that he's got the Michael Jackson curl now, she's gonna love it.
Well, and this is the conversation that's been going on since 2011. Because I remember when Kevin Smith interviewed Neil Adams on Fat Man on Batman, and there was a discussion back during the making of the Ryan Reynolds movie about the fact that this generation doesn't know who Hal Jordan is because they grew up on Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, where Phil Lamar was Jon Stewart. So when they got introduced to the Green Lantern character, Jon Stewart was their Green Lantern because that's who they were watching on Cartoon Network. And it's a weird thing to think about, but that's the things that no one wants to. The decisions that are being made aren't thinking about who's the audience right now. Who is either A, the one who has the money to go and buy the ticket at the movie theater, who wants to go see a movie, or who's the person who's going to be demanding the person who does have the money to take them to go see these movies. And there doesn't seem to be this understanding that, yes, Jon Stewart, as an example, and just because he's a relevant example right now, yes, he's only been around since the late 70s with Hard Traveling Heroes and Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams, but it's like we're not remembering the fact that you've got the cartoon series that influenced a hell of a lot of people across multiple generations. Plus, if you go to Arrowverse television, they've been fucking teasing it for years with David Ramsey. You know, the whole point is that they've been trying to build up to, we took a character that literally we named John Diggle because it was a nod to the writer and the artist of the Green Arrow book that we're basing this on. And then they introduce seasons later, oh, he has a military stepfather named Stuart, so that by the final episode of Arrow, he can open a box that's glowing green. And we're still waiting. I mean, there are Green Lantern fans who are still waiting on a fucking payoff of that as far as the Arrowverse is concerned.
They have blue balls or green balls, maybe. I don't
No,
know.
look, man, look.
No, they have blue balls too because Ted Cord's been mentioned forever.
Well, somebody's going to have to go
DC
film that on their
animation.
driveway too, because
DC
they're not going to allow
animation.
that either, because
I
they
know,
can't allow anything to take over this HBO
There's
thing
some
or take away
driveway
from it.
productions,
Dude, DC Animation has been doing an expanded universe since like 1992 with the animated
like,
series.
right?
When it started with Batman the animated series. So, like, if anything, there was kind of a blueprint there. I mean, again, the divide comes from executives who sit at the top of movie studios who look at people who did the animation, because really the DCAU has been on point for like 20 years. I mean, they've been doing it. It's been on point, and it's reinvented itself over and over and over, and still stayed like with the consistent continuity that made sense. Like Paul Dini, all these guys who worked on those shows for years. I mean, they made up Batman Beyond just because, like, of teenagers. Like, they did it because of teenagers.
They're responsible for Harley Quinn too. I mean,
and they thought it was going to bomb, and it became iconic.
Yeah, you know what that reminds me of, and see if this resonates with Uche, or maybe he'll have a correction or tweak of my analogy. But it reminds me of in the NFL, you get these coaches or these GMs that will come in and they have you kind of have two different kinds. You have guys who look at the talent that's available and they craft a system to maximize the available talent on the roster. And then you have the guys who come in because they've got a system. And
system guys are terrible.
And then they have to fit this roster to the system. And that's where you end up with like quarterback struggles and stuff, because you've got a guy who like throws great out of shotgun and like, no, you must learn to take snaps under center, and then he's just like fumbling it all the time. And they're like, he's a terrible quarterback. It's like, no,
I mean,
you're making him play out of.
No, I hear what you're saying, and the analogy is it's comparable, because like you have to have people who come in and understand the characters and the different kind of stories you can tell that lie in the framework of the characters. Because the thing about DC that you don't see so much with Marvel is that these characters get stretched into get stretched and they get kind of shifted into different versions of themselves while still staying true to a lot of the core principles of it. You know, like in Batman Beyond, like we saw the end of one Batman when Bruce Wayne is having a fucking heart attack on the ground and he has to pull a gun on the motherfucker because that's all he got left. Like it's the irony of Bruce Wayne's life, where it started with the gun and now his life as Batman ends with the gun, and he passes that torch on to another character who doesn't necessarily have the same ideals of Bruce Wayne, but learns what the symbol of Batman means and learns how to honor the framework that he had already set through his own adventures, through his own misgivings. And, you can look at those things and you can see where you can build the character out and you can still connect it to different parts and different timelines of the universe, even if it's not all in the same straight line, but you're actually being creative. You're trying to come up with an idea that works based on the talent you have. But if you just try and apply, put Superman in a pan and use a cookie cutter and just start cutting out pieces of Superman and throwing it in the oven, like, come on, that's not doing anything.
And I think
the problem is that those of us who have absolutely no issue with a black Superman, Val Zod, Calvin Ellis, whatever, I'm glad and I'm thankful that there are black people and people in the black community who are coming out and saying, look, no, this is just a garbage idea. Right?
Yeah. It's like, no, it's just stupid.
Because look, as a white man, it's hard for me to, like, I did a stream the other day and I literally am leading with, dude, I want to see Val Zod. I want to see Calvin Ellis. I love this idea, but just not this way and not the way that they're presenting it. And I was still getting, and I thought it's hilarious because I was still getting, you're just a racist. You're just a racist. And then it just blew my mind because I'm literally doing this video. I'm talking about this thing. And then what's his name shows up in my chat. Green Lantern, T Carr, Wayne T Carr shows up in my chat. I didn't even know. I didn't even think it was really him. And he gave me a super chat even. I didn't even think it was really him. Come to find out it was him, and stuff. And I'm like, it's blowing my mind. These people are calling me racist. And like, there's black people who are saying, no, we don't want this, but it makes it really hard to have a conversation when,
look,
across the board.
This is one of those moments where this shit was so egregious. Look, there ain't no white folks who can just come out and just make a video on it and say it like a black person's going to say it. So this was one of those times where we got this. Sit back. We're going to let them know because that's some dumb shit. First off, Superman as a character in his origins, he is the origin that's based on the life of two Jewish immigrants. Like, these are immigrants who came from a different world to this country, basically. And that was kind of their parallel with Kal-El's story as an alien in a new world. Like, there is something you got to respect about that. There's something about that you can't really fuck with. That's hollow ground. That's sacred ground in my eyes, because it is the original superhero of the modern human era, the industrialized human era. That is the original superhero. And that, and at the end of the day, those were people who were minorities that brought that character and created that character, and through the history of that character, it has been built to be the most recognizable symbol on the planet Earth, other than like the Holy Cross. Like it's the cross, then Superman.
You're absolutely right.
You can switch them. You can sit them next to each other. They're the same. You can take that anywhere in the world, and it's noticed. And it's
well. I mean, I think that's
absolutely right.
Yeah,
absolutely
I think that's what Snyder. That's what
you got to leave the core of that alone. You have to leave the core of that alone.
Yeah,
we don't even want that. We don't want to take from Peter to pay Paul. We want our own shit. Like
I think the conversation would be infinitely easier to have also. And the part of it that is very important for context is that this would be received totally differently if Ray Fisher were still in the Flash movie.
Yep.
And all
Ray
of that
Fisher
stuff.
had a cyborg movie, we wouldn't even be talking
or
about
series.
Yeah, exactly. Because they could come up with this, and if they're going to say like, oh, we're going to put an emphasis on telling Black stories about Black characters and whatnot, great. This is just an extension of that. But it rings hollow when they are actively suppressing him and when withholding information about what all happened there. And there's Nadria Tucker and other people that are saying that like, no, this company doesn't have minority voices as their priority. And they're like, sure we do, just not yours. And it makes all of these other castings and other stories feel very tokenized when if the Black Superman was just one of because there's also Jon Stewart and there's also Martian Manhunter and there's also Cyborg. Great, cool. So there's also Black Superman. That's just a thing they're doing, but they're like, no, we don't want any of these Black characters in this movie. But look at Black Superman over here. It's like I feel like that's a distraction from the other racist stuff you're doing over in that area.
Look, man, I know, not even as just a Black person or as a minority, but everybody who saw how this whole thing unfolded with the Snyder Cut, and we actually got to see the difference between Cyborg in 2017 and Cyborg in 2021, like that right there, the level of just pure audacity to rip that character out of that movie in that way to a point where he literally was the trope token Black person in 2017 who was there to say booyah. Like literally you ripped him out of that film from the roots.
Jesus.
And when we all got to see that, we think a certain way about your company now. That you cannot change by giving us a Black Superman. Does not change that. It won't even move the needle.
Well, I mean,
because now it actually moves it further back to where we were like, fuck y'all. Because
I've said it
now
many times
you're antagonizing me. You patronize me. You're insulting my intelligence.
Exactly.
Like,
you know that, and I've said that many times too. Where it's like anytime they try to overcorrect and be like, "Hey, we are really not racist," they fucking jerk the wheel into the fucking racist wall. Like yeah, well, I didn't mean to yeah, right into it, man. Because like, I mean, it's the same thing. Like going back to the reshoots when like Ray Fisher said, "Yeah, they said we didn't want to have an angry Black man in the center of our movie." And to try to accommodate that, they just removed it all and then wanted him to say "booyah." I mean, what? I mean, you were trying to course correct.
Made
it sound like it was more.
I would have slapped one of them motherfuckers for that shit. I'd have been like, you know what? Fuck it. My career done anyway. Just, motherfucker. I'm not saying no goddamn booyah.
That's what I mean, that just shows you right there. They just try to course correct way too much. And there was not even any course correction that needed, but they jerked the wheel and it just right into a fucking telephone pole and went, wow, you guys sound like you're pretty damn racist right now. Trying to get the Black guy to say booyah and saying all this other shit. It's like, no, Snyder he knew exactly what he was doing with Chris Terrio. They knew exactly what they were doing with Cyborg, and you guys fucked it all up. And it's just, it's crazy.
It makes every other casting that they've been doing lately just it puts it all into question. Like, what the heck are you really doing? Do you really care about diversity?
They brought back old girl for Flash's movie. It's like, really? Y'all tore out the other movie though.
Oh, I know.
Well, at least they did that. I mean, and even the Muschiettis wrote her a letter, and I was like, good for you guys, because apparently they've always been on the side of, hey, we actually wanted to have Ray Fisher in this thing. And even Ray Fisher, I was so glad that he came out and said that, because I heard that they were on the side of him. And then when Fisher came out and said, hell yeah, I talked to Andy. We were on like the, same wavelength when it came to what was going on, but with everything else. So I love the fact that came out and Ray said that, because I've been saying it, like, just don't blame the Muschiettis, guys. Please don't. But I actually want to, Anthony, you've been kind of quiet. How are you feeling about, because I know Superman is your guy. So what are you feeling when it came to all this? I mean, you're right in the center. We're all looking at you right now.
You're Alice.
Everyone look at him.
No. I think my feelings pretty much is the same as the rest of the panel. I don't want a black Clark Kent. Miss me with that shit every fucking time. There's too many characters out there that are African American in the DC universe that you could use, and there's Superman out there. And I kind of went off on a tangent on Four Nerds last night, just on this same exact subject, because there's just too much out there to be trying to. Clark Kent is white. Clark Kent, that's the original Superman.
Clark Kent is just Clark Kent. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You want to call it white, but that is Clark Kent. That's who he is. What you see, that's what he is.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I never even really thought of Superman as like a white dude. I always just thought of him as just Superman. It's just Superman, like, because it's Clark Kent. Yeah. We get that, and I'm telling you, man, 95% of black folks are going to be like, no, we don't want that shit. Because all that is like, that's like you handing us a cookie and saying, hey, see, this is going to be all good, right? Like, no, motherfucker, like, that cookie already got 2 bites taken out of it already. Like, I'm good. Give me a fresh one.
Yeah, so no, not if you're gonna put a African American Superman into the movies like that, live action, whatever, there's already some iterations out there that you could use. So there's no use in going in that direction. So,
yeah, Brandon, you've been kind of quiet too.
And also, I also want to throw in the fact of, and then I'll let Brandon talk. I'm going to play Steven right now, where I like interrupt right before someone's trying to speak.
How dare you?
Truth hurts, doesn't it, Steven? But I also want to point out the fact that, and this is also playing off the assumption that this movie even happens.
Yeah, I know, right? That's
proving.
And I think that's another thing, is just the energy that's being spent on something that
it's actually a good point.
Dude, we have brought up enough times how many times I can show you a list of all the in development movies that I've heard over the last 6 years. That, like, when Trench and New Gods get canceled, it's like, oh wow, I can cross a couple off the list. This is amazing.
I mean, shit, Lobo's still coming, right? Shit.
Just like I always said with New Gods, also notice this is not an official announcement from the studio. Sure, people in the studio have commented on the fact that it's like in development, but this is not a press release. This is not a green light. It's not a like they won't even green light it until they have a script, right? So this is just. It could take forever to develop. It could never happen at all. And they are trying to get credit for it existing. It's like they've always done.
I think they were trying
why we got to be the ones with the stupid motherfuckers, man? Why we got to be the ones with the stupid studio?
I've always compared it to.
That's what I've been asking you, Jay. Like, what the heck, man? What do we got to do as a DC fan to get somebody to like treat these
somebody to at least
respect?
Do it right halfway, at least.
Yeah,
we dealt with fans of the MCU. We dealt with bad studios. Like, what the heck do we have to do?
Why we got to keep watching them celebrate over there? I can't wait.
Oh my gosh!
One celebration that was Zack Snyder's Justice League. We got a celebration there. But can you imagine? Can you imagine if that would have been in theaters?
Huge party with that. Yeah.
Can you imagine if that would have been in theaters in 2017? I mean, come on.
Oh my god.
Let's say it's trimmed down to like 3.5 hours. It's still, dude. We're still getting that full Flash scene at the end.
No.
We're still getting that.
Yeah.
Dude, that would have been the reaction videos of theaters in that scene. Oh man, it would have been all over the internet.
Instead, we got him pushing a truck and saying whatever.
Dostoevsky.
Yeah, I never.
Okay, Brandon, go. I'm sorry.
Totally got that truck out of the way, though.
Thoughts, Brandon?
You're good. No, I was just good. I mean, I can't say much more than what everybody else has said. I mean, I think it's pretty. it's obviously just some sort of PR move on their part. Trying, like kind of Steven was saying earlier, just trying to get ahead of something. But I feel like, and I think Michael B. Jordan actually even addressed this in a video interview, which a lot of people haven't reported on. But he even said basically what Uche was saying. It's like there's so many other characters you could adapt to screen, and that some characters just need to be left alone like they are. But a lot of these outlets aren't reported on it because it doesn't push that.
Well, and also, I mean, one, because he's trying to promote the Static movie, which I'm genuinely looking forward. I hope that really happens. And also, I think enough people need to, guys, just basically go watch any press tour that Michael B. Jordan did for Without Remorse on Amazon. One, go watch that movie. There's a case where they take a traditional white character, recast it as a black actor, and
you know what?
Guess what works perfectly fine.
Exactly. That's what I always say. I'm like, make it make sense. That's what I always ask for. Don't just do it
because they made him his own character.
Yes,
that's the thing. And it worked because they changed it. Like, one thing that people can criticize that movie for, and I'll be right there with you, is don't call it Without Remorse, because you're not adapting that book. Do like what the Jack Ryan series does, which is it's called Jack Ryan because it's based on the character. That's a John Kelly, John Clark movie. Yes, absolutely. It's not Without Remorse.
Well, look at Lawrence Fishburne, man. Lawrence Fishburne, like, there's not one moment in Man of Steel or BVS that I'm sitting here thinking, man, that's not Perry White.
Didn't even think about it.
Didn't even think about it. But then they'll give us a casting where, like, it's a cool character. He looks awesome. He's really cool. But the guy who was in the Mortal Kombat movie who's on Supergirl, that's just not Jimmy Olsen. If you didn't tell me that he's playing Jimmy Olsen, right, you would never know that he's Jimmy Olsen or James Olsen.
That had way more
right?
the characterization than the skin color, though, I would say.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. But I'm just saying, like,
vibe of the character.
You could literally, but you could put a black actor in as Jimmy.
He'd be a better
Olsen.
Lex Luthor than he would be Jimmy Olsen.
Well, yeah. But I'm just saying, like, they literally took the nerdiest, whitest, freckled, redhead character in all of DC. Made him a black man. Okay, that's fine. But then you made him like a muscular, cool, suave, like getting all the women black man, right?
An
Like,
Archer looking motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying. Like
and you call him James.
And you
made him Guardian.
Right. And then they made him Guardian. Right. So what's the point? So that's my question. Like you said, Dave, make it make sense. Like, what's the point of that? Why did you make him James Olsen? Why did you make him Jimmy Olsen?
Make him another character?
Another character.
You could have actually made him the Guardian.
Yeah. I think taking a couple steps way back, like macro picture from like a deconstructionist subversive level, as I've said a couple times, I think there is some really fascinating because of the nature of what a black Clark Kent would imply socially and in other ways would be fascinating as an Elseworlds or as a it does, especially if it's a period piece. It changes so many things about the way we see the character of Superman.
And with Ta-Nehisi Coates, I mean, if you've read Between the World and Me, there's some philosophy in there that playing into that would be a sandbox. There's a sandbox there that makes it as an Elseworlds worth exploring as a story.
And I think there's a really, really cool concept for a movie behind kind of what they're suggesting with this, but I'm not convinced they actually want that movie, and it's definitely not the Superman movie people have been begging for.
They can't even conceive that movie that you're talking about.
Yeah,
they're not thinking that deep.
Exactly. Well, and that's what makes me feel like the whole thing is really cynical and question whether or not it'll happen or what'll happen, like with Coates along the way. I think that also there's an aspect of DC and Warner Brothers that is missing from the conversation on both sides, both from the fans who are mad that they're not like continuing the Snyderverse and the fans that are saying like, oh no, Zack Snyder messed up the Snyderverse and or what they're doing in the future is going to be better or whatever. Is that Warner Brothers movies and DC movies has always been this way. Donner did a good Superman movie and then they didn't let him make another one. completely, right? And then Superman just progressively got off the rails, but started with Superman 2 being taken from him. And then you had Burton got out 2 Batman movies. And then audiences freaked out, and so then they took them away, and then we got the Schumacher movies, and then they like got too scared to do any movies at all. And then they were like, let's do this like awesome Darren Aronofsky, like insane kind of gritty Elseworlds Batman movie, and a Batman v Superman movie, and like none, and the Justice League, and like none of that happened. And then Christopher Nolan, just by sheer force of being Christopher Nolan, made the Dark Knight trilogy happen. Like because of the response, like the reception to it, but also he got in. I think it's similar to Matt Reeves' position, where like they're like, we can't do anything with this property, like we ruined it. We need someone to save it. And so he's like, so he got his in with that. And then Batman Begins was so well received, and then the Dark Knight was so well received. But I don't know how much fight he had behind the scenes with that. But then he rolled that clout into Man of Steel, allowing Man of Steel to exist. But then once again, that was like the only stretch, because then WB comes in and clamps down with BVS. Somehow Zach got, BVS shot and then released as the ultimate cut. And then Justice League happened. And I love how even the crew keeps on saying, they're like, I don't know how Zach shot most of this version of the movie. I thought this version was like not even shot in the first place. And so like, I don't know where people's faith, like the only stretches of continuity that exist. Superman Returns, failed start to a franchise. Green Lantern movie, failed start to a franchise. Like there are only a couple exceptions to their failure to start new franchises and continue like a shared universe, and those exceptions exist with them dragging their heels, and with Christopher Nolan like forcing in this version of Batman, or Zack Snyder somehow making like the freak nature of the Snyder Cut happening. Like those are the only examples of like even the all glorified Reeve Superman, the Donner Superman movies. It was one movie and then one half movie that was pretty good. That is like the pinnacle, and it's the first one. I mean, there were DC movies before that, but I mean, as a like modern superhero movie or semi-modern, whatever.
No, there actually to correct you there was one DC movie before that.
The Mole Man.
Two then. That Mole Man and Batman 66.
Okay.
Because Superman and the Mole Man, we're not talking serials, we're talking feature releases.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, the first superhero comic book movie feature film released was Superman and the Mole Man, which is basically just a pilot for the George Reeves TV show. Then you've got Batman the movie, which was supposed to be like a pilot. They were supposed to release it before the series came out, and they ended up releasing it the summer after season 1. And then you've got Superman 78. Like in the history of comic book film, that's what you've got.
Yeah. And every single time, if a movie is lucky enough to get a sequel, or if a movie is lucky enough to happen in the first place after it goes into development, or we're not talking about the past decade, we're talking about look at the amazing DC movies that haven't happened. The Green Arrow Supermax, the Aronofsky Batman, George Miller's Justice League Immortal. Like there are so many awesome DC movies that
the Tim Burton Superman movie, which was going to be weird.
It was going to be a pleasurable disaster. That's what I said.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
we still have a morbid curiosity.
Warner Brothers has like a big problem of the level of communication between how they market, what they agree to make, how they market what they agree to make, and then allowing it to be made in whole without them, scrambling it up like eggs. I think that has historically been where you see like big collapses in Warner Brothers properties, especially in the comic book department. When they got to Batman and Robin, that's when they got to Batman Forever, because Batman Forever, honestly, that was probably a movie that should have been ahead of its time because it was a much darker film than what they put out.
Yeah.
There's been a history of interference, a history of not communicating and not being on the same page with the creatives because they want to market for certain things.
They want to sell
long as-
toys. Let's be honest. Let's talk about great things.
Yeah.
Like Young Justice is a great example where Greg Wiseman and Brandon Vietti will flat out say, we got canceled because people weren't buying the toys.
Zach
Let's
even said
not
that
let's
in a
not
recent
even.
interview. Did you see where Zach said that? Where he's like, an executive even told me, like, can't you just sell a fucking toy? Why don't you just sell the fucking toys, Zach?
And look what happens with something like Young Justice. It is one of the outside of the DCAU as a completely own continuity. Young Justice was one of the best animated products that Warner Brothers Animation was putting out. It at least made it through 2 seasons, and it is the beginning of this idea. It's another example of fans campaigning, dude, we just want a 3rd season. Like, the show was good. And what happens? DC Universe happens, and what do we get? We get Young Justice Outsiders, and now we're getting Young Justice Phantoms. And it's this weird thing that it's like, why do
they keep fucking everything around?
Why do fans? Why
DC
do
Universe,
fans
that
of
was supposed to be the streaming service, and then boom, they switched to HBO Max.
But my thing is that why do constantly be fighting to get something that they want? I mean, I'm not even saying I don't even know what the ratings.
Shockingly, whenever they get what they want, it's pretty damn good.
Why are we
Like,
constantly?
normally so many fan campaigns are like the remake Game of Thrones or the like get SJW stuff out of Star Wars or whatever. Like, I know that there's like all these, there's gonna be disagreement on some of that stuff, but like most of those fan campaigns are like,
why are we constantly fighting to keep you from destroying yourself, Warner Brothers?
They're asking for like worse versions of like. They're not going to make a better Game of Thrones season 8. But yet like somehow like the Snyder cut is amazing, and the Young Justice new seasons are like amazing, and it's fascinating that is to me counterintuitive to what most fans, be frank, like fan casting is often bad. Every once in a while it's perfect, like that's how Joe Manganiello happened, or and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't normally have a ton of faith in fan stuff, but when it comes to DC fans and the stuff that they've campaigned to make happen, it's like, even Superman 2, I think, going back, which you want to talk about the history of DC fans having a campaign for stuff. Like, how is it? It's so insane that like have always been at odds with the studio like that.
I mean, shit. Remember Batman and Batman Returns, and then we're thinking, oh, this boy Tim Burton's about to go. He's about to take it to the next level. Gone. Schumacher.
And even though I have a love for Batman Forever, I do. But
I do have a little. It has a special place in my heart.
It does. I mean, and hopefully we get that Schumacher cut, which it sounds like. I mean,
I don't know. Kiva Goldsman's talking like. I'm sitting here going, you've seen it.
Anything to get them to stop talking about
He saw it recently.
Was it Kiva Goldman the one that was like, yeah, I watched it last week? And
that blew my mind.
Last I heard, people were like, who even knows if this exists?
Like it's in a vault somewhere, and all of a sudden he's like, well, I just saw it recently. And it's like, wait, what?
Preview cut number 1, he called it. I'm like,
it's happening. I think it's happening.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
To be honest, because the fact that he said he watched it last week, and it's a no-brainer. It's almost like, how much money would it cost to restore that movie when they have all the footage and all they have to do is cleaning up?
They'll find a way to spend $20 million on it.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah.
Well, that it also doesn't affect DC, like their plans for their current slate of movies.
Yeah.
So they don't have to worry about that messing up anything that they want to do.
Yeah, exactly. Which is what.
But
what is that slate? That's not nothing like I saw from Marvel the other week.
But
layout of a plan.
Very well. No, but you're right. You're actually right. It doesn't affect anything. That's why the Ayer cut. It's like,
I'm just saying, it's just easier for them to put it out. Like they're like, we'll put that out. It's old.
Well, it's like when they did release the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2. It worked out great because they were able to package it at the same time that Superman Returns was hitting the theater. I can't remember if it was hitting the theaters or it was when Superman Returns was coming out on home video. So you were able.
It was home video because they boxed it up with because you could get it by itself, but they also put it in this big silver tin
which I bought.
So did I. And that's how I have it.
Pull it out, Scott.
And it's right here.
Yeah, they packaged all of they packaged actually. Hold on.
Why do you have to take his hand off? Why do you have to take his hand off?
Seriously.
Scott's gonna go find it. Okay. In the meantime, let's we're gonna pull a fan question here from William from Sci-Fi Center. Let's see what he has to say.
Hey, Junkee, Vodka Cast panel. With the Chinese numbers coming in and the fact that within the next 2 years, Emmerich might be gone, do you think there is another realignment in store for Warner Media, one that puts the streaming service exclusively out of the jurisdiction of the WB proper studios? Thanks. Bye.
See, Emmerich. What do you guys think? Well, first show it, Scott.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have the. The reason I don't have the silver tin is because I upgraded to Blu-ray. But here it is with that.
That's pretty cool.
With this, and then this is sweet because this has got, Superman 2, Superman 2 Donner cut, Superman 3, Superman 4, Superman Returns. It has all the
Look at the one upper. Look at the
blacks.
Yes. All the Fleischer cartoons are in here too.
Steel brushed.
Yeah.
Oh, this
numbered.
And did you redeem the thing where you got all the posters?
Yep. Right there.
Look at that thing. Right. Did you get the posters?
I didn't get posters.
Oh,
I got the posters too.
Yeah, that's dope.
There's like what? How many Superman the movies are in there? There's like 1, 2.
You know what's insane that they're even
there's Superman. Like there's 2 Superman the movies because there's theatrical and special edition.
Yeah, you're right.
There's Superman 2 and Superman 2 Donner cut, Superman 3, Superman 4, Superman Returns, and then the bonus disc that has like all the
there's two special edition discs. There's Superman 2 that, and then there's Superman 2 the Richard Donner cut right there.
Oh wow.
What about Steel? Where's Steel?
No Steel. No Steel. No.
There's Mr. Nuclear Man himself.
Oh,
Nuclear Man.
Yeah. Let's see.
Speaking of the interesting commentary available from a Black Superman story, imagine the cool things you could do with it, like social commentary you could do with a Steel movie.
You were
like
good.
with John Henry.
Don't put LeBron James in there. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like
please don't put any basketball players.
Wrote a Steel movie. Like I think there's a if you want to dig into like some of the like social ramifications of a Black superhero figure like that. That is such a character that is so ripe for that kind of, especially that like living in the shadow of Superman. Like there's so many things
that could be pretty cool.
You could put Steel in. You could actually have the Steel movie take place in the 6 weeks between the start of or between the end of BVS and the end of Justice League.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That's a good spot.
Superman's dead, and in this community, in this small community here, a hero has emerged. John Henry Irons, descendant of a slave, John Henry Irons. And boom, there you go. You got Steel. He's knocking fucking gangbangers out.
See, there you go. Uche just pitched it, Warner Brothers. Listen.
Because he's supposed to be fighting inner gang.
Yeah, he's fighting in that community. He's fighting on the west side of Metropolis, where it's the hood over there. That's where he at.
Yeah,
but see, you're putting two things together that don't make sense. You're putting Common Sense and Warner Brothers together in the same paragraph. There,
very true. Should I play William's question again?
Well, no, I mean, I get the idea. I know what William's talking about, and I don't know. The idea is. This was a question, and I've been thinking about this because we addressed this back when the story actually broke about the end of Warner Max and the merging, and we were speaking of it hopefully optimistically at the time, and silly us for ever thinking anything optimistically at this point, that we were hoping that this was a way. I remember because we had this conversation, we talked about how we hoped this meant that it was Warner Media telling Emmerich, play ball, here's more responsibility, or you're out. And I don't feel like it's played out that way personally, even though, and then we get the story about, he's got 18 months on his contract, but whether that means he's just not going to re-up and this is all negotiation tactics or whatever the point of the Kim Masters piece ultimately was, I don't know. It's like, are they happy with HBO Max right now? Are they happy? Like, the problem is that who has to be happy, and are they happy or not? Is it good enough? Is it great? Happy. I mean, right now it's like their subscribers at least are beating their original initial plans. Their revenue per customer is actually pretty high because of the price point. So I just feel like I'm making this crap up as I go along because I do this for a hobby, and I'm learning more about how the sausage is made as the day goes on, and I'm becoming more disenchanted with the fact that I know how the sausage is made, and I kind of want to go back to being
you're being cursed with seeing the truth.
You want to be put into the you want to be put.
I want to be back in the Matrix.
I want to go back in the Matrix.
Eat the steak. Can I know the steak is fake and not care? Like, can I be John? Can I be? Yes. Can I be
Cyrus? Where he's like, ignorance is bliss.
Because who would have thought that a fucking company would pass up money?
Yeah. Well, I think
shocked.
Like with Scott and myself, I know before the theatrical cut came out for Justice League, we were very looking at the silver lining and thinking that it was still Zach's movie, and we were very wrong about that. What's different about this situation, though, I feel like, is our reading of the tea leaves there. It doesn't feel like we were reading it wrong so much as there was a power shift of some kind that happened along the way, because you had Greenblatt and the HBO Max strategy and everything that was heading in one direction, and then Greenblatt was fired, was gotten rid of, and then Emmerich took more control, and it took a big shift then away from the Kylar was talking about it being like the prime destination for content, and then they started talking about it being like, oh, this is for the spinoffs and stuff, and so somewhere along the way it feels like what they wanted from HBO Max, or at least who was kind of in charge of calling those shots, changed. And it feels like it was right along around that time with those articles when Emmerich Warner Max was gotten rid of. And you remember there's Kim Masters article right before then saying that people internally at WB didn't like Warner Max. They felt like it was competing with them, aka holding them to a higher standard.
So they got ego issues is basically what.
And then, so you look at like the people who were mad that Warner Max exists took over Warner Max, and then took
over Warner Media, and then they start making decisions.
So I don't know if
this is where I'm like, in my head, I think to myself, you know what? If I really want to like take a little bit off my mind thinking about this, fuck Warner Media. I'm gonna wait to see what AT&T does, because we all seen AT&T pull their dick out on them before. Like, nah, we own you guys now.
Right?
Yeah, we signed the paperwork. Yeah, it's been approved. We own you guys.
Going back to the NFL analogy, the place that we are now is you have that like the like 7-9 season, and you're like, no,
the owner found out.
And you're like, just give us a draft. We just need a draft or two to get in some trades to get the roster where we need it to fit our system. And so that's where we are now, where they're gonna say like, no, we've got a plan. You got to wait out how the before you change everything around, before you do another restructuring. Look at how the Suicide Squad performs. Look at how Black Adam performs. Look at how the Flash performs, and that will be the proof that our plan is better than what the previous plan was. And so.
I think AT&T is actually more interested in the streaming side of it than they are.
100%.
They don't care. They don't care about the theatrical side,
right?
Because on the theatrical side, that's just like what 3 months, man. We need 3 years of content.
Disney Plus is already making more per year than Disney theatrical was making.
Yeah, like AT&T is gonna at the end of the day, like I feel like right now where we are. AT&T just hadn't had a chance to look over the papers to look over like the
also-
quarterly numbers. They got a lot of shit going on.
You look at Warner Brothers theatrical. Also, you'd have a year that was like 7 billion or 6 billion, and then you have a year that was like 1 billion. And,
Yeah,
and
like-
it fluctuates a lot, and it does for everybody too. But you have these huge fluctuations. Whereas as HBO Max grows, you're going to have a reliable content
You've got to
revenue stream.
You've got to have
of-
enough money to lose until you win.
Exactly. And so whatever happens to theatrical, the reliability of the streaming revenue is way more than box office. And so that's why I don't know. My understanding is the Emmerich article was maybe not as I don't want to say it's not a big deal because there's something there, but I think that there were some people where's your drop for grace were spinning it into something that was a little bigger than it actually was. Like it's not nothing, but it's not like he's 1 foot out the door. It just shows that there's like cracks in the facade forming, and those will hopefully widen.
Motherfucker, that shit is the dam done broke 2 years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
They're holding it up with duct tape and shit. That's what's happening.
They leaning against the wall using their backs to cover up some of the holes. Like shit.
Yeah, like pieces of gum.
And when it goes back to what I was saying about them having a history is I don't want to be doom and gloom, but even if they get rid of them, like I think the clearest stretch that I was talking about, you have Nolan and you have and then you have like the first few like Snyder or DCEU movies with Snyder. That stretch was like the only consistent stretch of quality that they have ever had. And you look at who was there at the time, and that was when you had Robinoff and Silverman, who were prioritizing bringing in talent and allowing the talent to make the artistic decisions.
Make their movie.
And so that's when you brought in you brought Nolan to Warner Brothers, you brought Affleck to Warner Brothers, you brought Snyder to they built up this stable of like iconic directors.
Eastwood, I think, would probably be on that list too.
Hey,
yeah,
they did have a bunch of cold ass directors in Warner Brothers at one
exactly
point.
And during that time when they brought all of them under the umbrella, that's when you got Batman or the Dark Knight trilogy, and then you got the beginning of the DCEU, and now they're gone. I mean, Affleck hasn't directed something. Well, he's going to direct something for Disney now, right? Like he's already
and Paramount. That's the Chinatown movie that he's planning on doing.
So you look at all the work that Robinoff and Silverman did to build up this stable of talent. I mean, even some of the actors that kind of became Warner Brothers regulars when they were around are like, and some of that is, and that's the interesting thing about Emmerich. I think that is one interesting thing is that the way that he's taking the fall for the day and date with HBO Max. Initially that was a thing that he was taking credit for as like a smart decision, but the fact, like, there's no way that wasn't something Kylar was behind or other people weren't behind.
Man,
so the fact that
they're just a little bit ahead of themselves with that's going to be the future.
But he's also taking flack for that because of like Nolan leaving and stuff like that. And so there's an element of me that wonders if you look at like the PR question of this recent article, how much of that is them saying, you know what, he's got 18 months. Let's just let this burn out. Let's let him take all the negative press from all these difficult decisions.
It almost seems like they're putting
that doesn't stop anything that's wrong with their culture though. Cause look, even, I think at the end of the day, the best thing to happen to Warner Brothers is that Christopher Nolan leaves, because when Christopher Nolan leaves officially, and he's like, fuck Warner Brothers, AT&T is going to be like, whoa.
Wait a minute.
What the fuck is going on over here?
And now you've got Netflix is doing its first wide release.
AT&T is going to actually make decisions.
Netflix is doing a wide
rearrange
release
that shit
for a Zack Snyder movie. So you better believe if Nolan has had talks with Netflix.
Nolan goes to Netflix.
So you better believe that if he goes to Netflix, this is like the proof that they need. And you look at this deal also that like this is not Netflix not pushing the movie. This is because
Cinemark wanting it.
The theater chains have been icing out Netflix because they're competition, but this is Cinemark saying no, we want this movie. And so you better believe if Nolan is at Netflix, AMC, who's been a holdout against Netflix, is going to be yes, we all want this.
Yeah.
Wait a minute,
we all want this Netflix movie.
Like, this is the streaming wars. Like this is streaming
we're in the thick of it, man. We're in the thick of this.
AT&T is going to need to make decisions to be able to win that.
you better believe that people are going to go to the theater to see a Nolan movie opening day and then go home and watch it again on Netflix, or watch it on Netflix,
or watch it at home and then
whatever.
go watch it in the theaters.
So it's not cannibalizing anybody. People want to see it on the big screen, but then they're going to watch it at home because they got to pick apart the, whatever.
Can you imagine if Zack Snyder's Justice League was in theaters?
Yeah.
Like,
every
I would
night,
go watch it in the theater, and then I would come home and watch it again like 2 more times at the house as soon as I got it. Like, they don't even understand what they did to themselves, and they don't even realize they just continue to do it. So I'm just going to be like, hey, sooner or later it's going to get so bad that somebody has to do something.
And what I'm hoping is that Cinemark sees returns on this bet.
Please.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean,
you know what?
Like me personally, I am driving 100 miles to I did not realize this, but to a Cinemark theater that thankfully is still in the state, but it's still 100 miles one way to go see this movie. And it's a Cinemark that I didn't realize is a 21 and over only theater with luxury recline. Like like my wife and I are like kids with grandparents.
I'm driving 2 minutes around my corner.
I don't have that option.
I know. Hey, same with me, Enosh. Same with me. Mine around the corners. I'm good.
Like where I normally go to.
But you know what?
I'm in Atlanta. I can go anywhere.
Is an AMC. That's the thing. I would love it if AMC would get on board, because literally I am surrounded
by AMCs.
By AMCs. But to get this Cinemark, there's a theater in Tuscaloosa that's half the distance, but this theater in Huntsville has reserved seating, luxury recliners, the 21 and over. And I'm sorry, if I'm going to drive 50 to 100 miles, I want my seat. I want my seat like
I want that motherfucker to be plush.
They're pushing it too. If
you want it to vibrate your back. Yeah.
If you haven't tweeted about this, make sure you tweet about it and tag them, and you'll totally get one of those responses from them that's like, "Can we use this in our promotion?" Because like they're doing that with like and engage. Like you can tell that they are interested in doing a major push around Army of the Dead. I got one of those for my tweet.
Yeah, I saw your tweet about that, Steven. They replied to it.
Yeah.
Cool. See, but you know what's great though? Like when I went to buy my tickets for Army of the Dead right around the corner, I saw, I mean, they're still doing the social distancing thing. So it's like 2 seats per whatever the fuck. I saw I think I saw 2 groups already, like the seats were gone. I'm like, look at that. And I didn't go like right away because I was working. When I got done with work, I went on and I purchased my tickets, and bam, I was like, people in my town have already purchased tickets to Army of the Dead. So I'm like, there you go. People know, hopefully. They watch my videos. Come visit me. Just kidding.
You can find a Cinemark, or you can find a Cinemark anywhere out here in Atlanta.
You got I almost had to drive to Atlanta because when the tweet first went out, literally the art something in Midtown was the only theater in the entire Southeast that had it, and this is the one time I will definitely thank my wife for saying, "Hey, can I think about it for a minute?" And I was like, "Fine," because I waited 2 hours, and within 2 hours, the Huntsville and the Tuscaloosa theaters popped up in Alabama, and then I started looking around and going, "Oh, now there's some in Alabama, now there's some in Georgia, now there's some in Florida." But for like 2 hours, that one theater in Atlanta was the only place in the entire
it was slow because I think like right after it got announced, I just checked and see if like anything was around me. I didn't see anything around me. But then but then all of a sudden, like a couple hours later, boom, all of a sudden my theater, bam. Was what
it's gonna be a dope movie, man. I can't wait for it. I'm fucking hyped for this.
Like I said, I'm not even a zombie guy, man. And this,
I love zombie movies.
See, I'm not even a zombie guy, but one of my good friends is a zombie guy, and one of his favorite movies is Zack Snyder's
Dawn of the Dead.
And so I watched.
Can we just call all his movies like with him, like in the beginning? Zack Snyder's 300.
Zack Snyder's Sucker Punch. Yeah. But I watched it for the first time, a few weeks ago, and I loved it, and it was great. We had a great, family night and watched the zombie movie, and it was great. And we're taking the family to go see, Army of the Dead. And my buddy's like, hey man, I love that movie. I want to go with you. And like, that was something, he's not even a big DC guy, but he's like, man, I love that movie and I want to go see this movie with you. And so, yeah, I just, I don't know, man, when you look at all this stuff, right. And we're looking at this is going to be a hot movie. People are looking forward to this thing. We just got off the Snyder cut, high, and it just, I don't know what the answer is to all that. It's so baffling to see the keepers of these properties that we all love so much just really not know what to do with a major studio like Warner Brothers that has all this right there at their disposal. They own all their characters. This isn't Marvel. They could do literally anything they want to do with these characters at any time. And they just keep dropping the ball. And then they want to come out and say stupid stuff like, hey, we're going to do this multiverse thing, which I'm all for, but it's not going to include Zack Snyder's stuff. Like what? But yet it's still got some of the characters, but we're going to switch them around and we're going to say that Justice League is canon.
Ugh,
it's like, what the?
Well, take
what the heck?
Take Zack Snyder out of the like obviously we're all Snyder fans and like want to see more Snyderverse and all that, but
yeah,
look at it even outside of that. Like I want to see more Zack Snyder stuff. It's like you're going to do the multiverse. Okay, great. So where's my 100 DC movies? I don't want 100 DC movies a year, but like they own all their, they own all of their IP. If you're not going to be constrained to a single, you should have a Joker style DC movie once a year at least with different characters or villains. You should have a standalone Elseworlds trilogy or whatever, like Reeves' Batman.
You don't want to get
every character. Like how do you not just have you should have 100
they're
shows?
Scared.
How are you not bloating?
They're scared to do it right.
It's money, just like on. It's not even on.
And look,
the table.
you don't want to get it. You don't want to get into crazy like conspiracy theory land, right? But it's like when you start adding up all the stuff that's happened over the last few months, right? So it's like, oh, whoops. We accidentally released part of the Snyder cut with Tom and Jerry. Sorry, right? Oh, and I get it. It was, Google had their issue or whatever, but there was like no backup plan, no nothing. So, we're going to delay that big premiere that everybody's been waiting for. Yeah, that gets screwed up too, okay? But you get all these things, and then it's like, hey, 5 days after the Snyder cut, guess what? We're going to cut you off at the legs for everything that you've wanted, said you've wanted, thought you wanted. There's no air cut.
They didn't wait a week. They did that shit on Monday. They did it on Monday.
Ray Fisher's a liar. You're a bunch of toxic people, and Snyder's done. Oh, and it's a trilogy, by the way, instead of being the 5 movies that we all know it is, right? So we're going to keep cutting that. And then we get this, and it's like, not only do you announce something that literally even your target demographic does not want anything to do with, but you release that information, making sure that information comes out on the day that your Superman that's been that everybody wants to see is on his birthday, for God's sake.
Happy birthday!
Who, by the way, like I keep on saying, also the fact that like I firmly believe that the biggest wave of support for the Snyder cut was because of people wanting more Henry Cavill Superman.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that exists with more than just him, but as a demographic within the Snyder cut movement, the Henry Cavill fans who wanted more Henry Cavill as Superman was like the biggest, most motivated element of that fandom. And comparable.
These motherfuckers had the audacity to release a trailer.
Henry Cavill
bullshit the other day.
Every time there's like a hint of news about Cavill. I mean, it was his birthday. He didn't even do anything, and he was trending on his birthday. Like the dude is like, I don't know how they don't understand
popular. I mean, that's what I was trying to like when I was talking about responding to that tweet. When somebody says, "Oh no, yeah, he can't handle his own," and blah blah blah, it was because of Snyder. Snyder helped him. It's like, yeah, Snyder. Yeah, gave us Henry Cavill. Thank you, Zack Snyder.
Motherfucker.
But at the same time, it's like he can carry. I mean, when he
carry his own, we all know that.
When it came to Fallout, when it came to Mission Impossible Fallout, I'm like, all right, Cavill, his value just went fucking up because he just showed that when people see him in other movies, like I said, when it came to Man from Uncle, even though like I thought he was so like great in that movie, charming, witty, and quippy, and everything. You still see Superman. So what does he do in Mission Impossible? Let me put a fucking mustache on my
he
face.
did the fucking Witcher, dude.
Yeah,
Why do you have to make everything
that was
so
another property
complicated?
That was another property that is hugely like that has such a following.
It was like the biggest thing to debut on Netflix at the time.
Yeah, absolutely. That TV show.
Everyone was talking about The Witcher
because the video game is so beloved. It's one of the most beloved video games.
And the
books
are huge.
And the books. But the video game is where it gets its mass appeal.
And then the fact that
he nailed it. He nailed the video game mannerisms.
And then the fact that Cavill is so goddamn likable when on superhero day, what does he do? He tags everybody who's in
every
superhero
he knows. Yeah.
Yes, and like says like Happy Superhero Day. He does that, and then all of a sudden he just like goes, you know what? I'm also a nerd kind of guy, and I have to play video games so I'm gonna film myself putting together my computer in my blue tank top, just he knew what he was doing. He knew. He wanted to make the nerd girls swoon even more than they already have, And geez, it got to the point where I was even swooning. I was like,
that's
look at that guy.
I'm swooning along with my wife, man, just going like, God, man, look at that.
I was jealous. I was like, motherfucker, I built my computer too.
Yeah,
right.
I didn't look that good.
I know. I just needed to film it, I guess.
Don't nobody be looking at me like that. I be sweating.
Yeah.
Oh man, then you turn it on the first time, and you're like,
and it don't work. Like, don't even turn on. God damn it.
No, but
I'll tell you what, as someone who's always built my own computers, at over 30 years old, spending hours building a computer and then hitting the power button and nothing happens,
that's the
way more frustrating than when that happens when you're 18.
Yes.
When I'm 18, I was like, oh man, I'll just unplug everything and plug it back in. When I'm 30, I'm like, I don't have time for
years. What am I doing? Still can't put it together right.
No, but
and you're talking about The Witcher and stuff and being a video game property. I mean, how many video game properties get talked about that like they're not successful when they go into like live action?
Yeah, they're usually
stuff.
Yeah.
And yet The Witcher is absolute fire. It's absolutely.
Yeah,
look, I'm not a gamer.
Anthony.
I'm old.
Hey, Anthony,
gamer,
why
right?
is he stealing your shit right here? I'm
just saying. I'm old school gamer, man. I'm playing my NES and my Sega Genesis and my upright games, man. And yet I'm coming into that show just going, I don't even know anything about this right now.
Yeah, I never played the games either, but I still enjoyed it.
And I love this, and it made me want to know more about it. Because he just, oh my God, it's just.
Yeah, the Witcher show was so fire. I was like, I'm satisfied. I'm so satisfied watching that. I mean, like I said, guys, for me, I just
and he's got his twin snakes.
I take it all off of my neck by just saying, look, AT&T is going to handle business one way or the other. I mean, maybe they got to see the whole thing come crashing down on top of their head before anybody actually like.
Well, another thing too is like, talking to people, whether it's Robert Burnett, whether it's him or Eric Davis, who I talked to earlier. I mean, it's always nice to get their take on all this because they've been within in this. And I loved what Eric actually had to say. And I mean, even like, I think Robert even said like kind of a little bit with this too, but Eric earlier said, it could be just a long play. It could be, it's just a slow play. Nothing's going to be instant, nothing's going to be fully instant. I mean, when it comes to a lot of this stuff, I mean, who knows? I mean, obviously Zach, when it comes to him, he's not going to wait around. Nobody's going to wait around. They're going to do their own
He's living
thing.
his best life right now.
Oh,
Shit.
fucking A, dude. Zach's on, he's just doing his shit. And
he's doing his thing.
Oh, yeah. And it's great. And we love that. We're going to support the shit out of it. And we're still going to be like, hey, hopefully we get more of what you were trying to build here. And you would never know. I mean, when people get discouraged by everything, I mean, I got so many messages going, oh, it's over. It's fucking over. Thrown in the towel, man.
Done.
Game over, man. Game
Slapping
over.
people and shit.
No, I'm like, wait.
Together.
And that's what I loved about what Robert Burnett said was the fact that it's like, start slow. Start with the Deathstroke series. Maybe Batfleck if he wants to do it. Those would be cheaper than doing Justice League sequels. build up a little bit more of that because everybody's like on a fucking Batfleck high. Hey, guess what? We have 2 properties that can, be involved in that Batfleck world right here that could be maybe, that don't cost as much as a Justice League sequel. So, hey, fucking, it's right there.
I feel like Deathstroke is actually within reach. I feel like that one is like very much within reach.
Yeah. Well,
Joe Manganiello wouldn't be going as hard as he is going for it right now if he didn't at least think that there was if he hadn't at least heard that there was something that might be possible. Because that one, it's Deathstroke, man. I mean, that one can be like a for the grown-ups. Like that can be something like that you can have rocking out and be pretty metal with, and it'll be perfectly fine because it fits within the character. And you can cameo Batman, like some Batman shadows every now and again. You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what I'm talking about. You could really, and then even with the Ayer cut too. I mean, I know there's always like
I think the Ayer cut's coming after Suicide Squad. I think that's actually coming.
Yeah, I mean,
he just dropped a picture today from it.
Did he?
It looked like it, David Ayers.
No, I think it was old. I think it was actually
from like a concept art or something.
Yeah, right? That was actually from last year.
Oh, okay.
Look at it again. But he has, I didn't mean to break your heart, Uche. But
I retweeted the fuck out of it. Like,
I know, I saw it, and I was like, and I gave you a like, and I was like, does he realize it was last year?
It was his eyeballs, like, oh
no, I get it. But at the same time, Ayer would want, he's always pushed it out. He's always put little in his Instagram stories. He'll just drop like a random image in his Instagram stories that's from his Suicide Squad. But at the same time, he's respecting James Gunn. He has shown that respect and goes, hey, no, don't release it right now. Let James Gunn have his movie. That's fine. And I think we can all agree with that, even though I always thought, well, it would have been kind of cool if it was like, hey, we got this other version of Suicide Squad on HBO Max. Check it out before you watch the new Suicide Squad. But I could see why that could be like a little conflict there. So okay, fine, that's totally fine. Release the Suicide Squad couple months later, then fucking release the Ayer cut because it's not going to cost you any more than $10 million to finish that damn thing. It's not going to be like the Snyder cut. We all know how popular that is, regardless if they're not going to release those goddamn numbers. But still, So hopefully we do get that because I always forget that. Wow, August is right around the corner. It is pretty close. No way.
It's not that far away.
Yeah. So anytime like anybody goes, well, when do you think the Ayer cuts could get released? I'm like, well, yeah, it's definitely not going to be before because
Ayer cut would probably be next year.
You think could be that or end of year or something like that? Yeah.
I think end of the year. Don't they got another? Don't we have? Is that the only DC movie coming out this year? We got Batman too, right? No, that's Batman's next year.
Yeah, Batman's next year. Yeah. See, that's the thing. It's like, come on.
But I mean, but still, we're talking about WB here. So while we're thinking on in a way that actually is like, okay, let's plan this out. No, they're not thinking about that. Yeah. They're going to announce They're going to re-announce Booster Gold. They're going to re-announce Blue Beetle.
Which
they're
I'm
going to
fine
re-announce
with,
Lobo.
Still,
They're going to re-announce fucking Batgirl.
How many more times are they going to re-announce Black Superman?
I know it's been like how many times now?
We're going to have actual concept art for Black Superman in December.
I bet what they're going to do is we're going to get a bunch of different short lists for directors, for actors, and that's every time they need to do it, they're going to say like, "Oh, here's a new short list for potential actors."
The one thing that I think keeps this movie from getting made is that you might not get any Black directors who want to touch that.
Dude, I know when they're talking about like Barry Jenkins and like
because look, a lot of them would instantly look at Michael B. Jordan, but then they know where he stands on it. Michael B. Jordan, in a very polite, nice way, said, "I'm not fucking with that. If y'all are gonna do some Clark Kent shit, I'm good. I'm gonna watch from the sideline."
I also would hope that there's enough of a communication like network with Black talent in Hollywood that people would at least like talk to Ray Fisher or something to be like, or Nadria Tucker.
They will.
There's enough Black creatives in DC and Warner Brothers who kind of have these stories who have spoken up or who have spoken to Ray and Nadria or spoken on their behalf who it feels like you almost can't even take the role without commenting on it, because you're going to have, like, I can't see how you don't end up having to answer those questions anyway, like in promotion or whatever. People are going to say, like, how do you feel about this, while Ray Fisher is being treated that way.
I mean, it's like a frat, man. I think that those people talk. I think that if anybody gets approached by, I think it's going to be either Ray reaches out to them to just kind of let them know, kind of give them a little bit of a heads up, or they reach out to Ray and say, hey, this is what WB is saying. I've heard about your story. What do you think as far as moving forward with these people? And then Ray can tell his story and tell them how he feels. But I don't mean, dude, like I said, I don't think any like self-aware, worth their salt director or actor is going to look at that and say, yes, this is going to be a black story. Like, how is this going to be a black story? That's going to be a hard thing for anybody to look at and say, yeah.
The only example of a good or of a dedication to telling a black story in any of the DC movies is the movie that they didn't want to be released. Yeah, and it's all stuff that they cut from the theatrical cut.
Those are things that those are things we're going to consider. Like, and I say we as in like the black psyche does not. We see a slight with how they handled Ray Fisher. Like, that was a slight. That was a level of disrespect that does make us judge the company. Like, this is their culture. If it's their culture, then we can't fuck with them, period. We just can't. Now, that was his experience and the experience of others on set with Justice League, and how, whether it been the Krypton show and the black actress who was dealing with Jeff Johns on that, or Toby Emmerich and them dealing with Ray Fisher. These are things that the black community of actors talk to each other about. Like, there's an awareness there. So it's going to take an original story. Like, I think when you hear somebody like Michael B. Jordan say what he said, that kind of his voice in that regard for actors who may be approached in that situation, he kind of speaks for them in that regard, I think, because he has that kind of clout in the industry. He's not going to touch something that's not a genuine story. And if you turning Clark Kent black, that's just not a story that a black actor can feel like he can take to black people, and it's going to be like, you know what, Clark Kent is our Superman. No, we're not going to know.
Speaking of which, I right before I jumped on, I went to I watched the virtual premiere for Love, Death, and Robots tonight for Volume 2, nice. And one of the shorts stars Michael B. Jordan.
Yes, I knew about that.
No shit.
And it is.
No, it's in the trailer. I
didn't.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's one of the better ones. I'd say it's pretty awesome. So it's the whole season is amazing. But
you watched the whole season?
Yeah, they showed all 8 episodes.
Oh man, so it's short. Like, I remember you talking about it's shorter than the last season, which does make sense.
Since they already greenlit season 3, I feel like they're doing like a Voltron thing where they're going to give it. I bet season 3 comes in like 6 months or something like that.
Because when I binged the first season, I was like, damn, how many fucking like episodes are there? I'm like, are they going to have any room for like more? Because
I think there was 18 in the first season.
Yes,
and there's 8 in this one.
I mean, they're not all. They're like some of them are like 10 minutes long, but still.
Yeah, and it's 8 to 12 minutes, I think. There's a. I might write an article on this. Even they need to do a holiday special because there is a stop motion Christmas episode in this that is I laughed so fucking hard at how fucked up this episode was.
Oh, I cannot wait because
two kids come downstairs, thinking they're gonna find Santa. Well, I mean, the synopsis says this much. 2 kids sneak downstairs on Christmas night, thinking they're going to catch Santa Claus under the tree, and Santa Claus maybe isn't exactly what they expected, in Love, Death, and Robots style, and
do you happen, just because I'm curious, do you happen to have the short stories and the authors that the episodes are based on?
Netflix has I have a PDF I can send you that from Netflix. I think that has the writing credits, and I don't know if it mentions what the name of the short story, unless the short story is the same as the episode. But I think it does have the writers. If not, it should be in the credits when it comes out. But Tim Miller was talking about sourcing, like how hard they worked to source some of the short stories, like he did. What's the short story about the giant naked man that washes up on the beach? I don't remember what it's called.
Okay, Uche, you got to leave, right?
Yeah, I gotta hop on out, man.
All right, man.
Get up early in the AM, early in the morning.
Man, I
do
get it.
Some park work.
Fun stuff. All right. Well, I thank you for joining.
No,
man.
I appreciate you guys, man. Awesome being back on with you guys. I'm really appreciative that everybody here is
like I
still,
said,
you know, we're keeping our heads up. Fuck them. Like, you know, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. We're gonna hey, they just better know that they ain't getting my money on that shit.
Not on that. All right, go ahead and plug yourself and then take off, man.
All right. Well, you guys can find my channel. My channel is my name as it appears in the bottom of the screen there. And you know, you can also find my pop culture channel. It's the Ath Geek. It's a play on the words athlete geek. So Ath Geek. You can laugh if you want. It's fine. But no, I just say, you know, hey, I will continue to hashtag restore the Snyderverse because I believe in it.
Nothing.
I believe in it. I will continue to do that. I'm not going to badger these people because they've shown us who they are. I'm not going to, you know, argue with people because that's a waste of my time. But I will support it. I will support Zach. I will support Army of the Dead. Hey, the man is living his best life. It's going to be the summer of love for him. He's going to be getting. He's got nothing but
Zack Snyder's year, man.
But great days ahead of him as far as movies go. And it's because of this film, Zack Snyder's Justice League, seeing the light of day and, you know, really putting him back in a position of power as a director because WB had slandered and tarnished that man's name and tarnished his image unjustly, not just with Justice League, but with BVS too. The way they made him castrate BVS for the theatrical version. He's been done wrong by the studio, so we shouldn't have no mercy for Warner Brothers, and we shouldn't have no sympathy for them until they do something that actually makes sense. And outside of that, we continue to show support to Zach and, you know, demand good stories over pandering for the sake of pandering. We don't want that, you know. So appreciate you guys. I'm gonna hop up out of here. Y'all have a wonderful weekend.
All right, thanks, man.
Much love to all of y'all. Much love to all of y'all.
Appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Thank you, Uche. Ah, man.
So sorry I derailed you, Stephen, with the whole thing. But one thing I love about Love, Death, and Robots is that it is all based on actual published science fiction.
That's what Scott was telling me. I didn't know that. I was like, this is Black Mirror on fucking acid.
But the beauty is that, you know, you get the funny stories that are like John Scalise, who is a fabulous sci-fi writer. And there's even 2 episodes of season 1 that are both based on short stories by a Chinese author, Kin Liu. They're both in his collection, The Paper Menagerie. Great sci-fi fantasy collection to pick up. So so what I love about this is like you helped me find an author that I didn't know existed, and now it's like off I go to the library to go read more crazy, because you only get like 1 episode based on 1 story by 1 author. So you've got to know that
they have more
that
they've got more like that I can go off and find.
Well, and what's crazy about this season too, and something that Tim Miller commented on in this Q&A, is that he really hopes that this can serve as like a launching pad to convince, because he was involved in that. If anyone remembers that heavy metal anthology that was supposed to come out a while back,
remember that
from James Cameron and Tim Miller, and Zack Snyder was supposed to be involved in that also. That never developed, and the studio was uncertain about it because they didn't know if there was a market for adult animation. And Tim Miller says that he really hopes that this can prove that there's a market there, because some of this stuff, you watch them and you're like, I want the 2-hour version of that. Like there's these like almost photorealistic CG animated stories that have these aesthetics that just aren't quite possible in live action, or would be really expensive or hard to do in live action. But they nail it in this movie, and it looks real enough to be like a almost live action movie. with these like super like stylized aesthetics and genres, and it's stunning. I mean, it's hard to compare to season 1. I think that there's not quite as many like fucked up moments as there were in season 1, but it's
There are
not
a few of those.
but it's
Yeah.
not lacking.
I would say
It's not lacking for like there were. I didn't have any existential crises watching this. Like there was no, what was that one where they get the routing error takes them to that space station?
Yeah.
Yes.
So
my
that
favorite
one,
one. That's my
nothing,
favorite episode.
nothing quite that dark in this.
So dark.
And then like Zima Blue, I would say, is the other end of the spectrum. That's this really like ethereal, experiential thing. And
But
there's
then there's also the one with the robots are like doing the tourist attraction of like the post-apocalyptic Earth.
Yeah, the
that's
first
like
episode.
cute.
I will
It's
say
like,
that-
it's like
I will-
3 robots at the cutest as all get out.
the very first one they showed us. I don't know. Last season they shuffled the order, so I don't know if it's going to end up in the same order or not. But the one that they opened with was so funny. So like the comedy is definitely like the genre spread is still great. I would say it's not middle of the road isn't the way to say it. It's I would say like the overall quality is probably more consistent, but it doesn't swing quite as far for the like, whoa, what did I just watch moments as often. But not necessarily in a negative way. I don't know if that makes any sense. I'm not saying it was like lacking.
Yeah, because there were some messed up episodes in season.
Oh yeah.
Well, like that one that I don't know if anybody's seen it, but there's like one that involves a loop, a crazy loop, time loop, kind of weird loop. I don't even know how to explain it, but it was like, what the fuck? Like when it ended, I was like, I mean, what?
I mean, there's literally an incredibly graphic 2D. Well, it's not 2D, it's 3D, but it's like a platform 2D animation style Hitler orgy in season 1. So,
yeah.
Okay.
So,
By the way, I just want to ask the panel who has seen this series. By the way, Anthony, have you seen it?
Not.
I've seen like a few episodes.
Yeah, I've
seen
seen 4 or
when
5
I
of them.
told you to watch it, you just were like,
I
"Let's watch
watched like half of
menu."
it. No. I watched like half of it, and then I got on this weird serial killer kick, and I haven't been able to get off it yet. So
that you won't ever unless you
And,
stop.
and you mean like watching serial killer stuff right now, like
You
on
know
some
how it
weird
is.
serial killer.
Oh yeah, I've been
Right.
killing a ton of people, you guys.
Well, you're closer to me than you are everybody else. That's why
I told you that
Be
Gene
worried,
Hackman doll
Enosh.
will be mine.
That's what I'm saying.
Either way.
I have in my possession something I know you want, and I know that you live closer to me.
Enosh, no, you don't understand. When she says serial killer, she's been putting the hurt on some tricks, on some Lucky Charms. The Special
I do love
K
some cereal.
is just
Toucan, son of
I had-
Sam.
I had Lucky Charms pizza tonight.
What the fuck? That's
It's a
right.
dessert,
I saw
it's a
that.
dessert pizza. Yeah.
Oh, dessert pizza. Okay.
That's right.
It was all right.
Amanda
I mean,
figured it out.
it's
It's
you can't
not
really.
like
There's
literally
not a ton of.
Lucky Charms.
It's like Lucky Charms with frost. I mean, it tastes like Lucky Charms. It was just on a triangle. But I guess it was good. I guess you can't really ruin Lucky Charms.
On a triangle.
Damn, that's crazy. Sounds
You want
delicious.
to see something funny? So my wife comes in and
Oh god.
today, and she shows me this, and she's like laughing her butt off. She goes, "Do you want me to show you the latest of what I've done?" And I said, "What did you do?" And I knew that she got a poster today. We all know and have seen Zach's, Crimean War version of Wonder Woman, right? So Tiffany got a picture of that, and she blew it up, and she was so proud because she wanted to frame it. And she comes in and she shows me. She goes, "It came in. Did you notice anything maybe different about this?"
They put Bernie in there. That's all.
She did it from her phone, and she did the wrong one.
Oh,
So
that's
she had
so
the
funny.
correct one, but she did this. She blew this one up, and so like at first I was like looking at it, and I'm like, "What? What's wrong?" She's like,
You didn't
"I don't
see it?
know. I did not see it." And she's like, "Lower left hand
Hey,
corner."
at
I'm
least
like,
it's not as big as like the one that Joey had. Like that.
Yeah.
It'd be hilarious if it was.
So I'm gonna frame it.
Well,
And
I
put
mean,
it
like
here in the
Anthony's
lodge.
got his in the
Anthony
back.
has a huge one.
Yeah,
I
he's
know.
got a good one, man.
Oh wow, yeah, you got that.
Hey,
Yeah,
Anthony, I think I'm gonna have to clip that now too. We got you saying you want to see his thing. I think that's a clip now too. You got
There
it.
it is.
You know what I'm
Market.
still waiting on is last week Dave promised that there was a drop that was specifically for me, and I've been
Oh
waiting.
shit! You're right.
I've been waiting all night.
Damn
I've
it,
been like,
damn
what?
it. Thank you for reminding me. I gotta write that down. Yeah. Nah, Okay, I'll get you next week. Don't worry.
Okay.
Or maybe tomorrow. We're doing a stream tomorrow.
We're doing a stream. You know,
Yeah.
it's a thing.
Okay.
I have a weekend of streams. Which, by the way, everyone remember, it's Mother's Day weekend. Love your mothers.
Yes.
I'm
But not in that way.
going to my mom's house Sunday. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing yet. I got to talk to my brother. It's always the case. Is like I text my brother on Saturday. Hey, so what are we doing tomorrow? And then he goes, I don't know. And then we just kind of go, well, maybe we do this, and then we figure something out, and then it usually works out.
See, and then I'm
hopefully
stuck
my mom's
in that
not watching
weird.
right
I'm in this weird vortex of I have a mother,
Yeah.
I have a mother-in-law, but I'm also married to a woman who is a mother. So
true.
it's like,
yeah,
I'm fucked 6 ways from Sunday. It's like no matter what I do, it's the wrong thing. It's just it's
no. I mean, like when it look at my mom is watching, of course. No. Like usually, see, I knew it. Damn it. No. You know what it usually is? I usually have all these ideas, and then I go, "Hey, what do you think? What do you want to do?" And then I'm like, "Okay, well, I have this." So I can't say it because obviously, Mama Film Junkie.
Well, I also get screwed because this week was also my wife's birthday. My mom's birthday was 2 weeks ago, and it's just like I got literally Heather's birthday was Tuesday. I'm here going, and I got nothing anymore. Like I took my mom out for lunch a couple of weeks ago for her birthday. Heather's birthday was this past week, and now I gotta do Mother's Day. But then I'm also supposed to like involve the kids, and it's just like I got nothing, guys. I got nothing.
Yeah. No, I mean, you know what? I mean, when it comes to it, mom's like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Exactly. I mean, they just want to spend time with you. And then, that's what we're going to be doing on Sunday is like, I don't know, like, I'm not going to say exactly what I have up here, but, because obviously she's watching.
Yeah. Like, yeah. What's good?
But yeah, I know. But I mean, it's the fact of the matter is, it's like, all I tell people is like, hey, because a lot of people, will do the whole Facebook post and praise their mom. Cool, that's cool. Say it to her face. Say it to her face. Everything that you say in a Facebook post that you're going to put in a Facebook post or Twitter post, whatever the hell, you put this big long thing. Say it to her directly to her, please. Okay, don't just put it in a Facebook post or whatever the hell social media. Say it directly to her and then give her a big, huge hug after that, please. Just saying. Sorry.
Here.
Okay, so we got another fan question that we're going to get to from Bradley. So I'm going to bring this up right meow.
What's up, Dave? What's up, panel? Hope everyone's having a great night so far. My question is, what is a movie that is so bad, but it's so good, and you would consider it a guilty pleasure to rewatch? Anyways, that's my question, guys. Have a great rest of your night. Peace out.
Ooh.
His shirt was really cool.
I know. I started looking at it. I was like, who the fuck cares?
I get mild Bo Burnham vibes from him.
A little bit, yes. Yeah. He's got that. There's something about that, his cadence. And it's like, yeah.
Which, have you guys seen his special where he's got that joke where he's like, where he drops the water bottle?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. Oh, I don't want to ruin it by saying it now. So just remember that I said that, and I'll post it on Twitter or something.
He has a new special coming out that he did during the pandemic.
I saw that. Yeah, I've been all
bearded up and shit.
Yeah, I've been. I've loved his stuff since I found him. He was on YouTube doing just like those Bofa show. Played some of his songs for the wrong people when I was in high school.
No, I was just gonna say that.
Burn it.
Don't burn it though.
I was just gonna say Howard the Duck.
It's so bad.
The code key.
No, it's just bad.
The dark overlords are coming. The dark overlords are coming.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I have watched that movie one time. I watched it for Squadcast Movies. I literally took the DVD to the secondhand bookstore the next day to get it out of my house.
I would love to have this on DVD. It's a guilty pleasure. I love this movie from being a kid. It's fantastic. It's a good movie. I'm sorry. It's a good movie.
Meg, what's your?
I was literally going to say Howard the Duck.
Yeah,
yeah, yes.
What was the
I
question?
used
I
to
got
have so much
distracted.
respect for you people, and now it's gone.
Are you going to cancel our stream on Sunday?
It's got Leah Thompson in it, man.
It does, man. It's got Leah Thompson.
Yes, trying to have sex with a duck.
She's not trying to have sex.
Exactly.
That's such a misconception.
In Back to the Future, she was trying to have sex with her kid. That's
true.
gross.
That's true.
Right.
No, there's
trying to
another
make
one.
Howard feel uncomfortable.
Speaking of Mother's Day.
She's not actually gonna have sex with a duck. She just tries to make him feel uncomfortable.
You know, it's not actually a duck. For
but
real, Scott.
as the movie
She was trying to
closes,
have sex with a guy dressed like a
What?
duck.
It's not really a duck?
It's a movie. Well,
what?
Well, that was after I saw duck breasts in a bathtub in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot. That's pretty hot.
Oh, Brandon, what's your guilty pleasure movie, man?
I would say I don't think it gets much more awesomely bad than The Room. I mean, that's like my go-to. Yeah, The Room. I love that movie. I don't know if you guys have ever been to one of those screenings that they do for The Room, like an actual in-person. Like
No,
I went to one in Atlanta that Tommy Wiseau was at, and it was one of the best experiences I've ever had. It was amazing. My face was hurting so bad just from I was laughing nonstop. Yeah. Tommy Wiseau did a Q&A beforehand, and then the guy that played Mark, he was also there. Greg, I can't remember his last name.
Yeah,
Greg Sotero. But yeah, it's such a fun movie because everybody brings spoons. They throw spoons at the screen. It's like one of those like Rocky Horror Picture like interactive type experiences. And yeah, it's great. If you ever have a chance to go see it, then definitely do that. It's fun.
I know. Like when you watch Disaster Artist, they talk about that, and about the screen and how crazy like it is. Like there's so much of a fan base for those screenings where they're like packed houses. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I work in Athens, Georgia, and they have one. Well, before COVID, they had a midnight screening once a month for that movie, and it was always packed out. People brought their spoons, and it's one of those things where they're like, there's like a cult following to it, to where there's like so many interactive elements that you just like learn along the way, and so it's fun to. And that was my first time doing it, so it was fun just to be like, man, this is like a real thing. People just do this all the time, so it was cool.
Indeed. Scott, what's yours?
I'm still thinking because I think
Howard the Duck. I see that it's getting a 4K release, man. I'm on that.
Oh no! I looked at that and I was like, "What the?"
On that. That's what the chat said, that it's getting a 4K release.
It is.
I'm so on that.
I when I saw that, I was like, I'm still waiting on The Abyss and True Lies to get a Blu-ray release. How the hell is Howard the Duck?
I fucking love True Lies.
I mean, how is it's James Cameron? Both of those are James Cameron movies. Dude. By the way, Meg, have you seen The Abyss? Write that down.
Well, I was gonna say, does James the other one? James Cameron. What is it with him having issues with like?
Don't worry, Meg. I haven't seen The Abyss either.
Oh my God! You write it down too, Enosh.
You watched that movie, sir.
That is the origin of the T-1000 in that movie.
Yes,
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of it, and I know about the the special effects of The Abyss. I just never actually watched all of it.
I haven't seen The Abyss either, because every time I try to watch it, I can only find pan and scan versions, and I don't want to watch a James Cameron movie pan and scan for the first time.
You got to see it.
Yeah. So I mean, if anyone's got it,
at least Anthony's seen it. Brandon, have you seen The Abyss?
No.
Don't do this to me. God!
I've tried on multiple occasions, and it starts, and I'm like, I'm not going to be able to like this. It's a game.
I will say this: it's slow, but like it's well worth it once you get
so
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure I can stick through anything. It's specifically the bad transfer that stops me from seeing it, because if I can find like a widescreen, or I think there might be an open mat version of it somewhere. Even
there's something.
What's the sickness from damn it. From going back up to or from going
the bends,
getting the bends, decompression,
decompression, yes, decompression sickness, that's fire.
It's so good. It's such a
Yeah,
good
it's
movie.
good. It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Oh man,
Yeah, I am familiar with it. I just haven't. I mean, I've seen like sequences from it. You know, the water like coming in with. That's very
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like a there's a director's cut also of that, which like there's like a significant event that happens in that director's cut where you kind of go, oh shit, why did they remove that? Okay, because it was kind of, you know, when you watch the direct, I would suggest watching the director's cut, right, Scott? Would you watch the director's? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty much. I pretty much land on if there's a director's cut of anything.
Yeah. Well, it was funny.
You watch that.
Yeah, because growing up, I watched the regular theatrical version so many times, and then all of a sudden, like, you know, then I find out there's this director's cut with like this whole other sequence that was like, huh, whoa, and yeah, kind of blows your mind, especially with the,
I think this is weird. The difficult part I have with this question is if I enjoy a movie, I have a hard time subjectively saying that I think it's a guilty pleasure because it's like I enjoy it, so it's not bad to me.
You could say it's bad, but still enjoy it. I mean, mine is Masters of the Universe.
Heck yeah, baby.
Man.
Heck yeah.
Or I think I would say either Armageddon, which I feel weird because I think it's legitimately a great movie.
Good.
But maybe Cool Runnings.
Yes.
I love that team of Jamaica.
It's a great movie, though. It's a great movie.
You know, some people they say they can't believe.
Yeah. Dude, that's the thing. You got to choose something that's so like. That's why I was like, oh yeah, man, because I just watched it. I shit you not, like 2 weeks ago, I had it on, and I was like, God, I mean, you literally have Strickland from fucking Back to the Future in this movie, who's a cop who's just like the worst cop in the world, and you got Courtney Cox, and, and it's just, it's so bad. But I just, there's something that I love about it. I don't know.
You know, one that kind of falls into that category. It has to be the original Highlander.
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's. I mean, if you wanted to rip that,
just went so highbrow on all of us. Like we're talking Howard the Duck, Masters of the Universe. Scott's like Highlander.
In that vein, I would say that there's maybe some kung fu movies that I would be that way about. I think that's if
that
for
can
me,
be only one.
If it's going to be something that's like considered a guilty pleasure because it's like objectively not good, it would need to be something like really weird or experimental or like bring something else to the table for me. Because if it's just legitimately not good, then I don't really.
What about
like
Steven? What about Rad?
What's Rad?
You know, I thought you retweeted that. I know, maybe it wasn't you. Damn it.
Oh, the Rad Batch.
Yes.
No, I retweeted it because I liked the joke.
Oh, you didn't see the original movie Rad?
No, I didn't see the original movie.
Tony! You have to watch
but I look at Highlander, and there's some ridiculousness in that movie.
Okay, yeah.
The BMX movie?
No, there is. There is. I don't know. Wait, go back to what Scott said. Yeah, you're right. There is some ridiculousness in that movie.
I mean, you got Connery, who's supposed to be an Egyptian Spaniard, but he has a Scottish. I mean,
yeah, no,
yes,
Connery,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And Clancy Brown is chewing the fucking scenery the entire movie, and I don't care because I grew up loving that franchise. I watched the TV show with Adrian Paul playing Duncan. It has sword fights, dude. It's sword fights. Give me something with sword fights, and I will watch it.
That's what is supposed to be remaking that, or what? I thought I heard that's always been on the table for a while. Like they were going to.
Well, it's a franchise that is ripe for someone to go back and like actually make a high quality because none of the movies are high quality.
Should do it. You just said Zack Snyder should do it. Yeah.
But
he would do it justice. Of course, we know that.
But there's a lot of people who would legitimately do a franchise like that justice. I actually think the TV series,
Scott,
the TV series I think did it better than the movies.
I never watched the TV series. I just watched the movies. Yeah,
and the TV series was one you gotta get through the first 2 seasons. The third, no, it is because by the 3rd season they changed sword masters. And the sword fights from like seasons 3, 4, and 5 are legit. Like those are some legit sword fights because Adrian Paul was doing all his own sword fights.
That's
because
a lot of content to get to the good stuff.
Just start at season 3.
No, but you can really kind of just jump because season 3 is also like when character like the arcs got like really good. I mean, we all know TV shows that start off kind of rough and then they hit that patch where they're like, the reason you love it is because when you started watching it in this patch. And that's what season 3 through 5 of the Highlander TV show is for me. It's like that's when it was gold. And it's also got Roger Daltrey from The Who. I'm just like, Tommy, can you hear me? It's like, I'm sorry, I love The Who.
Okay, who didn't give their guilty pleasure movie?
I think Steven did.
Steven?
No, I said either Armageddon or Cool Runnings.
Yeah. Or Anthony.
No, I didn't. Oh, it's easy.
Anthony.
Fucking Pitch Perfect.
Pitch Perfect.
Oh no.
You know what? I've watched them and I'm like,
yo, dude. Just the first one. Just the first one. That's it. If
I think the obvious answer is also Batman and Robin is like one of the best. Good movies.
I was gonna say Showgirls. I love Showgirls.
Oh, okay.
Holy shit!
I watched that when it was on. It would be on like VH1. Like it would be like a marathon for like a weekend, like once a month. I would watch it every day when I was like living at home. I loved it.
But it was all censored and shit.
Yeah, and I didn't see like the uncensored one until like maybe even up to like a few years ago. But it's so bad that I just love it.
That's the one where the censoring though is like they like draw black bras
there's
on
like
them and stuff.
There's like a scene where she was like naked going to like the ocean or a pool or something, and they like CGI'd her hair to be longer to cover her butt.
Well, that was Splash did that too. On
Disney Plus.
It was like the bikini or something they CGI'd on her body, and it looked horrible.
Which I was so disappointed about because I remember being a kid and when Splash was on, HBO or something, I was like, I'm going to do some Daryl Hannah behind here.
There's a bunch of there's some full frontal in Splash too.
Pretty much
in several scenes,
and it was PG.
Because like when she's underwater,
that's the 80s,
like,
baby.
Not...
That's the 80s. Full boobs. Full frontal nudity, parental guidance suggested.
I haven't seen this in forever, but what used to be a guilty pleasure, I think Scott will like this, is Princess Diaries.
Oh, you're talking about one of my screen wives. Anne Hathaway, dude.
Yeah.
And Julie Andrews. Yes.
I loved that. Oh my God, it was amazing.
It's all right. I'm like,
we gotta do the.
I loved it. Yes.
Did you guys ever see a movie called Airborne from the early 90s?
Yes. Movie.
Yeah.
I just saw that last year. It's amazing.
Like for the first time, or
for the first time.
Wow, yeah.
I'd seen like Surf Ninjas and all those that I would put in the same category, but I'd never seen Airborne. And I finally saw it.
I loved Airborne. That's like one of Jack Black's first roles. It has Seth Green in it.
Yeah.
It's
trying to remember.
It's like
it's the one where it's like in Ohio, but it's blatantly obvious that they just filmed it in California with like a blue filter.
Right. Yeah, it's like a surfer guy like moves to where in the middle of the country and he starts rollerblading. It's like Footloose, but with rollerblades, essentially.
Well, okay, that reminds me of another movie that I actually legitimately enjoy, but I could see people not liking it. But how many people here have seen Equilibrium?
Oh yeah,
that's great.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's a good.
Christian Bale.
That's a good example of a movie that I would say is like not a good movie, but does enough unique and interesting things to make it worthwhile because there's nothing else that does them as good. To like that would make me say like, oh, if you like Equilibrium, just watch. Like you can't say like just watch The Matrix instead because it's not close enough. You get something different. And that scene where he with the raindrops on the glass and where he touches the railing, like right after he quits taking his meds, is like I think one of the like. There's not a lot of like good scenes in it, and I think that's like a legitimately good scene. And the rest of it is just kind of like this is like Christian Bale pulls that off.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of like. I think half of the henchmen kill shots are the same recycled shot. It's like one of those.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
always a movie that I always said, that's like you take Fahrenheit 451 and you meet the Matrix, and that's the bastard stepchild that came from that union.
If you are going to say, like, take this concept and give me a better movie, I'd say the good version of Equilibrium is THX 1138.
Which I still need to see. That's on my need to watch list.
I've tried to start it many times, especially as a George Lucas and Star Wars fan.
Yeah.
I tried to start it so many times, and I just like, no. Okay, I'll come back to it. I'll come back.
Especially if you take out the gun fu stuff, it's basically the same thing.
Concept because about feelings and shit like that.
Yeah, it's like the same. It's that same kind of sci-fi concept of like taking meds to like suppress emotions in a superior society. The biggest difference is Equilibrium. It was a little bit less esoteric because George Lucas was like a really artsy, believe it or not, like experimental filmmaker. And
hey, American Graffiti is pretty good.
I love American Graffiti.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's a good fucking George Lucas.
Well, yeah, but THX 1138 is like art house level.
Big time. Oh yeah,
like,
it's slow as shit. I've seen
like there's 10 minutes where you're like, wait, when was the last time somebody said something? Like I don't like. There's no like dialogue or exposition or anything.
A movie I always love telling people they need to go watch, and I've said it before on the stream, but this is a different crowd, but I would recommend anybody please go and check out Robert Downey Jr. in The Singing Detective.
What the fuck? I don't even.
Okay, here's my elevator pitch. Okay. Robert Downey, this is the first movie he did when he got out of rehab. Mel Gibson produced it.
Wow.
And said, "Hey, Robert, you're my buddy. Here's a star vehicle for you. It's an indie movie. It's a movie based on a British miniseries, but the concept is that this writer who has this debilitating disease called anthropic psoriasis. Basically, he's got psoriasis over his entire body, and he has arthritis in all of his joints. Is in the hospital, and to get through it, he's turning his first novel, The Singing Detective, into a screenplay. But as the being trapped in the hospital is kind of driving him bonkers, the movie is playing out in his head, and people from his real life are being cast in the movie to the point that he can't keep track of what's real and what's the movie anymore.
It sounds almost like A Man Who Knew Too Little twist.
Oh, the fucking Bill Murray movie.
Heck yeah.
But the cast is Robert Downey Jr., Robin Wright, Adrian Brody, Mel Gibson, Katie Holmes, John Polito, Jeremy Northam, Alfred Woodard, Saul Rubnik. I mean,
the list goes on.
The list goes on. Yeah, it's an incredible independent film. I drove to Atlanta to watch that movie when it came out.
Speaking of RDJ, what's the consensus on Charlie Bartlett?
I didn't even see it, did I?
You guys haven't seen Charlie Bartlett?
I didn't see
I feel like that's one that people are like, it's not that great or whatever. But I legitimately love that movie. I think it's great. It's Anton Yelchin is a kid who has like some social issues, or they think he has social issues at least, and so his mom is like over medicating him, and he's a really rich kid, but he goes to a public school and starts selling all of his extra meds and becomes popular because of it, and RDJ is the principal, and what's her face is the
Dennings is in it.
Totally okay. Now it's because Anton, he's the star of that, and doesn't he also break the fourth wall and talk to the? Does he talk to
think so.
Yeah, he does that, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
I actually have never seen this movie. I
think you would really like it.
Pretty good. Now that I remember,
it's got some moments that like maybe push it into like, is this too sappy? But it's Anton Yelchin and RDJ, so it's like
actually pretty good. Yeah,
at least they execute on it well. Like the climax is definitely like a bit soapy, but like I said, it's Anton Yelchin and Robert Downey Jr. So
and then
you can do it.
if we're gonna stick on our RDJ, I mean, even Paul Smith right there is bringing up, you know, probably my favorite RDJ movie is Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Come on.
Oh
yes.
So good. All right, Meg, you've seen that, right? That doesn't need to be written down. Okay, thank God. I was
There's
like,
another
write
one I
that
would-
down. Anybody
Speaking of-
else who has a pen and paper, write that down because that movie. I mean, you know, when people
Shane
go
Black.
like, "Oh man, Iron Man 3, Shane Black, what a shit show." It's like, well, okay, then go to Kiss Kiss Bang Bang with Shane Black, you know, writing, directing, you know, Robert Downey Jr. and Val Kilmer playing a gay private eye. Is just, I mean, their chemistry and their back and forth, their banter. I mean, you want to talk about banter? Holy shit! I mean, there's so many times where you just burst out laughing of how ridiculous some shit
My
is in that movie.
grasp of grammar was drastically improved by that movie because it gave me an easy way to remember.
Right?
What was it? The possessive of Scott. What's the line where he says?
Oh yeah, are you talking about the there, the your, or the?
That might be one of the ones that's in there, but there's a specific phrase that they use where, because then he tries to throw it back on her later, and he's like, "Oh no,
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh shit,
badly. I feel badly."
badly or something like
he
that.
says,
Like,
no,
yeah,
he
something
says,
about
no,
that.
no, that refers to your ability to feel, but you.
Oh,
you
it's
feel
adjectives
bad.
and adverbs.
Yeah.
That's it. Yes.
That's what's so
but-
good about the dialogue. My
Speaking
God.
of Shane Black, it's not Shane Black, but I feel like it's kind of like a Shane Black knockoff. And another one that is like, is this good or not? I don't know, but I like it anyway. Lucky Number 11.
Oh, fucking A, dude.
Yes.
Thank you, Steven. I mean, I think
Thank
we
you.
both know that we
Josh
share a love for
Hartnett,
that.
Bruce Willis, Lucy
Dude.
Liu.
You watch that and you're like, this is not Shane Black. It's not as good as Shane Black.
But it sounds
but
like Shane Black.
But it feels like Shane Black. I feel like it would be better if Shane Black did it, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. It's just like, it's like 87% of a great movie.
But I'm sorry, I own the soundtrack to that movie because it was like a Barnes & Noble exclusive, and it has that song, the Kansas City Shuffle.
Yeah.
Oh,
I love that movie. I actually was just thinking about it the other day. Like, I need to. Is it even available digitally? Because like I want to find it. I want to watch it again.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Literally, it's on YouTube. It might be illegally, but like apparently nobody's policing it. I went to look up a clip from it, and the full movie just came up, and I was like, oh, and it's fine quality. Like just YouTube Lucky Number 11, SLEVIN, and it's
so good.
There.
I mean, like, it's good. I mean, the star power. I mean, you got Josh Hartnett, who I think that's kind of could be his best role. I mean, like for like Meg, have you seen it yet?
Nope, I'm writing it down.
Okay, write it down because
Go to YouTube.
Another selling point. Another selling point
is
is the fact that Josh Hartnett is in a towel, nothing but a towel, for like the first half hour of the movie.
I'm gonna go watch it. I'll see you guys.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, he's nothing but a towel for like the first half hour, and then it's got Morgan Freeman. It's got Ben Kingsley, who are like opposite, like they're
well, it's got what's his face from House of Cards, who is also the villain in Ant-Man. But
I can't remember his name.
Corey Spillman.
There it is.
But it's such a small role.
Yeah.
But it's still
it's all about mistaken identity, and also there's so many twists where you're the whole time you're going, wait, okay, what the fuck is going on? And then you got Lucy Liu, who's adorable in this movie. Yeah. She is so goddamn adorable in this movie.
The copy on YouTube is fire, dude.
Yeah. There you go.
Like the video quality is fire. The whole movie's on here. It's ridiculous.
And like the art direction is great too. Like the number of sets they have in this movie. I'm like, damn, whoever picked that wallpaper. like the colors and the patterns that they use in the movie. But it's one of those things where like it's not quite. It feels like I don't know if this is gonna. I'm choosing all these movies. I'm like, I know people like this, but where like Boondock Saints, I would say is like not quite a good movie, but also
but amazingly fun.
But in that way, where like you rewatch it and you're like, wow, from a technical aspect, like some of the cinematography and like blocking and stuff, and this is like.
Well, the way that they tell the story with Willem Dafoe, like when you see the crime scene after, and then Willem Dafoe just like comes in there and just goes, this is what happened. And then you see
It was a firefight.
Yes, dude.
Oh my!
Oh,
I still
man.
I still love it when the Italian guy like rips it off with all the F words, and then Sean Patrick Flannery's like, "Well, it illustrates the diversity of the word."
Yeah.
It's like, I watch that movie every St. Patrick's Day.
Yes.
I don't care. I will
so
watch.
good.
Well,
So good.
I would say Lucky Number 11 is better than that, but it falls into that same category of
It
like
does.
this movie
It
just
fits in
powered
that-
through with chemistry, even though it doesn't hit the nail on the head every time.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god! Another movie I was thinking about, because it's about the same time period, because we're talking like mid to late 2000s. It's like this beautiful little area. Has anyone seen The Matador?
No.
No.
Oh,
That sounds. I don't think I've ever seen it.
Pierce
That was
Brosnan and Greg Kinnear.
No.
Greg Kinnear is the salesman. Pierce Brosnan is this washed up hitman who's having panic attacks.
No. Wow. I have not seen that.
I it's like a buddy comedy with Pierce Brosnan and Greg Kinnear. Check it out.
Wow.
I mean,
That sounds good. Yeah. I mean, it sounds. I think I've heard of it, but I didn't know like the details or anything like that, man. No,
Oh, yeah.
I'll have to write that one down. The Matador.
Looks like
All right.
Lucky Number 11's on Hulu as well. If that YouTube link gets taken down,
Okay.
just so everyone
It's
knows.
been up for 2 years, so I
Yeah.
don't know.
All right.
I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that are on YouTube, this is actually a legitimately great movie, but not a lot of people have seen it. I guess watch the actual movie first. But if you've seen Primer,
Yes.
Shane Carruth's the movie with Shane Carruth's commentary is on YouTube. And his commentary is insane because like you learn things like every single scene but one was done in one take because they legitimately didn't have the money for the film stock to do any more than that. Like he budgeted it out so that if he ruined a take, then he like legitimately wouldn't have enough film to make the whole movie.
Yeah, when it comes to Primer, if you want to watch a time travel type movie that's like so fucking indie and so bare bones, watch that. It's great.
Well, it cost like $50,000 to make.
Yeah.
And it looks like it cost $7 million to
Yeah.
make.
It's very well done for the limited budget they got. I mean, you want to talk about like good, like, you know, just unique time travel type movies? Yes.
Exactly. Well, and his commentary is just great because of all those
I
little
haven't heard
nuggets
the commentary,
and stuff like and he's like, oh yeah, that's my mom did the catering because like it's like literally like they did all this or like they rehearsed each scene like 100 times. He's like, actually we rehearsed it until we were like numb to it, which in some ways because they were doing all these scientific calculations, like we wanted this really dry feeling, so the over rehearsed practice of before we shot everything actually kind of added to that. But it's if you're interested in like the act of making a film, it is one of the most educational commentaries I've ever listened to, where he actually talks about like, here's, you know, we had to shoot this scene at, you know, whatever away because we were renting the camera and only had so much film and, you know, whatever. Because he storyboarded everything and then he photographed it with a 35 millimeter camera to get the lighting and everything right and learn the exposure, and then shot on a rented, I don't know, I can't remember every detail, but it's fascinating, very very educational if you want to dig into that level. I guess Carruth is like canceled now, unfortunately, but you know, it doesn't make the movie any less good.
True that. Anybody else have any
there's
movies?
there's a video game movie that I'm obsessed with, and it's my favorite video game. So it's Warcraft, and it's not the best, but the CGI in that movie is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that
like
movie
I
had
just
a bad
watched
rap, I think.
it did. I mean, there's things that were like cut out of it, and like the story isn't like exactly how it is in like the games, but the CGI for like it was a weird mixture of like the humans were actual actors, and then they were like next to these incredibly huge like CGI orcs. So like the whole movie I feel like should have just been like CGI, because like Blizzard has like amazing cinematics for like all of their games, which I know that's like really expensive to do, but that I feel like that's the charm of it, was the cinematics are so amazing, and they tried to like emulate that in the movie and it didn't quite work. but the CGI is absolutely incredible. It's like the best part of the movie.
That's one of
and
the
the actors are great too.
That's one of those things that I was complimenting about the CGI in Love, Death, and Robots is that because it's all you get like photorealistic CGI humans, but then they'll throw in some aliens, and you're like, oh, there's no uncanny valley here because this is all animated. It's just close enough to photoreal that
and that's like the weird thing in Warcraft was like these like CGI characters were like so real looking, but then they were next to these like actual real humans, and it was just a little too. You could tell that like the actors, I don't know, it was just this weird.
Warcraft was one of those movies where I felt like the negative critics. I don't know. I feel like people often don't understand. They dislike a movie and they don't know why, and a lot of negative reviews are like a negative reaction in search of a reason. Because to me, I watch Warcraft, I'm like, wow, this is a really good 3-hour movie. I just only watched 2 hours of it. And then all the reviews were like, oh, characters are underdeveloped and all these things. I'm like, I guess that's like technically true, but that doesn't mean that what we saw on screen was bad.
Right.
The problem was what we didn't, and we know that he had a longer cut. He's been open about that. And I, and it's Duncan Jones, and I think that Source Code and
Source Code's great,
and Moon are amazing, and Mute is pretty good.
Oh my god!
I'd say Mute was like a letdown, but it was still good. So I watched Warcraft. Like, there's a ton of really cool stuff in here, but nobody's talking about the cool stuff because they're like too busy talking about the wonky stuff.
like the score is amazing, and like the CGI is amazing, and it like the Warcraft has like such a big like lore to it that I feel like it could be really successful. Like if they brought in Henry Cavill, who loves Warcraft, I feel like it could be something really cool. But it's just, I mean, it did really well in China, so that was cool, but it didn't do very well here. So
and it was funny.
But
too,
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, I remember watching it and being really impressed by it, even though I was like, I never played this, I don't know this, but I was very impressed by, just like you said, the CGI, what they did with the actors and stuff like that. So, okay, you got to go, and I thought you were gonna say something before.
Yeah, I was gonna say that Cinefinity super chat. Deep Blue Sea. I am a sucker for shark movies.
Fuck yes.
Oh my gosh! And LL Cool J, the whole deepest, bluest. My head is like a shark's fin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what was great? What was great about that movie?
My head is like a shark's fin.
What was great about that movie is like you have Sam Jackson, and you're like, oh, he's the lead. He's gonna make it to the end. Then all of a sudden, like when he's doing like the speech, all of a sudden a shark just comes up and chomps his ass.
Oh,
and you're like,
awesome.
I remember like I watched that with my dad one of the summers I was visiting him. I don't know if he was in either Alabama or Texas, but I remember both of us went, oh, like what the, like it just
totally got me. Yeah. Totally. Yeah. I remember jumping, man, so high in my seat, just was like, no way. I was so shocked that they killed him off. And the way that he did it, because he's giving this motivational speech
in the Sam Jackson way.
We've got to come together. Boom.
Dude,
yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome.
Great. All right. Well, thank you, Enosh. Go ahead.
Speaking of films, tomorrow I'm doing a watch party all day of the original Star Wars trilogy, but the theatrical versions.
Okay, no added
the non-special edition versions. So we'll be starting off on YouTube. I'm going to keep the YouTube video open and just open up another one on Twitch. But yeah, we're going to watch those.
The Whedon cuts.
Oh God!
No! Why did you say that name? All right, guys. Peace out.
Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Scrolling back in the chat.
I was gonna say, did he say Bram Stoker's Dracula? I fucking love that movie.
That's a great movie.
It's a great movie.
That's not a guilty pleasure or nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how is that? Like, people think
Gary
that's bad.
Gary Oldman, that fucking come on.
Anthony Hopkins as a wackadoo Van Helsing is
yes.
No, that
I
movie.
want to watch that so bad now.
I know. and Winona Ryder.
He's
and Keanu Reeves.
Keanu, yes.
Keanu's like the weakest. Like Keanu Jonathan Harker is like the weakest part of that movie.
He totally is, but you love him.
Yes.
Somebody mentioned Due Date with RDJ and Zach.
I love that movie.
It's one of those movies that like it's a great comedy that kind of just gets lost in the sea of comedies. But
it's Todd Phillips, man. Come
it's
on.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, it feels very like it's almost like a modern Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe it's sacrilege to even compare them, but it's legitimately I thought it was pretty good. However, the only thing I clearly remember about it is the scene where they're smoking and like they're like overnight and like they share a joint or something, and then what even happened is like a zebra in the car or something. I don't remember. I just remember them being just like high as F and like looking over and being like, what? And then waking up. And but whenever I think of the movie, like that's the scene I remember because Galifianakis and like already like what a weird combo.
Yeah,
But they
work
work
so
they
well.
work
They're
very
so
together.
funny together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they also mentioned Last Action Hero, which I don't think is bad. I love that movie. I
Oh
think
my
that
God.
movie's
That movie
amazing.
is so, oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
Would not to be. I actually just ordered the 4K Steelbook from Best Buy.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it
am-
just
Oh
came
my
out.
God,
Yeah.
man.
I'm getting that.
This is how much I love that movie. When I watched Ready Player One and I saw the Easter egg in that fucking movie, I went, like I literally went, like that, pointing at the
Yeah.
screen. Like I saw the theater, and said fucking Jack Slater, not John,
Jack Slater.
Jack Slater, yeah. Because, I think Zach Penn, right, was part of both. Is that what happened? I think Zach Penn was part of that. Anybody?
Yeah.
Anybody?
I don't know.
Could be. I don't
No.
know.
All right.
No,
I think he, like,
it's-
he wrote, yeah, but I mean, no. Last Action Hero, like, I literally had a T-shirt, Last Action Hero T-shirt, and what came with the T-shirt? A ticket, and I loved that ticket. I ripped it in half, and I was like, "Look, I got the ticket. I'm gonna try to jump in movies." Blah blah blah. When I was
Yeah, Zach Penn did write the screenplay.
yeah, he wrote the screenplay, right? And then he did
Yeah.
Ready Player One too, right? Or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, he yes.
Yes. Okay.
But
I knew I was crazy.
Shane Black rewrote it.
Shane
I don't
Black
know.
rewrote Last Action Hero.
I don't know how it's credited. I guess story
I
by
wouldn't be
Zach Penn,
surprised because-
screenplay by Shane Black. Yeah, okay. So I,
mean,
guess
one
he
of the
wouldn't have
best
gotten the
lines was like, when Arnold was in the real world and he pulls a taxi driver out and he goes like, you hear about all these movies like Make My Day or do this? Well, I got a new one for you, Rubber Baby Bubby Bumpers. So like something like that. So fucking good because he's and then he looks at Danny. He goes, "Ha! You didn't think I was gonna say that, did you?" And Danny's like, "What the fuck?" Because what's so great about that movie is the fact that Arnold was like, "I am full on meta making fun of myself." That's what that is. That whole movie is making fun of Arnold, because there's literally like a point when he goes, "I'll be back." Ha! You didn't know I was gonna say that, did you? And he's like, "That's what you always say. It's like your calling card, and blah blah blah." And it's just.
Isn't that the one where is it in Last Action Hero where there's the Stallone Terminator poster?
They go to Blockbuster because Danny's like,
Yes.
he's like, "No, you were in that movie," and he goes like, "What are you talking about? He was in that movie. He was fantastic, And yeah, there's all kind. Yeah, it's that movie is so fucking meta and so fucking great.
Going back to Due Date, I don't know why I said a zebra. I was just trying to think of something crazy. He looks over and Zach Galifianakis looks like a bear driving the car.
Is that what it is?
That's what it is.
I'm
But
trying to remember.
it's like the light speed lines going past the car.
Oh yeah, I
and
remember
everything.
that
It's
part, but I don't remember the bear.
Yeah, he looks over and he because he's like what? He looks over and it's just like he looks like a bear and he like looks back and like that's all it is. But it's
I'm
funny.
thinking of 90s movies that I remember going to see at the Dollar Theater and I just love, and I don't know if they're considered bad or whatever, but does anybody remember Dragonheart?
Yeah.
With Sean Connery.
I've seen
Yeah,
clips
yeah,
of it.
yeah.
How terrible the CGI
They used to be
is
on
in that
TV
thing.
all the time.
I don't care. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
I mean, it's
Never a fan.
Dennis Quaid
Yeah.
Yep.
and
Sean
as
Connery
a
in that?
knight.
He
And,
plays the voice of the dragon.
and
He
Sean
does,
Connery's
right?
the voice of the dragon.
Okay, I was
yes.
about to say, I was like, I knew Sean Connery's part of that.
I'm excited that we're about to get a bunch of stuff like that again, but like I think we're about to have a fantasy renaissance on it's the small screen and big screen with like LOTR and Game of
I
Thrones and
fucking hope so.
and Wheel of Time.
yeah, and Dungeons and Dragons. I'm hoping that Dungeons and Dragons ends up being what Warcraft could have been.
See, and that's why I just bring Warcraft back, please. That's like the only thing I want. That's like the only thing I want. Like Henry in a series for Warcraft would just be amazing.
Well, he's pretty producing and possibly starring in, we'll see, Mass Effect, which I know is not at all
Yeah.
Warcraft, but
Oh,
it's
yeah,
another
that's
video
right.
game, and like
Right.
he would be
He just
so
needs to have
good.
his like own video game universe where he can be
See,
all
that-
of
I
his
mean, that-
favorite characters.
You know what video game movie they need to? It's almost a guilty pleasure, but it's too bad to even enjoy. And so it's not a guilty pleasure at all. But like, if they just didn't screw it up quite as much, it would be a guilty pleasure. Is Max Payne?
Oh, fuck you!
Like, talk about a video game that is like, here's your screenplay.
God,
Like, I'll
damn
just
it.
have Mark Wahlberg
Ugh.
just like say all these lines, and you'll be fine. And they're like, yeah, but
I'm
what if
so
we didn't do
frustrated right
that?
now, Steven.
Oh,
you don't know how much I love that game.
No, you don't know how much I love
And then
that
when
game.
the fucking movie came out, I went, "What?
I was so
Fuck!
it was one of the first moments that I remember being like, so I've been disappointed before, but never to the point like I've walked out of stuff. But this one I just couldn't walk out. I was was like, what?
Okay, so like Max Payne, I mean, it's so noir. It's so like
The game. It's one of the few games where you could literally say like just adapt. Like, there's other games where it's like, oh, you have to change it around in order to make it fit a linear story. It's like, no, Max Payne is like a movie.
Yes,
already.
And you have this bullet time that you could do when you're trying to shoot people, and it's like it's so fun. It's such a good story, and it's like, all right, just follow that. No, they decided not to because, well, I mean, like part of the plot is like this drug that makes people like see shit and whatever the hell. So when you're playing the game, you come across because you're like in like I mean it's like Hell's Kitchen, right, Steven?
Yeah,
yeah. During like a snowstorm, and he's like going through, and like so you're seeing like these like addicts like tripping out and shit like that. So what they decided to do with the movie,
it's like almost like a Sin City style.
They wanted to do a Sin City style, and then they were like, "Oh, we're gonna show you what they're hallucinating." Instead of just seeing them tripping out like and then being part of the story about this guy who's had his whole family got killed and he almost died, and it's like, okay, and it's a revenge story, but then it's like, yeah, in the movie they're like, we're going to show you what these drug addicts are seeing with this special drug, which is like angels and demons and shit like that. And I was going, what and I'm sorry, but Mark Wahlberg as Max Payne, horrible choice. I
think he could do it, but
no. You have to have that deep. You have to have that. When I was watching, speaking of Sin City, who's
Clive Owen?
Not Clive Owen. Well, he probably
Rourke.
Yeah, Rourke. I thought
because he's Marv.
Yes, Marv. Rourke would have been great because he had that. That kind of noir, and the overdubbing and the not the overdubbing, but the narration. Yes, I thought he would have been like perfect for that. Mark Wahlberg, I mean, it's like, hey, what's up? Huh? No. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that noir type sense to him. So I was like, and then I had Mila Kunis in it, and I was like, she didn't fit either. I mean, it was badly miscast. I'm sorry, Steven. It was badly miscast.
Well, don't apologize to me. I don't like it at all. I hated it.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, that movie, the standard for that movie was like just half-ass something close to the game, and I'll probably be like
there was like literally one part where they do the bullet time thing where Mark Wahlberg like has a shotgun and he like dives back and it slows down and it goes cuckoosh, and I was like, hey, finally they did something right. Like,
well, there's so many moments from the game that are like action hero like fist pump moment, and it's also subversive in some ways too, where there are so many moments like that where literally you would expect them, like these hero shots, to put on the screen that are already satisfying in the game, but when you see them realized on the screen would be like that's the reason you make this movie. Like, how do you make that? How do you play the game and say this would make a good movie, and then go and make this movie where it's like not inspired by any of the parts of the game that make you say this would make a good movie? Like, it's clear that the people making it were not the people that decided that it would make a good movie in the first place. So, oh man, so
I would have
frustrating.
preferred 2 hours of those incredibly hard. Let me trot on these bloodlines from the game. You know what I'm talking about? Those cutscenes where he was like, you had to like balance yourself over these like lines of blood.
Yes.
Give me that for 2 hours. Better than that movie.
Did you guys play? Was it 3 where it's in San Paulo?
I didn't.
played
I
some
only
of it.
played
I
one
never
and two.
finished
I
it.
didn't play 3. I only played 1 and 2.
At first I was so excited when it was coming, and then when I saw what it was and how it was kind of a drastic departure, I was like, I don't even know if I'm interested in that anymore. And it took me forever to get around to it. And then eventually I did, and I'd say it's probably, like, as far as the story goes, the best. It's a departure from like the style.
Oh, that's the one where he's bald. He's got like a Hawaiian shirt on and shit.
Well, yeah, but it changes throughout the game. That you get, like, your beard and your hair changes and your shirt gets all, and you get progressively more injured as it goes on.
Mhm.
Oh, wow.
And his alcoholism is like actually part of the,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
it's like story wise, and the way they work it into the story is way cooler than the first 2 games, which I think are super super cool.
Mhm.
And it's good enough that I'd say the first 2 maybe, I don't know how well they aged, but I would say 3 probably aged well enough to be very worth checking out if you haven't.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't play 3. I played the first 2, but
Well, it's because I was like, they went away from New York. They went away from the
Yeah, I
noir
think it was
stuff. I don't know if I'm
part of-
interested in that, but then it ended up being like
really good.
like really sad. Like, if you care about Max Payne as a character, and if you were attracted to kind of what they did with him in the first 2 games, this really gets like deep into his soul of like who he is and his.
And that just reminds me of, I remember a video game movie that really got me was, it's like Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It's like, when you play that game, what's the part of the game that everybody hates having to put up with? It's the present day stuff. We always want to go into the Animus.
We want to do the parkour stuff.
We want to do the parkour in the past.
Yeah.
And the movie spends so much time in the present, and it's like, do you not realize that what people enjoy is,
and then they try to do this
the past?
And then they try to do this thing where they were like doing like a intercut, like between both the present and the past. So you saw Michael Fassbender, with the machine strapped in, doing the moves, and then it would cut to like the past, and then cut back, and it's like I kept going. Nobody wants to see him in the present. Nobody wants to see that. It's dumb. Like, you establish that at first, and then just show the cool parkour stuff. What are you doing? When I saw the trailer,
game, they're literally just strapped to a chair.
Yeah.
Like, there's not supposed to be anything cool happening in the present. He's just supposed to be in his DNA in the past.
It was funny because a lot of people were like, everybody was crossing their fingers. I mean, I'm not a big Assassin's Creed fan, but I've played the games, and I was like, okay. Watching the first trailer that came out, looks like they're kind of nailing it, but then you watch the movie and they went, "Fuck, everything cool was in that trailer."
Yeah,
shit. It's like, damn it, man.
And why video game adaptations are just, it's ridiculous when you have an entire genre that we expect them to suck even when we go to see them, and we celebrate when they're good. And it's like, how do you even have a genre that exists like that? Like, I can count on one hand good video game movies, and sometimes they're the ones that you don't even realize are based on video games. Like the Alicia Vikander Tomb Raider movie.
Oh my god,
that was great.
Yeah.
Detective Pikachu. That's a video. I love that movie. I make no apologies for loving that movie. I took Liam to go see it. And it was like the second time I saw it by myself the first time. And,
I mean, I just remember laughing my ass off when it was just like, he was like, Pika Pika. It was like, so Pika Pika. Just the way that Ryan Reynolds did it. I mean, that's what I thought was so brilliant about that. It was like, Pikachu is voiced by Ryan Reynolds. That's perfect.
Yeah.
That's why
and the best part
makes
was
it enjoyable so much.
And then going to see it with Liam was like 5 at the time.
Yeah.
And the whole time, all he wanted to do was go, "Daddy, that's a Squirtle. Daddy, that's a Charmander." And sometimes I'm like, yes, son. Yes, Daddy knows. And then sometimes I go, "Daddy, that sounds like," okay, thank you. I actually didn't know that had a name. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No, I mean, I get it because like there's, when you looked at the numbers, I was like, did it really? I don't know. It's kind of weird looking at that because it seemed like it was successful, but then also not. I don't know. I'm not a big Pokemon fan, so when I was watching it, I was like, I enjoyed it wholeheartedly, yes, But I mean, at the same time, I also wanted to be like, maybe it should have delved deeper into like the underground fighting of the Pokemon. I don't know. But then I don't have a leg to stand on when it comes to it because I was never into Pokemon growing up. So, but
I just thought it was cool that it was shot entirely on film because the director wanted
it looked amazing.
He wanted to look like a film noir. And when you go and you watch like the first half of it, I think that's what you're getting at, Dave, is because it goes kind of like over the top action by the end, that they kind of stuck a little bit more with like the underground, what's going on, where's my dad?
Like I said, the scenes when he was like going to fight and he's like, and then he gets scared. It's just Pika. That part, I died in the theater. I was like just laughing my ass off because his voice gets so high and it's just like Pika. It's just like, it's just the one thing like that just like drove me like insane. And that movie was like, it was the fact I just laughed my ass off on that part. But I felt like when it came to that underground, the underground fighting, I was like, man, maybe like if they're gonna do another movie, dive into that,
Yeah, I love like a Pokemon Stadium.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that'd be so cool.
Because it got too cliche with like, oh, we got kids, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, we're gonna go to this super secret base that's out in the middle of nowhere, and we're gonna somehow break in very easily. And it was like, good God, man.
My favorite is interrogating the mime.
Yeah.
That is
yeah.
Hilarious.
That was See, there's a lot of funny moments, a lot of great moments, but then they went too easy with the tropes of like these kids and they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, and it just got too generic,
And that's one of those things where I guess it's easy with WB to blame the studio, but like Scott's talking about, the reason they shot on film was to make it feel film noir. That creative decision feels at odds with some of this other stuff. Where it feels like if the director was like, hey, I want this to be film noir, and then it's like, so why is this other stuff like not at all noir? It makes me wonder if they were like we got overruled on some like, no, we need some cheap fun in there. Not that it needs to be like some dark deal, but
well lit sequences.
There's
some really good moments in that movie, and then there's some really just like, all right, I've seen that before, or whatever. Yeah.
There's this noir short in Love, Death, and Robots Volume 2 that's like, there's several that are like a great proof of concept for like a feature film, but it's great because it's this like retro future neo-noir kind of movie. But the retro future.
Stop it! I'm getting all hot.
I know, right?
I'm getting all hot and bothered right now.
And it's just like photoreal CGI where like even on his forehead you can see like the little hairs on his forehead.
Oh wow!
And it's got a toddler in it that's like well animated and voiced for CGI. You know how toddlers are like a freak of nature.
Yeah.
But the aesthetic it's retro future, but not like 30s 40s retro future, but like it's like very like Blade Runner if Blade Runner was inspired by like the 50s. No, it's like 50s. It's like 50s.
Oh, you mean like is it like Dark City?
Oh, Dark City. Jesus Christ. You want to talk about
I don't know. I don't know Dark City.
You remember Dark City?
I don't know Dark City.
Who's the director? Director Scott. Who's the director? I can't remember his name. From The Crow. From The Crow.
Oh, Alec.
Yes, he was pissed off about Valerian and shit. Like, right? He did Valerian, right?
Hold on.
No idea.
Dark City, man. But I'm just saying, Dark City. Whew, that is
Alex. I remember it was Alex Proyas.
There you go, Alex Proyas. Yes.
Yeah, 1998. Get the director's cut because they cut so much crap out for the theatrical shock. But dude, it's Jennifer Connelly. It's what's that? Rufus.
I forgot what his name is.
Rufus Sewell, Kiefer Sutherland.
Yeah, Kiefer Sutherland's great because he's like he knows what's happening in this world and he's trying to like let everybody know. It's very my god, and
it's so good.
William Hurt.
William Hurt. Yes.
My god,
it It looks like there's a little bit of that in it. The aesthetic is a little bit weird though, because you've got the old world is like under the clouds and it's all run down and abandoned and like the underclass lives there. And then above the clouds is where everybody lives now, and that's all nice, and everybody is immortal and due to these like medical treatments they get. But because of that is population controls, and so you can't have kids that aren't registered. That they used to, and so, but there's people who like want to live like normal lives, and so they're like breeders is what they call them, and so he's like a blade. The main character is like a Blade Runner who's responsible for, this is where it gets dark, controlling the finding the unregistered children and dealing with
finding replicants in Blade Runner. Okay.
Yeah. And so you've got a juxtaposition of like this old world that has been like totally disserviced and there's no one maintaining it, and so you've got like literally everything's just totally run down, and then you've got like the really advanced upper world, but like the car that he drives has like the wood inlays and the dash. It's almost like a Tesla, but like a Tesla if it was done in like a 60s, like a 50s 60s kind of style, but then the outside of the car is very Blade Runner. It's like it's a really cool, and it's always raining.
I love that.
God, man.
You know,
and when he goes from below the clouds, it's like really cloudy. And when he goes up to the clouds, all of a sudden it's all sunny up there, and so there's a really cool juxtaposition of like I don't know, but the animation though in that one is insane, because that's where, like I said, you just get there's shots in this where it's like, is that live action? Did they splice this with live action, or is that just that good of a shot? Like it's the animation in multiple of these is just next level amazing.
Yeah, I kind of thought that with some of the from the first season. I'm like,
yeah.
Wait,
Well, I guess to that, and I mentioned this earlier, I guess, with where we talk about like Warcraft, where it's like I can't wait until they feel confident enough to take some ideas like this and just do and you know what? Maybe we'll get that with the Las Vegas Army of the Dead series, because they're doing that in the Unity engine. Is that what it is?
Yes.
And the company, it's with the company that does the Mortal Kombat games. So we might get a pretty high level of, and because it's the same, they did like the Arkham animations, right? Like the Deathstroke versus Batman. So we very well could get something like this for a full series for the Las Vegas show. That would be amazing.
That'd be so dope.
Yeah.
And that would be so cool, because that's a proof of concept for the things you can do in an animated movie like that, where you blur the lines between reality, like that, like for example, that's the key to doing like a Dragon Ball Z movie in my book, and because the aesthetic, it's almost not worth trying to make it work in live action when you can do it something that looks like a live action but isn't actually. And once we cross that line, man, I feel like the floodgates are open on what we can do visually.
Oh yeah.
You know, I always wonder, like, when we watch like those 90s movies, like your Demolition Man, or even your Blade Runner, stuff like that, with like their concept of the future, like what technology was going to be. I want somebody just to make a movie of like, hey, this is the future, and yeah, we still have this type of technology. And I think when it came to like Star Wars, that's what they had to like mess with, was like, hey, when George Lucas first came up with this, is like, yeah, we're in the future and we had all this stuff. So now we have to literally use that. We have to have like this hologram that looks like an Atari game, as our display. We can't have anything like too fancy, because I think that's what they kind of did pretty well with like Rogue One. They really had to like go, okay, this was back then. This is supposed to be technically, bridging these, this right here. So we have to use like that kind of technology where, yeah, it looks like an Atari game, but hey, it's a hologram, so fucking deal with it. Just stuff like that. Because when you watch like Demolition Man, where literally he's like frozen, he wakes up in the future, and there's stuff, and you kind of go, well, they didn't get that right. They didn't get that right, but they kind of got that right. It's like,
I still think about that scene from Blade Runner where Deckard's got the photo in the things like, okay, go to sector, it's like the enhance. It's like every cop show, like every Law and Order does now, and it's like
just pulling a Fran.
Yes.
God, man, it's crazy when you watch that stuff and you even like, I mean, even like, well, I think like when it came to Minority Report, that's when it kind of went, wait a minute, okay, that makes sense now. That could actually happen to the point where you literally can like maneuver stuff, with gloves and just kind of like move images around. I think like when it came to Minority Report, when you watch that, even though that came out over 10 years, I mean, that's how old is that movie?
Oh, that's like early 2000s.
Yeah,
I think.
isn't it? It's pretty. Yeah, it's like what, 15 years ago, maybe?
I'm gonna get you a year on that. I mean, that's a really great Spielberg 2002, man. 2002.
Wow. That was almost 20 years ago. But when you watch that, you go, yeah, where's that technology at? I mean, it's almost like, when you watch the MCU, Tony Stark doing his fucking shit where he's just moving shit around, but it made sense because Tom Cruise literally has like special gloves on and he's moving things. And like you watch that movie, you actually, even though it's 20 years old, this is Steven fucking Spielberg, man.
Yeah.
20 years old, you believe like that technology is coming. But
I still want the self-driving cars that are in that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Speaking of Tom Cruise sci-fi movies, another one that I think, I don't know if it went under the radar or what exactly, but Oblivion.
Yes. Morgan Freeman. You know what screwed that up? You know what screwed that up is they gave away the twist in the trailer with Morgan Freeman.
Yeah.
That's what fucked that movie up. Because I remember going, when I was in the theater, I went, oh yeah, there's Morgan Freeman. Oh yeah, he's going to tell him he's a clone. Okay, yeah. We already know this because they blew it in the fucking trailer.
Yeah.
That's what fucked that movie up. I mean, but that's the bad part about those kind of movies. Another movie that suffered from that was The Island from Michael Bay. Because that movie could have been like, oh, what's going on with this? But you already knew the concept. So it was like, But when you watch that movie, if you watch that movie fresh, not bad. It's
isn't The Island anyway just a remake of Logan's Run?
Yeah. It is. Yes, but it's Michael Bay. It's fucking Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor. Come on.
Yeah. Michael Clark Duncan.
Dude. Man.
Oh, speaking of Ewan McGregor, okay, that reminds me of a movie that I know gets torched, but for some reason I've always loved it. Eye of the Beholder.
Yes.
Ewan McGregor and Ashley Judd.
Yeah. That was like, because she was like in a lot of those kind of movies, right? Mm-hmm. She was in a lot of those kind of, you know what I'm talking about, right? Those kind of like mystery, like, but she was like always, you had her and she was like, I can't even remember like the other movies.
Along Came a Spider.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, movies like
Double
that.
Jeopardy.
Yes.
Jeopardy. There's movies like that where Ashley Judd was like all part of, and Eye of the Beholder was one of them. Yes. I know what you're talking about.
That movie F's with you, and I love it. And it was weird because I like looked it up and like, when you talk about Rotten Tomato scores just being rude, it's got a Rotten Tomato score that's just rude.
Well, there was another one. He was in a movie with a very, not a very young, but a young Ryan Gosling called Stay. Anybody remember that movie, Stay?
No, I don't.
I hope I'm right about this. I'm pretty sure I am. Stay with Ewan McGregor and Ryan Gosling. Stay.
2005.
Yes.
Let's see.
That's a movie that, yeah. Okay, good. I'm like
Naomi Watts, Bob Hoskins.
Yes. Check out that movie. It's got a pretty interesting little twist at the end. It's a pretty fucking mind fuck.
Ooh, written by David Benoff. That and directed by Mark Forster. It's got some stuff going in its favor. Okay.
Check this movie out because the whole time you kind of go, what is that exactly is happening? And then when you see, check out Stay, Ewan McGregor and Ryan Gosling, and he was pretty young in that. So, and speaking of Ryan Gosling, Fracture with Anthony Hopkins, holy shit! Anybody seen that?
No, I know which movie you're talking
Oh my
about, but I
God,
never
man.
saw it.
Okay, I mean, Meg, are you writing all of these down?
I am. I dropped
Are
my
you
pen,
guys
so I had to get a
writing
new
all
one.
these
but
down?
I'm writing
Oh
it
man,
down.
you don't even know. I'm like going off right now, just talking about just
Yeah.
random movies.
Take a left turn
Fracture.
back to when we were talking about like the Shane Black style kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Seven Psychopaths.
Oh, fucking
yeah,
A, yes.
Yeah.
With
yeah.
Christopher Walken and fucking. Oh, yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
wasn't even able to finish that movie. Like it got to the point where people were losing parts,
Yeah,
and
it's great.
it got a little hard for me.
I get it. It's fine, but give it another shot. I need to watch it again. I think I only watched it once or twice. So yeah, but yeah,
I did the
great
same,
movie.
but yeah, it's oh, okay, it's got see, and I was just about to be how dare you forget everyone that's in that, and then I'm like can't name any of them.
I know.
It's like a Reservoir Dogs type cast
So
of like
you've got Sam Rockwell, Colin Farrell, Woody Harrelson.
Yes. I
Abby
mean,
Cornish,
it's an all-star cast, man.
Tom Waits is in it. If Tom Waits is in it, you know that like something's going on.
Yeah. See, I mean, there's so many movies out there where you just go like, "What? Wait, what was that?" I mean, like a movie like The Butterfly Effect. I don't know if you guys. God damn it! We want to talk about fucking time travel movies. I mean, that movie inspired me to write like a crazy time travel movie. I was like, "Oh, this is amazing!" I'm like, time travel without a fucking time machine? What? You know, it's like what? You know, and it's just the way that movie plays out. And I was, pleasantly surprised by, Ashton Kutcher. I was like, hey, showing his chops. Good for him. Amy Smart, fantastic. That movie.
I remember liking that one a lot.
I do think the director's cut is better because it's so fucking dark how it ends. I don't know if you guys saw the director's cut.
No, I haven't. No.
Meg knows. Yeah, the director's cut, it ends really fucked up. They decided to change it because, we got to have kind of a happy ending where he just goes, hey, when he's a kid, he goes, leave me alone, don't blah, 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 to the girl, to Amy Smart, who, eventually grows up to Amy Smart. And yeah, it does not end like that. The director's cut. Holy shit. I won't spoil it for you. I don't want to spoil it for you because I would just say, watch the director's. Anthony,
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen the director's cut. But this what? Nobody comes in and stops the fucking bathtub from filling up. Like, is it bad like that?
Yeah.
Speaking of fucked up endings, have you guys seen Filth?
Yes.
With
Sam Rockwell. No, wait. I was thinking of Choke.
Because that's Chuck Palahniuk.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of Choke for some reason with Sam Rockwell. No, Filth is with McAvoy. McAvoy. Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
The last line, or just like the cut to black on that is one of those moments where I'm like you laugh out loud, and then you're like, wait, I'm not supposed to laugh, but they want me to laugh, but I shouldn't laugh.
Yes.
That's not okay to laugh at. They wanted me to laugh at it. Should I be mad at them for making me laugh at that? Is that what they want me to think? Like, it's like a whole process of like, wow, they just went there.
You gotta look. See, that's the beauty about like, and I think I was talking about that with Eric Davis earlier. It's like the fact that when it comes to the Joker movie, that's one of the things we didn't talk about. It was like, doing a sequel to Joker with all the theories that are out there about that whole thing. Like he had a theory that, oh yeah, maybe he just killed himself in the fucking refrigerator, and the rest was just like this, fantasy thing. My whole theory, like when I remember just like on, and hearing about it, I'm like, maybe it's Bruce older and he's just fucked up. He witnessed his parents dead. It's a different take. And he's just creating this whole life in his head and blah, 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 which he kind of did. So if they do a sequel, it just totally just takes away any of those theories. And then I even brought up like, Inception. When you watch the end of Inception, you see the top and it jiggles and then it just cuts to black and you go, did it fall or not? We don't know if Leo is fucking dreaming or not. If they did a sequel, it would just take away from that. So, yeah. This whole
Well-
idea about Joker 2, I'm like, I can't.
It's so
I'm like, I can't.
It's so it so misses the point of why Joe. I think the way to do it is it's not actually a Joker sequel. It's just the next DC Black movie, or B, embrace the unreliable narrator and like hell. I guess maybe this would defeat the purpose of doing it, but like recast the Joker character and make it like like a sequel from an unreliable narrator where you're like, wait, did the first one? We're like throughout most of the second movie, you're even asking yourself like, wait, did that first movie even happen?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are they retconning this? Like what's and just tell a different Joker story from like after his origin that fits in that universe, but like not quite. Like don't cast Joaquin Phoenix, but cast someone who is like Joaquin Phoenix-esque enough to be like, wait, is this supposed to be the same guy?
Mhm.
What's going on?
Well,
like
here's
that-
an idea: just don't do it and make a different movie. Like,
Yeah.
Well, there's so many other characters. I mean, my God.
Yeah.
I still think somewhat like if you want to do DC Black and you want to do like these villain one-offs, I mean, personally, or even not even villain one-offs, but do like a question movie or
Crane.
Freeze, Clayface.
I mean, they keep on talking about and I don't even think we're gonna get it with the Gotham show on HBO Max. But like they make the Gotham show on Fox, and they're gonna do the one on HBO Max. Why can't you just make a like Harvey Bullock show where he's looking for like where he's tracking Victor Zsasz? Like that's the level I need. I don't need a Batman side plot. I don't need like.
Did you hear the interview with Ed Brubaker about that?
No.
Oh yeah, Brubaker was on Fat Man Beyond and was telling the guys that he talked to Bruno Heller like they were in the elevator, and Bruno Heller said, "No, we were making a Gotham Central show, and the powers that be made us put in Baby Batman." Like
Oh, of course.
So once again, it's this idea of because what were we all expecting when Gotham was coming out? We were expecting a Gotham Central show.
Mhm.
And apparently that's what Bruno Heller had in mind. Because I'm sorry, go watch Rome. Bruno Heller can make a damn good TV show. And Gotham was definitely not, Rome.
Yeah. I don't know. It's got its defenders, and so I don't like shitting on stuff that I know other people
It
like.
got better. Like the later seasons I found enjoyable.
It was just never anything that I was interested in seeing, and like I don't know. Like I said, I don't mean to be, like totally bash on something that I know people like cared about, but it's just not. It's so hard for me when something could have been one thing and is just not, and Gotham is a phenomenal example of that. Of like, why is this like? There's so many. Okay, if you want Batman, then make it year one where it focuses on Jim Gordon. If you want all these things, there are better versions. Like, don't do Gotham. Like, don't do the GCPD show. That's not actually a GCPD show. Like, just make it because it's like they're making it about one thing, but don't want it to actually be about that one thing. And so as a result, it's not what it's supposed to be about, but it's also not what it's actually about. Like,
yeah, I think we're Gotham. I mean, I enjoyed Gotham for the most part, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, they were trying to focus on, like the PD, and then it was just like, well, yeah, but how many scenes there's with Bruce and fucking Alfred? It's like it's young Bruce and Alfred. It's like.
My question is still, what happened to Christmas Allen and Renee Montoya?
Yeah, well, 'cause that's another example of like what the show could have or should have been is like focusing on characters like that, and you get stuff like I don't know, maybe this is a more like a weird argument against it, but to me the biggest frustration was like it's like they would look at it and be like, "Oh, you like Batman? Well, here's not Batman. Oh, you like Joker? Well, here's not Joker.
Right?
Oh, you like Riddler? Here's not Riddler." It's like, "What? I thought you liked Riddler." It's like, "But he's not." Riddler, like he's not Riddler yet. It's like no, but even after he is, he's not Riddler because he's going to exist before
Yeah.
Batman.
Oh,
and then,
they especially did that with Joker. It's like, it's
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of Joker, but
It's
not
like,
really
so what
Joker.
relationship does this Joker and Batman have when Batman is like a full-blown like it fundamentally changes that, which is fine if it's an Elseworld story, but you can't sell me on that emotional anchor of like, oh yeah, Batman and Joker have this long history, and then be like, but this isn't that guy, and it's like, it's not that Batman, it's not that Joker.
Okay. See, this is you're just talking about my gripes about Smallville with me. I was like, I know this is touchy because a lot of people go, you haven't watched Smallville? I was like, I couldn't because I just couldn't accept all this. I couldn't accept like, oh yeah, what Luthor and fucking Clark Kent go to high school together. I just couldn't. There's a lot of that where I was like, I can't. But then for some reason, when it came to Batman, I was like, hey, let's do this. But then when it came to season 5, I was like, I'm done. This is
because what makes prequel stuff like that interesting to a lot of people, at least to me, I guess, is when you see something and you're like, oh, this is leading to that thing we all love, and you look at this and you're like, this doesn't lead to anything that is familiar to us. Like they're mining the roots out of these characters and these ideas, but like the relationship is never going to be, because of the way they're doing it, it's never going to be the relationship that fans actually like, or the story that fans actually like, which then, but yet the reason for bringing these characters onto the show would be, oh, you like Bane? Well, here's a character that will never be Bane now because so why should I like him then if you are ruining the version of the character that I want in an effort to bring him into a time and place that he doesn't, I don't know, like if you like it, great. I don't judge you. It's just that's not what I'm looking for, and it's frustrating.
No, I mean, yeah, we could say our gripes about everything, but I think this is a good spot to wrap it up. It's been over 4.5 hours, which is great.
It's been a while though. We haven't done one of these in a long time.
You know what? This is what I was like. You know what? I was like, when I was coordinating with Eric Davis, because he was gonna come on to the 8 o'clock, but I was like, hey, we could do 5 o'clock, and he was all about it. And I was like, all right, we'll do a one-on-one interview. And then we'll just do a panel show because, even though I reached out to other things, Armin Dead, didn't quite happen, so I was like, you know what, let's just be a panel show. We have a lot to talk about. And this was a lot of fun, guys. I mean, I was sending out the link to everyone. I was like, you know what, let's get everybody in here. Let's start talking about this. Ended up being great. Enosh, Uche, I love the fact that they came in here and, talked about their feelings about everything, and I just wanted to get everybody's take on it. And I love the fact that there was a lot of discussion about movies, and I mean, Meg has a laundry list of fucking
it's my buddy over. Look, it's my buddy. It's like I'm petting her right now. There she is. Yeah.
No,
go watch the movies.
That's what's
well, I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. I have like 12 movies right here.
See?
Watch Lucky Number 11 after the show is over.
I even told her, I was like, hey, if I'm gonna make you watch this, I'll watch this with you on a live feed. Fucking A. Because I haven't.
Anthony's really good at those, by the way. We've done that before, so let's it's fire, man. Let's do it.
It's fire.
I love that movie so much because it's just such a small movie with so much star power, and it's just so I don't know, like that. When Steven said his love about it, I was like, "This is why me and him are friends." Because it's just like because this movie, I remember just being blown away by this movie, and I'm like, "How is this movie not known by so many people?" Because it's such a fucking good small movie. Like it's just man. So we're gonna do that, anyways. All right, let's go around the horn. We'll start with Meg, of course. Go for it.
You can find me on Vero, Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter as Wonder Meg.
There it is. We'll save Scott for last, of course. Steven.
Yeah, you can find me also in places at SM Colbert. Also, I write at Screen Rant, and I'll have some cool stuff coming Army of the Dead related in the next couple weeks. Also co-host the Snyder Minute podcasts. Batman v Superman by the Minute is still on hiatus while we're catching up on some Justice League stuff. We've got another episode of Justice League by the Minute coming, as well as we're working on some probably patron specific. Maybe we'll split it up to a wider release stuff for Dawn of the Dead and Army of the Dead before that comes out. We'll have to figure it out. A watch along or something. We'll make an official announcement soon, but we will have some sort of commentary focused on Snyder zombie stuff soon.
Yes.
Sick.
All right, Anthony.
Yeah, you can find me everywhere at 2279ACS, Vero, Instagram. On Twitter, though, you got to add an underscore at the end because they hate my fucking guts. Is that shit. But yeah, so at 2279ACS. And then on YouTube, just look for the ACS Universe.
There it is. All right, Brandon.
Yeah, you can find Capecast at Capecast Show on Twitter. We have a YouTube channel. It's under Cinema Machine Pod. And yeah, we are currently breaking down parts of ZSJL. We had Scott on this week and Enosh as well. And yeah, Dave's going to be on as well as Comic Movie Mark. So we're looking forward to that. Wrap that thing up.
Theoretically, we will be at some point.
Why not? Yeah. Talking to all you guys. We want to have as many people on. This whole community has been really cool to touch base with and kind of, interact with each other on each other's shows. So we appreciate all the love and support that you guys have given us for sure.
For sure. All right, Scott, take us home.
Well, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. Tomorrow night, you can find me here at Film Junkee discussing Nothing to Fear at Batman the Phantom Menace stream. On Sunday, you can find me at Wonder Meg as we discuss the next few chapters of Dune by Frank Herbert. You can find me on my podcast, DC Film Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube. You can find the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com.
There it is. Love it. All right. Well, thank you guys. This was a lot of fun. I always like chatting with you guys. That's why, I always joke around, we talk about this stuff and then we just veer off on movie stuff. And that's what I love, the fact that Meg has this laundry list of movies she has to watch now. I love that.
While she does her laundry. That's what you do.
Exactly. Anyways, thank you guys for, of course, showing up on this Friday. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to Eric Davis for showing up on the pregame show. Really love talking to him. Hopefully I'll talk to him again soon. I know he wants me to tell him how I feel about Quiet Place Part 2, which I definitely will. Looking forward to that. And then you guys know what to do. Hit that thumbs up, hit that notification bell so you know when I'm doing this stuff. If you want to become a member because, you get some post shows and blah, 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 access to, emojis and badges and whatever the hell. But of course, if you want to join the Patreon, helps out the pirate ship, get some early access to things I'm working on. And then, of course, we have the Film Junkee Closet down below if you want to get some merchandise. Other than that, thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody. And yeah, it's been great, guys. And we will talk to you guys later.